Ladies and gentlemen, gather round your radios for a journey back in time. Step into the golden age of radio, where captivating stories and unforgettable characters come to life. Welcome to Golden Age Radio, where the magic of vintage audio dramas awaits.
That's right. Prepare to be transported to an era when families huddled around the radio, eagerly awaiting their favorite shows. It's a world where imagination runs wild and storytelling reigns supreme. Get ready to experience the nostalgia and charm of old-time radio like never before.
Join us as we bring you a curated lineup of 30-minute episodes that will whisk you away to a bygone era. Discover thrilling mysteries that keep you on the edge of your seat, heartwarming dramas that tug at your heartstrings, and side-splitting comedies that leave you in stitches.
Picture this: dimmed lights, crackling static, and the sound of a needle dropping on a vinyl record. As the stories unfold, let your imagination paint vivid scenes in your mind's eye. From distant lands to roaring cities, let your senses come alive as you become part of the story.
Lose yourself in the adventures of daring detectives, follow the triumphs and tribulations of fascinating characters, and journey through time and space with the power of sound. Each episode is a time capsule, preserving the essence of an era when radio was the heartbeat of entertainment.
But it doesn't end there. Golden Age Radio is not just a stroll down memory lane, it's a chance to create new memories too. Share these timeless stories with your loved ones, introducing them to the magic that captivated generations before us.
So, dust off your radio, dim the lights, and prepare for an evening of enchantment. Tune into Golden Age Radio and let your imagination take flight.
Stay tuned to hear our curated selection of 30-minute episodes. Relive the nostalgia, discover the classics, and immerse yourself in a world of unparalleled entertainment.
Golden Age Radio, where the past comes alive, one episode at a time.
Golden Age Radio, your ticket to timeless storytelling.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to a sunken city, which lies with its fabulous treasure chests at the bottom of the sea, and to the lust for gold of a crew of men who were willing to die or to kill. As Gildoud tells it in his exciting tale, Port Royal, a story suggested by Lieutenant Harry Reesberg's book, I Dive for Treasure.
Can't you get anything else on that radio?
I happen to like that particular number.
Well, like it somewheres else.
I just might do that.
Oh, no, Crystal, I didn't mean it. I guess I'm just jumpy tonight. Here, come on, have a drink.
Of that stuff? No thanks.
Well, pardon me, Lady Astorbilt. We're just fresh out of Napoleon brandy.
Huh, aren't we just?
Look, you got no beef coming. When I had it, you got it. The works.
And when you didn't have it, you took it from me. Hucked the diamond, sold the mink.
So you'll get 'em back. Something's got to turn up.
It should be you, dead.
Look, baby, don't do me no favors. The door's not locked, you know.
I know. And I think I'm going to walk through it right now.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
It's a break for you, Danny. Now you can keep the room single rate.
Where you going?
I think Benny can still find me a place in the line over at the Flamingo.
You wouldn't.
Just watch me.
All right, go on. Kick a guy when he's down. Walk all over him. I should have known you was that kind of broad.
You did.
Let her go, the tramp. She's like the rest of the crumb bums. When you're up, you're Danny Quinn, everybody's friend. When the horses don't run your way, you're nobody. Let her go. Hadn't always been like it was that night. And it would be different again. How soon, I wasn't sure when a fist landed on my door. A fist that was made from the hand that had jimmied some of the best windows in New York.
Hey, Danny, it's Carl.
It ain't locked. What's on your mind?
Hi, Danny. Hey, plenty. Where's the broad?
She took a powder.
Permanent?
Looks like.
Oh, well, you're better off.
Maybe.
Hey, look, I picked up something pretty good tonight, I think.
I'm not in the market.
Oh, now look, Danny, this don't mean a thing to you till I get through talking. Now listen to me, will you? Now, this could be worth anywhere to a couple of $1,000,000.
Look, Carl, get off it. Whatever it is, get off of it.
All right. Now, you probably never heard of a guy named Fletcher Travis, because you never get past the page with the race results. See what I mean? Me, I'm different. I case this town through the papers. I keep myself up on what's going on in town and who's in town and how I can get to it. Now, look, this Travis made himself a lot of dough breaking into sunken boats. You understand? He's what you call a deep-sea diver.
Yeah.
All right, you was a sailor once. You ought to know.
Let me see that thing.
Yeah, sure. So, I read up what he was up to, and then this afternoon I went to the place where he's giving a talk, see? Now, it's a sunken city down near Jamaica. The island, not the track. And they call it Port Royal. There's warehouses down there with gold by the ton. Travis was all ready with a boat to go down after it, leaving tomorrow.
You believe all that?
Well, sure I do. Anyway, he holds up this chart and says, "This is the pass key to get him in," or something like that. So I tail him back to the hotel, I make his room number, and go in while he's eating his dinner. Well, he's got a lot of books there, history books. It's all true, Danny. I ain't kidding you. Now, this is a place for them old pirates. So, anyways, an earthquake or something spilled into the water. You understand what I mean? All in one piece, intact. And that stuff is there. Now, we got this chart. That's the key.
What do we do? Frame it?
Look, you was in the Merchant Marine, wasn't you? So you head it up. Now, I got a fur shop staked out that'll get us the first money. Then we buy a boat, get ourselves a diver of our own, and we go after this haul ourselves.
You know, you got something, Carl. Hey, behind you in the dresser, top drawer. See if my Siemens papers are there.
Okay, Danny, okay. Where are they? I don't see them.
Right in the back.
Huh?
There! Oh. You little jerk. There's a difference between being a gambler and a second story man. I know what to do with that old chart if there was anything to it. But what I would do would be legal. I let Carl wake up by himself and read the stories about his job in the late finals. They printed enough to make me pretty sure that the dope on this sunken city, Port Royal, was on the level. Millions. So after the police cleared out of his hotel, I went calling on Fletcher Travis.
Who is it?
My name's Danny Quinn, and I got something that belongs to you.
Danny Quinn?
Yeah, that's right. I was with some friends slumming in the Bowery. I read about you in the papers, and when I heard this guy talking about you and a chart he'd just stolen, well, here it is.
Well, come in. Well, I can hardly believe it. Like this chart here is...
Yeah. I heard from this guy. It sounded pretty important. I caught up with the guy on the way out and roughed him up a little.
Well, I don't know how to thank you. This chart
Wait a minute. Look, it's easy to thank me. I want to cut in on this deal. I want to go with you on the trip.
You go with us?
Well, sure, it's in the cards. I told you, I read about you in the papers. I was interested then. Now this happens like fate. I run into the chance to get this chart back to you. Look, I'm important to you. Very important.
Well, I realize what I owe you, but salvage
Look,
voyage
I got the
is
answer
very...
to that one, too. I was in the Merchant Marine. I'm a real deep-water sailor. I can't swim. Now, could you have made it without me, Travis?
No, I guess I couldn't.
It was quite a feeling heading out into the big Atlantic swell. The rigging sang. The deck beneath me took an angle to port, and it rose and fell. For a second, my imagination took a turn. I got a picture of Danny Quinn standing on another deck, wearing earrings with a cutlass or two and a brace of pistols in his belt. Danny Quinn sailing out after a pirate treasure.
I thought it would be a good idea if we all got together tonight, gentlemen, since according to Captain Matson's estimate, we'll be over Port Royal early tomorrow morning. You're still holding to that, Captain?
The barometer hasn't lied to me yet, Mr. Travis. Tells me this weather's holding. That means we should drop anchor an hour or maybe two after dawn.
Good. Then it's time to look at the chart that Danny recovered for us. There. The city of Port Royal, submerged. After a geodetic survey made by the British Navy, 1826. Now, look here. See the sudden jump in fathoms along this line, right here?
Yeah, I see.
It's shallow here and deeper here.
Yeah, that's right. It's a fault line that buckled when the city was destroyed by earthquake. This section sank and this section lifted. Now, see here? A point of reef, rock or coral that shows awash during low water.
Yeah.
I've oriented this chart with the old maps of Port Royal before its destruction. Now, that point of reef is no more than 90 feet from the edge of the warehouse section. That's right out here.
Are you sure of that?
Well, sure as I can be.
Phew. What made me pick that night to go to the Bowery? You couldn't ask for a better landmark.
Well, no, it's more than a landmark, Captain. It's a mooring. We get a bow hawser on the reef point, back off 90 feet, drop the stern hook, and we're anchored right over the front doors of those treasure houses, 30 fathoms down.
When you've gambled for a living as many years as I have, you develop a set of nerves that do pretty much what you tell them. But when I realized what that old chart meant and how close we were to all that loot, my poker face flew right out the porthole. We made jokes about Fort Knox and the Vanderbilts. We slapped backs, had a round or two, and then we hit our bunks. But I'll lay you 10 to 1 that all of us did our dreaming wide awake. I know I did. Millions of dollars. 30 fathoms under our keel. We were like men in a daze when we set about our work the next morning, but it went the way it should. The point of reef was there at low water. The ship was secured to it, backed off, and anchored. The lifting gear was rigged to the mainmast. The pump and compressor were checked a dozen times. Travis got into his heavy canvas suit. The helmet went over his head. Little afternoon, he begun his first dive. I was on the intercom on deck.
What's my depth now?
Hold on, I'll get it. He wants his depth, Captain.
Here comes 25 fathoms. Now.
You're at 25 fathoms, Travis.
Good. It'll be safe to go down at this speed. No faster.
The speed is okay, Captain. No faster.
All right.
How is it, Travis?
Good. Conditions are good. There's enough light. A very blue light. No sign of any trouble. My air is adequate. No sign of any large fish as yet.
Travis.
Yes? What is it?
Well, you make me nervous when you aren't talking. Keep saying things, will you? What do you see?
I can't look down and turn my head. I see only what's in front of my faceplate. Well, I'm revolving slowly as I come down. Water's clear. All around me is that very blue light. Uh-oh. Few fish. Nothing large enough to be dangerous yet. The conditions are as good. What's my depth now?
He wants his depth.
Here's 28 fathoms. Now.
28, Travis.
Slow my descent. Slow it.
Slow his descent.
Right.
I can see coral now. There's great formations of it stretching away from me.
Buildings? The warehouses?
Yes. Yes, buildings. Roofs. Windows. There's a street. Yeah. Must be a street in front of me. There's storehouses.
He's hit it. Storehouses.
We've hit it. Do you hear that, mate? Hey, I heard. We've hit it.
I'm on the bottom. I'm on the bottom. All right. It's sand. It's good footing. I'm moving forward. Yeah, I'll need plenty of slack in both my lines.
You need slack.
He's getting it. The winch is rolling.
There's no trouble yet. Moving toward the nearest one. It's encrusted with coral. It's a building. Big one. There's a wide opening. That lets enough light in. There, it's a storehouse. I need the loading platform.
He wants a loading platform.
What?
The loading platform, you jerk! We were too busy on deck for a while to really digest what was happening. Even after the loading platform broke through the surface and we saw the single rotting chest on it, it was too much like a scene in a B movie to believe. Then we pried it open. Lying in rows were small leather bags covered with a slimy coral crust. We took one out. It crumbled, and from it maybe 50 metal coins spilled onto the deck. They were dirty brown, but when they were scratched, bright, clean gold showed through. By the time Travis was aboard and out of his suit, the first shock of success had passed, and we were calm enough to have a drink.
Well, Mr. Travis, sit down and rest. You are the hero of the day. I got you here, but you load on the gold, huh?
Yeah.
Here's a drink, Travis. You've earned it.
Thanks. I can use it. Well, what do you think of your first day of salvage operation?
Brother, I've won some pots in my day, but when those coins rolled out, that topped everything.
I think we're off to a good start. How many more chests are down there?
Oh, I don't know yet. I only moved 10 or 15 feet into the building. I saw 3 or 4 more.
Yeah. What do you think they bring back in the States?
Well, if they're all like this one, $35,000, $40,000 apiece.
Yeah, we've hit it all right. How many trips down can you make?
In this weather, 2 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon. That gives me about, 12 minutes on the bottom each descent.
35 or 40,000 a dive. Hey, that's going to add up.
No, don't spend it yet, Danny. It may turn into more than just going down and coming up. Things can happen down there. This is the first time I've worked buildings, and I know that sunken hulls can lie there for a couple of 3 centuries without moving, even in the current. But let a diver put his foot in the wrong plank and something on the other end of the ship gives way. You never know. So let's count what we got today and see if our luck holds tomorrow.
Our luck did hold, not only the next morning and afternoon, but the day after and the 2 days after that. 1 chest per dive, 4 dives per day. An average of $140,000 worth of loot a day came off the bottom. We had $560,000 in the hold. I don't know, when the thought first nibbled at me, I tried to blame it on the idea that I didn't trust Captain Matson. But that wasn't it. Travis had planted it himself when he reminded me that you never knew what to expect 30 fathoms below. The rest of it was based on the fact that any hunk of dough looks 3 times smaller, but it's split 3 ways.
In just a moment, we will return you to the second act of Escape. But first, this Saturday night, CBS's Gangbusters program brings you the case of the boiled booster. Not rooster, booster. The case of the boiled booster. And since Gangbusters does only authentic police cases, who are we to question the title? Well, somebody did ask a question, and it's a case straight out of the New York City police files. And a house gets lost, among other things. Gangbusters is heard every Saturday on most of these same CBS stations. So be listening for the case of the boiled booster this Saturday. And now we return you to Escape.
Went on like that day after day. Those chests coming up until there was enough treasure aboard that schooner to drive any man half out of his head. We were isolated out there. The island, Jamaica, was just a blur off our bow. The only ships we saw were cruise liners way out on the horizon. The more I thought about it, the stronger my hunch got. The way my luck was running, I could work it out so there wouldn't have to be a 3-way split of those chests. Travis was easy. He'd just stay down there. Captain Matson and McGraw the mate, well, they took a little more thought. But with that fortune at stake, what else was there to think about?
Danny. Hey, Danny, you deaf? Hey, Danny.
Oh, yeah, Skipper, what'll it be?
You and your dreaming, Danny. Sometimes it's not so good to spend so much time in the future. Come on, give us a hand. Another chest is coming up.
Another chest? You know this thing could go too far. Well, another day, another $140,000.
Gentlemen, I think tomorrow's the last one.
Yes, I was going to ask how long my food stores are running short.
Well, I've had to move as far into that building as I want to move. That roof I've been working under is heavy with coral growth, and it's not held by nails anymore. They're gone. It's held by balance, and I don't want to upset it.
I don't blame you, Travis. Tell me, what do you say we got in the hold now?
Well over 900,000. There haven't been many salvage operations that have topped that.
Over 300,000 apiece, huh? Yeah, those are good wages. Why bother with another dive?
Hey, Skipper, don't get so rich that you turn up your nose at a few $100,000. Travis wants to give it another try, more power to him.
That's up to him.
Well, to be honest with you, I've had enough of it. I'm going to be dreaming about those sagging walls and that blue light for weeks to come, and I hate to push my luck too far. Well, I'll make one more descent in the morning, and then I think we should start back.
I think so, too.
Danny?
Well, you're the boss, Travis. That's good enough for me. That was after evening chow. I stretched out in my cabin, but I didn't sleep. I lay awake planning. I was still awake when the mate came off watch.
Hey, Johnny. Wake up. Come on. It's midnight.
Oh, thanks, McGraw. You can turn in.
Yeah. Here, keys are on the table.
There were 3 keys on that ring we anchor watches carried every night. One to the gear locker in case we needed tools. One to the lamp locker in case we needed light. A third had been added when the treasure started to pile up. It opened the gun locker. Outside on the deck, I leaned my elbows on the rail, watched the phosphorescence rippling back from the side of the boat, and lined up the next detail. The gun locker had been equipped to take care of any possible attack, so it was an arsenal. What I needed was a Thompson submachine gun. But I wasn't about to overplay my hand by taking it out of the locker. Somebody would have noticed that. I just slipped in and unlocked the case so I could get it when the time came. I didn't think anybody'd notice that, and I was right.
What's my depth now, Danny?
Hold on. He wants his depth, Skipper.
Here's 19 fathoms. Now.
19, Travis.
Hey, look, my air is inadequate for the speed of my descent. Tell him to slow me down or increase my air pressure.
Check. He said slow him down or give him some more air pressure, Skipper.
We'll slow him down.
You're slowing down, Travis.
Thanks, Danny. I guess everybody topside is in as big a hurry as I am to get away from this place.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, as long as I've been diving, I've never been able to control my imagination. After so many descents, I always start telling myself, Travis, that should be the last one. You've had no trouble. From now on, the law of averages working against you.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
Yeah, the more easy descents I make, the less I want to make the next one. Yeah, my air is adequate now. I'm getting plenty.
I had a crazy
everything
flash
is the
thought
same
that
as
Travis knew
before
what I was
so
up to
far.
and had something up his sleeve.
It's
But I
amazing
got rid of
that
it.
we haven't run into any
He
large
couldn't have
fish.
known. If he had, he wouldn't have gone
Lost
down.
trouble even playful.
Hardly heard him talking. With him submerged, it was time for me to get into action. It was 5 steps to the door that would take me to the gun locker. To the Thompson, I'd force Matson, the rest of the fellas into their cabins. Then the chest would go into the lifeboat. And the stern anchor line we'd cut. The ship pulled into that reef point it was moored to, and the coral would rip the bottom out of it. The only thing left would be the lifeboat full of loot, with me in it. I didn't see how any court any place could prove it wasn't an accident. I took the intercom set off my head. Matson and the mate had their heads together near the winch.
Danny, where you going?
In to get a drink of water.
Don't do it, Danny. Stay where you are.
Hey, what the devil's the matter with you? What's a gun for? I haven't done anything.
The gun is so you won't do anything. McGraw! I said, cut the winch. Time to move. Get below and open the valves. I'll take care of Danny.
Oh, no, you won't.
Danny! Come out on deck, Danny. Make it easy. You play along, maybe you'll get out of this. You coming out, Danny?
What's the game?
The partnership was too big, Danny. I told you you'd dream too much.
What? You and McGraw?
Make it easy, Danny. Come on out or you go down with the ship anyway. Come on, maybe we deal you in.
All right, Skipper. I'll play along with you.
That's right, Danny. Use your head.
Sure. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing! Using my head! Using my head! Using my head!
I want to talk to you.
Where are you, McGraw?
I'm behind cover. Now listen to me. I want you to know that this was none of my idea. The captain made the plan and forced me into it. Now he's gone, I'll side in with you and Travis.
Sure.
Fortune like this has driven guys crazy before, but let you and me hang on to our senses. All the valves are open below decks. The ship's going down. Let's get the treasure into the lifeboat while we got time.
All right, McGraw. Let me hear you toss your gun on the deck, and I'll know you're leveling with me.
Sure, Danny. There it is.
I'm in the main passageway. Come on.
I swear I'm telling you the truth, Danny. He forced me into this. But you and Trav... Danny! Now, don't!
I got plans of my own for this stuff, McGraw, and you aren't in them. Nobody is.
Danny! You're going...
Maybe he was right. Maybe that treasure was driving me crazy. It was like I was rushing downhill and couldn't stop, just like I didn't seem to be able to stop the time after I started screaming. After McGraw was gone, I went over to the main hold and tore the canvas off the hatch. I could hear the water rushing through the valves he'd opened and it was telling me I'd have to hurry if I wanted to get those chests. I went over to the lifeboats hanging in its davits. No. No! 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 That's when my luck, my plans, my dreams, everything was blasted. The lifeboat. It was ripped and useless. I'd gone crazy with that submachine gun. It was peppered with bullet holes. One blasted, cut out one of the lines, and it crashed to the deck and smashed the bow. It wouldn't have stayed afloat empty. $900,000 aboard, and there was no way to save it. The schooner had already started a list. I had to think of saving myself. Travis. Travis, are you all right?
I'm all right.
There's been trouble up here.
Yes, I know.
Matson and McGraw tried to pirate the treasure. I managed to stop them. But they've scuttled the ship.
It's taking water?
Yeah. How fast can you come up? You've been down there a little over 20 minutes.
Raise me at regular speed, then. Never mind tending my lines. Get the winch moving, and then get below. See what can be done about stopping the water.
Okay, Travis. I'll be glad to get you up here. We're in a mess, believe me. I did what he told me. I went below. But it didn't take long to see there was nothing to do down there the way the water was pouring in. I spent my time working out a story for Travis that would save my hide and give me another chance at that treasure. It took 30 minutes to get him aboard and out of his suit. By that time, the schooner was starting to settle by the stern.
There's no time to talk about it now, Danny. I can see you have plenty of trouble.
Well, there wasn't much I could do but kill him.
Naturally, Danny.
All those chests going back to the bottom. How can you tell about guys like Matson and McGraw?
I don't know, Danny. Treasure hunting does strange things to people.
But we're coming back after it, aren't we? I can raise some more dough. We aren't giving up, are we?
I'm coming back, Danny. But you aren't.
What's that supposed to mean?
You left the intercom system open. I heard what you told McGraw before you killed him about your plans.
That's too bad, Travis.
Oh, no. Don't try it, Danny. Guns won't help you now. The lifeboat's gone. You're the sailor who can't swim, remember? You'd never make it by yourself, but I can get you ashore. And once I do, I've got to turn you in. So, you've got a choice. Come with me, or stay with the ship. Your choice, Danny. Don't be too slow in deciding.
I went with him. Hanging onto what was left of the lifeboat, we watched the rest of it from 50 yards away. Looked like the schooner just got tired of fighting the water. She lifted her bow like for a last look around, and then rolled over and went out of sight. $900,000. But that wasn't the only fortune that was sinking. Danny Quinn's was on the way down, too. I was fresh out of luck.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Port Royal by Gil Dowd, suggested by Lieutenant Harry Reesberg's book, I Dive for Treasure. Featured in the cast were Charles McGraw as Danny Quinn, John Daner as Fletcher Travis, and Bill Conrad as Captain Matson. Also heard were Dee Tatum, Paul Frees, and Ted DeCorsia. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are imprisoned in a lonely lighthouse off the steaming jungle coastline of French Guiana. Your comrades, a maniac and a coward. Your captors, an army of gigantic, hunger-maddened rats.
Next week, in response to many hundreds of requests, we will again present one of the most unforgettable and terrifying of all escape stories, Three Skeleton Key. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Through field workers stationed with our troops in this country and across the world, the American Red Cross helps the lonely soldier, the Marine anxious about his sick wife at home, the sailor with a dying mother 3,000 miles away. Last year, more than 750,000 men in service were helped in family, welfare, and recreational problems by American Red Cross workers. Give to the Red Cross workers. Give to the Red Cross generously this month. This is CBS, where you meet Gene Autry every Saturday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Wednesday comes again, and once more the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, welcomes millions of listeners. Summertime is the season of romance and music, with echoes of dreamy tunes in silver moonlight, and our program will appeal to everyone who loves sweet melodies. It tells the story of Victor Herbert. Curious indeed is the coincidence that marks the Cavalcade of America today. The director of our orchestra, Harold Levy, was for many years an associate and close friend of Victor Herbert, and under the famous composer's supervision, he has often conducted orchestras playing the same music that will touch your hearts this evening. Thus we see that the Cavalcade of America today is inseparably linked with the past, a handing on of ideals, whether it be in music or any other walk of life. In science, too, knowledge and inspiration is passed on from generation to generation, and DuPont chemists carry on the high traditions of American chemical research, as expressed in the DuPont Pledge. Better things for better living through chemistry. Cavalcade of America, the man who can truly be called the master of American operetta. Victor Herbert was born in Dublin, Ireland, February 1st, 1859, the son of an Irish barrister and grandson of Samuel Lover, famous poet, artist, and novelist. Shortly after the boy's birth, his father died, and his mother moved to her father's home at Seven Oaks, a suburb of London, England. Here we find young Victor in his 8th year.
Victor? Trying to play one of Grandfather's songs. It's pretty, isn't it? As she sat in her low black car. You know, Mother, I'm going to write music someday.
But, Victor, we've planned that you're to be a doctor. Just think, dear, what wonderful things doctors can do.
Well, Grandfather's music is wonderful, too, Mother. Don't all the artists and musicians in London come and applaud when he plays for them?
Aye.
Oh, I'd like that all right. As she sat in her low back car, the man at the turnpike bar. I just can't seem to find that bar note.
It's G natural, Victor.
only natural.
Father, you startled me. I didn't see you come in.
Hello, Grandfather.
I've been standing here listening to you and the boy talking about his future. So, you want to be a musician, Victor?
Yes, Grandfather. Just like you. Please sit down now and show me how to play the low-back car.
All right. You want to be just like me, eh? Why, I'm just a jack of all trades, lad. I paint a little, write a little, and compose a little. You must concentrate on music to succeed. This song will never be remembered like the works of the great masters.
But everybody here whistles it, Grandfather. You told me that even in America they asked you to sing it.
Aye, America. It is a great country, my boy. And they treated me royally there. Perhaps someday you'll go to America, Victor. Remember, Fanny, what that old gypsy fortune teller prophesied at the boy's birth? That he'd become his country's greatest composer?
And do you mind what fortune tellers and gypsies say?
Sometimes they see things that we can't. If you want to be a real musician, Victor, you must work. You must study. Music is not an easy master.
I would like to really study music, but Victor...
It's a thought, Fanny. The boy comes from a family that loves music. You yourself could have been a great pianist if you'd been willing to practice. When our friend Piatti was playing his cello, I watched the boy, his young head beating time and his little eyes popping out of their sockets.
If he could be a great cellist like Piatti.
Why not? Wouldn't you be proud if you heard your boy as the soloist of some great symphony orchestra? Perhaps playing one of his own concertos before vast audiences in Paris, Berlin, London, Vienna, even in far-off America.
At the insistence of his famous grandfather, young Victor Herbert received a musical education in Germany. His quick mastery of the cello made him the delight of the great cellist Bernhard Kossmann, whose sole pupil he was for several years. Before he was 25, young Victor had been first cellist and soloist in many of the concert orchestras of Europe, playing under the direction of such master musicians as Brahms, Liszt, Saint-Saëns, and Delibes. At 27, we find him in the orchestra of the Court Opera in Vienna. One of his duties is to accompany the singers when they practice. In her apartment, the young and beautiful prima donna of the opera company, Fräulein Therese Förster, has just finished rehearsing a Wagnerian solo.
Have I practiced long enough to suit you today, Victor?
Yes, Teresa. I think that will be enough.
Nothing but the best satisfies you, does it?
Nothing but the best, Liebchen. That is why I hope someday you will marry me.
Oh, I have told you, Victor, dear, that I would marry you any time you say. I would be proud to tell all of Germany that I am engaged to that handsome young cellist at whom all the ladies make sheep's eyes.
Oh.
But you haven't even let me announce our engagement.
Later, Teresa. As yet, I am only a poor cellist. And you are one of the great singers at the Court Opera.
Poor cellist, indeed. You know you're a great soloist and a fine composer. You've often told me how Max Seifert said you learned as much about composition in 3 months as other pupils took 6 years to master. Oh, you're really a great man, Victor.
Someday, dear. Someday I'll write an opera that will make you proud.
Come in?
Yeah, Frank Damrosch, Fräulein.
I was expecting him. Ask him to come in, please.
Ja, Fräulein.
Herr Damrosch? Is he not from America?
Yes, Victor. From the Metropolitan Opera House in New York. They have asked me to become a member of the company.
You go to America?
They want me to go, Victor. But I think I will stay here, in Vienna.
But, Teresa, you...
Herr Damrosch, Fräulein Förster.
Herr Damrosch, I'm glad to see you. This is Herr Victor Herbert, first cellist of the opera company. He often comes to coach me.
Herr Herbert, I have heard you and admired your playing. Thank you, sir. Well, Fräulein Förster, have you decided?
Yes, mein Herr. I have decided.
Good. You go to America.
No, Herr Damrosch. I think not.
But, Fräulein Förster, do you realize what a magnificent opportunity this is? The first German opera season at the Metropolitan Opera House in New York. And the salary, Much more than you would ever receive here. Not many young prima donnas would refuse an offer like this.
You see, I am not thinking of fame and fortune. I am thinking of leaving my fiancé.
But, Teresa, this means much to you. I have heard of this opera season Herr Damrosch speaks of. You would have a chance to work with his father, the great Leopold Damrosch. And you would work with Richard Wagner's friend Anton Seidel.
You are familiar with the plans, I see, Herr Herbert. Can't you persuade Fräulein first?
I would go only on one condition. That you engage my future husband, too.
But who is he, Fräulein? Some singer? Some...
Oh, I thought you knew. I am engaged to be married to Herr Herbert.
Oh, that is different. We shall find a place for Herr Herbert, too. My father would be glad to have such a fine first cellist in his orchestra. I shall make all arrangements. And may I congratulate you both. My felicitations.
Thank you. What are you thinking of, Victor?
America. My grandfather told me so much about it. I wonder if they'll like me there.
So in 1886, Victor Herbert and his bride came to New York, and it was not long before he became an American citizen, for he was sure America would always be his home. He became assistant conductor to Anton Seidel, who encouraged him in his conducting and his composition. But it was in the spring of 1894 that the turning point of his life came. He met William McDonald, head of the famous comic opera company, the Bostonians. Their friendship grew, and one day in New York, McDonald is talking with Herbert.
I don't know how to broach the subject to you, Victor. You know, we've been playing Robin Hood some time now. Can't last forever. We have to have a new operetta for next season, and, well, I think you're just the man to help us.
Oh, but Will, I don't know any comic opera composers to recommend. Jacobin has been so successful for you with Robin Hood. Why not get him to write another?
No, just a moment. I wasn't asking you to recommend a composer, Victor. I was asking you to do the work yourself.
You're asking me to write a score for a comic opera?
Well, I don't think you'd find it beneath your dignity. I think you'd be an ideal choice. You're a master of melody. You're a fine musician. And the Bostonians aren't looking for anything cheap and tawdry. You've nothing against comic opera, have you?
No. No, I'd like to try my hand at light opera. My mind is full of melodies that wouldn't belong anywhere else. Wait a minute. I can't play the piano very well, but something like this. Melody, filled with the thought of love and romance.
Victor Herbert's first operetta, Prince Ananias, was not the success that the Bostonians expected. But from that moment, Herbert was in demand as a composer of comic operas. In quick succession followed The Wizard of the Nile, The Idol's Eye, and The Serenade, which later was one of the Bostonians' greatest successes. While writing these scores, Herbert also became leader of the famous 22nd Regiment Band, a successor to Patrick Gilmore. Possibly his most popular song of this period was in The Fortune Teller, an operetta written for the lovely soprano Alice Nielsen. Herbert's success enabled him to send for his mother, and we find him seated beside her in the theater as Eugene Coles, the basso of the Fortune Teller Company, is singing Slumber On, My Little Gypsy Sweetheart.
Well, Mother, are you sorry you let me take up music, huh?
Oh, Victor, if you only knew how proud I am of you, and how proud your grandfather would be. Listen. Doesn't that song about the little gypsy sweetheart make you think of the old gypsy prophecy when you were born? That someday you'd be the greatest musician of your country.
But America is my country now, Mother.
Well, maybe the old gypsy meant America all the time.
I've often thought about Ireland, Mother, and going back there. And yet, I seem to belong to America. But someday, perhaps, I'll be able to write an Irish opera that Grandfather would approve of. I've two great ambitions. To write an opera for the Metropolitan and an operetta about Ireland.
In 1898, Victor Herbert was appointed conductor of the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra, and immediately there was a protest from one of the prominent musical magazines of New York. Herbert was even accused of plagiarism in his writing. His musical honesty attacked, Herbert sued the magazine and its editor for libel, and with his many musical friends appearing as witnesses, he won the verdict. By this time, he was a fixture in his profession. Such operettas followed as The Singing Girl, The Amir, The Viceroy, Babette, and The Babes in Toyland, remembered always for its famous March of the Toys. Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, moves on. It is the year 1905. Victor Herbert has written an operetta for Fritzi Scheff, Mademoiselle Modiste. On the stage at rehearsal are gathered Charles B. Dillingham, the producer, Henry Blossom, the librettist, and Herbert himself. They are discussing one of Miss Scheff's solos.
Charming, of course, Victor, but I don't think it's one of your best. What do you think, Henry?
Well, I think we're making too much fuss about the music of this song, C.B. It's supposed to tell a story, you know.
Yes, I know that. The heroine is explaining what she'd like to do on the stage. First, she'd play a simple, light-hearted girl, then a prima donna, then a romantic part.
You haven't objected to the gavotte in the first part, or the polonaise in the second part, and yet you don't like the waltz.
Is it important enough?
Well, I think we can make it do, C.B. The words I've written are just banal enough to point up the idea. Sweet summer breeze, whispering trees.
That tune came to me so spontaneously, I woke up in the middle of the night and wrote it down. I think the public will like it. Listen to it again.
After all, we aren't the ones who'll make the final decision. It'll be the public.
And the public did decide. Kiss Me Again was Victor Herbert's bestseller. His fame was assured. Other operettas that brought him success were It Happened at Nordland, The Red Mill, The Prima Donna, The Rose of Algeria, Naughty Marietta, and The Enchantress. And then, in February 1911, one of his great ambitions was to be fulfilled. The scene is the Philadelphia Opera House, and we find Victor Herbert with Andreas Dippel, director of the Chicago Opera Company, and Joseph Redding, author.
Well, Victor, Natoma is going on at last.
Yes, it's been a long pull, Joe. Hammerstein wouldn't have our opera for his Manhattan Opera House. The Metropolitan turned it down. If it hadn't been for our good friend Dipple here, we'd still be looking for a producer.
Well, maybe so many refusals will bring you luck. We've been fortunate so far. We have Mary Garden and John McCormick for the principal roles.
And Joe's libretto is colorful and dramatic.
No, my book's the only thing I'm afraid of. But then Victor has the reputation of making his music succeed in spite of a bad book. It's the music that counts in grand opera.
Well, when you gentlemen finish complimenting each other, may I say that as the producer, I predict a first-night triumph for us all. And now, if Miss Garden doesn't mind, we'll do the dagger dance once more for good measure. I'll tell Mr. Campanini. Excuse me.
How do you feel, Victor, having someone else conduct your first grand opera?
I think it's just as well. I'm afraid conducting one's own grand opera would be a trifle nerve-wracking, huh? There's no better conductor than Campanini. If he'll just watch that cello player.
Natoma was a success at its opening, and Dipple soon brought it to the Metropolitan Opera House in New York, thus fulfilling one of Herbert's greatest ambitions. After Natoma came more musical comedies. The Lady of the Slipper, The Madcap Duchess, Sweethearts, Angel Face, Princess Pat, and The Only Girl. It is February 1st, 1917. Herbert is in his New York home, talking with Mrs. Herbert, when outside in the street, they hear the sound of music.
Listen, Victor. That is no ordinary street band.
That isn't a band at all. It's an orchestra. I hear the strings. Yeah. It's a good orchestra, too.
Yeah. And they're playing your opera, The Only Girl.
Open the window, dear. We'll be able to hear it better.
Yes, my dear. Victor, come, look.
Yes? What is it?
Your whole orchestra.
Why, so it is. What are they doing here?
I know. It's your birthday, and they've come to serenade you, like your orchestra in Pittsburgh used to. See, now they see.
Yeah. Come in, boys. Don't stand out there in the cold. Come in. Someone open the door for them. Get some refreshment. Someone will open the door for you in a minute, boys. That's what I call a wonderful surprise.
It means they love you, Victor.
Good boys, all of them. I'm pretty severe with them, but they know I'm fond of them.
I hope they can all get inside.
We'll get them all in. Just see that they have plenty of refreshments.
I will. Just listen to that chatter.
Nobody of men in the whole world can talk as much or as loud as an orchestra. I'll go downstairs and join them.
Here he is! Here he is! Happy birthday to the maestro! Happy return of the day!
Gentlemen, you know I write music better than I speak. This is a beautiful thought of yours. I am 58 today. Yes. That's what the calendar says.
I don't believe it.
And in all my life, I've never had a more touching tribute. And I want to tell you, boys, I appreciate it. I am an American, and I hope a good one. But I think there's enough Irish left in me
Not to be ashamed of the tears I can't keep out of my eyes. Mrs. Herbert is scaring up some refreshments for you all. You know, you should have tipped her off. You were planning a surprise like this. And while she's getting them, I want to ask you if you won't play something for me.
Of course we will. What will it be?
I leave it to you, but something popular. Personally, I feel that anything that isn't popular isn't of great benefit to the world.
You've proved that, Mr. Herbert, by your tune.
Hey, boys, how about playing something from Mr. Herbert's new opera, Eileen?
Yes, that's a good idea. Oh, will you lead us, Mr. Herbert?
Better still, boys. I will play with you.
Would you like my cello, Mr. Herbert?
No. Keep yours, my boy. I'll use my own. You keep with me now.
Yes, sure.
All right, we will.
Are you all ready now? All right, let's go.
The refreshments will be ready in a few minutes.
All right, Liebchen. We'll be busy with the music for a time. Oh, just think. Another of my ambitions realized. I've written an Irish opera, and my friends come to praise it. Just as Grandfather Lover's friends came to praise his songs. I hope the dear old man can look down from above and feel the good start he gave me wasn't in vain.
Has been said, he never wrote a vulgar note. During his later years, with the coming of jazz, he feared that his popularity would fade. But he adapted himself to the new style, and his suite of 3 serenades is one of the finest compositions of modern harmonies. Today, Victor Herbert's music is among the best loved of any that is heard on the radio. And his place as a master of melody is secure in the cavalcade of America. DuPont hopes that you have enjoyed the story and the music of Victor Herbert as much as we have enjoyed presenting them. The other day, a listener wrote to DuPont and said, I used to think that chemistry had to do only with manufacturing, but after hearing your radio program, I now understand how it has helped me in my own home. Well, here's another example. The story of some remarkable new products of chemical research that probably will revolutionize laundering, dishwashing, and similar household work. They are cleaning agents of a soap-like character called detergents. Soap is a detergent. But these new products are often referred to as soapless soap. They produce a beautiful lather, but they do not contain any of the fats used in ordinary soap. Their chemical composition is entirely different. In hard water, ordinary soap makes a sort of scum. That's what causes the ring around the bathtub, which, as nearly everyone knows, is no fun to scrub off. But these new soapless soaps work in the hardest water, even in seawater. Anyone who has ever had to wash dishes knows that glasses ordinarily are washed first. In spite of that precaution, however, the glasses, when they come out of the water, are usually covered with a dingy film that has to be rubbed off with a dish towel. This film is mostly lime and comes from the hard water. But when these new detergents are used for dishwashing, this dull film is removed completely. Glasses may even be washed last and still come out sparkling. They don't need a bit of polishing when washed in the new soapless soap. These detergents are also important to many industries, such as textile mills, leather goods factories, paper mills, and metal plants, wherever cleaning has to be done in preparing products for the market. DuPont supplies them only to industries, but another manufacturer is packaging these new detergents in household form. One called Dreft, D-R-E-F-T, is recommended particularly for cleansing silks, woolens, and fine fabrics because it cleanses thoroughly, yet is mild and harmless to all washable colors. Another, called Drene, D-R-E-N-E, is in liquid form and is made especially to give billowy suds as a shampoo. This product will appeal to women who have had to cope with sticky, hard water in washing their hair. Drene solves that problem completely, leaves the hair soft and with a beautiful luster. These new detergents, which have only recently been placed on the market, are one more illustration of the DuPont phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Beginning next week at this same time, DuPont will present the first of a special summer series, The Cavalcade of America in Music. These programs will trace the origin and development of orchestral and band music in America. They will contain short dramatic episodes and examples of popular concert music. For the first group of these summer programs, DuPont is pleased to announce America's foremost bandmaster, Arthur Pryor, and his band. Remember the time, 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, next Wednesday evening. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Good evening, creep. Tonight, your Mystery Playhouse presents Inner Sanctum.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host inviting you in through the squeaking door. I just left a friend of mine. He runs an all-night billiard academy near the cemetery. Yes, after midnight, he uncovers the ghoul tables. But no rough stuff in his place. No, he settles all arguments by arbitration. Simply lifts a shroud and points out they haven't a leg to stand on. Believes the old motto that a fiend in need is a fiend indeed. Now, dust off the edge of your chair, because that's where you'll be sitting for the rest of this half hour, and listen to Murder Comes at Midnight. This is the story of how one average family, even as yours and mine, spent a quiet night at their rented country house. A night of terror. As I said, the Cannings were just an average family. Harry was 29 and worked as a sound engineer for a broadcasting studio in the city. Ethel was 27 and had been a school teacher before she was married. Now she was kept pretty busy between writing the great American novel and taking care of Judy, her 7-year-old daughter. This was the first year they had rented a house in the country for the summer, and Ethel didn't take much to the idea of being alone either.
At first, I didn't know what it was that woke me. Perhaps it was because I was expecting Harry. He phoned that he was working overtime. He wouldn't be home till after midnight. I didn't like the idea of his driving 60 miles from this city at that hour. Or maybe it was just because I wasn't used to being alone with Judy in the old house. I got out of bed. I opened the connecting door to Judy's room. She was sleeping quietly. I closed the door softly, went across to my window. Something had awakened me. What? Was it a sound I heard in my sleep? Or was it a premonition? I looked out the window. The night was dark with 1,000 secrets. Harry should have been home by this time. My watch showed a few minutes after 12. Maybe he'd had an accident. Maybe that's why I awakened. Some sort of telepathy. And then I saw the headlight. It was Harry. He was turning in our road. The headlight phased me for a moment as he swung into our driveway. Everything was all right then. I'll be right down, Harry. Breathlessly, I raced downstairs to let him in. I was so happy I could cry. It was only then I realized what tension I'd been under, all because of my silly fears. I unlocked the door quickly. Oh, Harry, I was so worried.
Sorry to bother you so late, miss. Had an accident with my car.
Oh, I thought you were my husband.
Oh, sorry to disappoint you.
Oh, no, I'm afraid you can't come in. My husband isn't home yet.
Well, it won't be for long. Oh,
my heavens, you're hurt. It's your arm.
Hurt in the accident. Afraid it's broken.
Oh, you poor man. Here, sit down. Sit down right here.
Oh, that's better.
Yes. Your arm's so limp. Do you really think it's broken?
I can't tell. It's kind of numb.
Oh, dear, I feel so helpless. I don't know what to do. I took a first aid course during the war, but I don't remember a thing. Maybe I better call Dr. Schultz.
Oh, please, don't go to the trouble.
It's no trouble. The phone's right here.
I said no, doctor.
But it's all
Put
right.
down that phone, please.
I don't understand.
Maybe you understand this.
A gun?
Put the phone down.
Who are you?
I'll ask the questions from now on. Your name's Canning, isn't it?
How did you know?
Name's on the door, isn't it?
Oh.
What kind of phone is that?
What do you mean?
Party line?
No, it's a private wire.
Can you dial, or do you have to ask the operator for the number?
No, you just dial.
Good. Push the phone over here to the side of the table.
Who were you going to call?
The phone, please.
You better get out of here before my husband comes home.
Oh, how do you think he'd make out in an argument with this?
Oh.
The phone. Thank you. Now step back a little. That's good. I have to put this gun down while I make my call. It's arm of mine. But you understand that I can pick it up faster than you could reach it from there, don't you?
Yes, I understand.
I see we'll get along all right. Oh, operator, get me Plaza 99970. Yeah, I'm hurry, please. Well, this is 864.
Please, after your phone call, you get out. Before my husband comes home. He's late already.
You wouldn't turn an injured man out of your house in the middle of the night. Oh, hello, Linda. That's right. I had a little trouble. I hurt my arm. Look, I think you'd better come up here. Yeah, and bring Fred and Doc Stetson along. No. Everything's fine. Won't be any trouble. I'm a guest of some very good friends up here. Canning's the name. Or you drive up Highway 26 through Accord and turn right when you pass the first gas station. It's just a mile from there. You ought to be here by 6 in the morning. There'll be a light in the downstairs window. Right, Linda. See you in the morning.
You can't stay here all night. You've got to go.
Shut up. What's that over there? Radio?
Yes.
Pretty big.
It's a sending and receiving set. Harry built it himself. He's a radio engineer.
Can you get shortwave police calls?
Yes.
Turn it on.
But I don't...
Turn it on.
No.
Well, getting brave, huh?
I don't think you'd dare to shoot me. It would be murder. They'd send you to the chair. Now you get out of here. You call your friends and tell them to meet you someplace else. There, I've opened the door. Now get out.
Worried about your husband, aren't you? Afraid of what'll happen to him if he comes home now, huh?
I want you to go away. And if you don't go now, I'll run out and scream for help. There are other houses in this neighborhood, and somebody will hear me.
Oh, go ahead and run.
What?
I won't shoot you.
You won't?
I don't have to.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't dare to run out and leave your kid upstairs. That little red-headed kid with the cute curls. Judy.
How do you know I have a daughter?
Easy. The doll carriage over there.
How do you know she has red curls?
Maybe I guessed it.
And her name, too?
Turn on that radio.
All right.
Junction is on
All cars must be searched, every passenger positively identified. Officers are warned to exercise extreme caution. Though believed to be wounded, he's armed and dangerous. I will repeat, Arnie Bishop, known as the Gentleman Killer, escaped from custody on board the Allegheny Limited at 11 o'clock while being escorted to the death house at the state prison. He's thought to be heading north in the direction
Turn
of
it
the
off.
port.
Now you know who I am.
Arnie Bishop. You're Arnie Bishop.
How many rooms in this house?
6.
Fine. My friends and I will stay here for a few days. It'll make a fine hideout.
What will you do when my husband comes home?
Don't worry about him. Now, suppose we go in the kitchen, then you can make me something to eat.
Wait.
Huh?
Why did you choose this house to come to? This house of all others.
Can't you guess?
Yes, I think so. How did you know Judy's name? And about the color of her hair?
Ah, you're getting warm.
My husband, Harry. Harry told me.
Ah, you know you're pretty smart.
Oh, please, don't you have any pity at all? Tell me what you did to Harry.
He's not hurt much. I just tapped him on the head. He picked me up on the road, gave me a lift. I pumped him, found out all about this house and about you and Judy. Then I knocked him out and kept going. It was pretty tough driving with one hand, but I made it.
Where's Harry now?
In the back of the car. He can't get loose.
I'm going out to...
Stay where you are.
But Harry's hurt. I can't leave him out there alone.
About this little red-headed kid of yours, where does she sleep? Upstairs?
You wouldn't hurt her.
Better stay here if you want to make sure.
Oh, no.
That's better. Now, suppose we have something to eat.
Now let's return to the little white shingled house on the hill, where Ethel Canning is entertaining her uninvited guest, Arnie Bishop. You know, he's a pretty courageous guy for an ex-convict. But then maybe he has the courage of his convictions. But Arnie isn't so smart, you know, tangling with a red-headed gal. He ought to recall that old ditty. How's it go? Beware of a girl with deep red hair. A man is safer in the electric chair. But who can tell how a tale will end on Inner Sanctum? Let's join them in the kitchen.
Oh, excellent bacon and eggs. I'm sure my friends will like cooking when they come.
More coffee?
Yes, please. Careful.
Oh, I was only reaching for the coffee cup.
I thought you might have ideas about grabbing this.
There's your coffee.
What time is it?
20 after 2?
3.5 hours to go before my friends get here.
How will they get through the roadblock?
Oh, you leave it to them.
Oh.
What's that?
That's the telephone. It's in the living room.
You better get to it. Oh, you don't let go of that gun.
Oh.
You shouldn't have tried that.
What are you going to do?
Answer that telephone first. Get going.
Yes.
Anybody in the habit of calling you at this hour?
No.
All right, answer it. But be careful what you say.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Canning. Oh. It's for you.
All right. Lay the receiver down on the table and walk away. That's far enough. Don't try anything. Hello? Linda? What, did you get started yet? Oh, where are you? What? Roadblock. Well, you've got to get through. I need Doc Stetson. You've got to make it, Linda. I can't stay awake forever. All right. Do your best. Call me back later. Oh.
What's the matter, Mr. Bishop? Are your friends falling down on you?
Shut up. I've got to think.
Oh, you don't have anything to worry about, Mr. Bishop? Aren't you a guest of the Cannings in the little white shingled house a mile off Highway 26 north of Accord?
Oh, you can be sarcastic, too.
Oh, I wouldn't dare be sarcastic to you, Mr. Bishop. Especially when you have that gun. And with my husband unconscious in the car, and you threatening to harm my child, oh, no. No, you still hold all the cards, Mr. Bishop, and you're such a big, strong, brave man.
What are you trying to do? Get me mad enough to kill you?
Aren't you going to kill me anyway?
What makes you think that?
Because you're a killer by instinct, Mr. Bishop. It's easier for you to kill than to do anything else. I wonder why you didn't murder my husband instead of just knocking him out. Was it because you thought you might need him?
Well, you're not afraid of me anymore.
No, I'm not. No, I just realized I can't afford to be afraid.
What?
I'm a woman fighting for her family, for Harry and Judy. And I've got to use all my wits against you. I can't afford to be afraid.
You've got some scheme in that crazy little brain of yours.
Yes, Mr. Bishop, I have. I think I found the chink in your armor. You're a coward.
Me?
Yes, you. You're the one who's afraid now. Your friends aren't coming. You have a wound in your arm that needs treatment, and you know you can't trust me. You don't dare close your eyes even for 5 minutes. And you may have to stay here for several days. How do you like the prospect of staying awake night and day, watching me every minute of the time, afraid that you might drop off to sleep at any minute?
Oh, that's how you figure it, huh?
Maybe you better kill us all right now, Mr. Bishop. That would be easy, wouldn't it? Just 3 bullets. Then you wouldn't have to worry about watching anyone.
That's an excellent idea, Mrs. Canning.
Yes. But then you'd have other worse things to worry about.
Such as?
This is Saturday morning. The milkman will come to collect for the week's milk. The neighbors will stop by to ask if I want my marketing done. And what will you do? Skulk in the cellar while they ring the doorbell?
Yeah.
And then there's the police.
What about the police?
They'll surely search this part of the country. They'll be making inquiries at all the houses. Do you want them to find the car outside? With Harry in it?
Oh. You figured all the angles, huh? You know, you're pretty smart, Mrs. Canning. I think you're even smarter than Linda. But you forget one thing.
Yes?
You forget that little girl upstairs.
What do you mean?
Come along and I'll show you. Upstairs.
You stay away from Judy. Oh!
Maybe you think you've got everything figured out, but I'm still the boss. Gun muscle hurts, doesn't it? Now, shall we go upstairs? That's better. So you think Arnie Bishop is licked, huh? Mm-hmm. Which is Judy's room?
What are you going to do to her?
Which is Judy's room? Or you're going to make me open all the doors to find out?
That one.
All right, let's go in. So you first, Mrs. Canning.
I warn you, if you hurt
You first, Mrs. Canning.
Please don't wake her.
Ah, very pretty child. How peaceful she looks. And innocent. You know, childhood's the best time of life. It's almost a pity to grow up out of it.
You couldn't hurt her.
Oh, I assure you, Mrs. Canning, I won't lay a hand on her. Oh, no, not on a beautiful child like that.
No.
But, I've got to protect myself. Let's see. That's the connecting door to your room, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a key in the door. Lock it, please. Now give me the key. Thank you. Now we'll go out the way we came in. I'll take the key out of this door, too. Thanks. You first. Now we'll lock this door on the outside. There you are. Everything's set.
You just want to make sure she doesn't get out?
Yeah, something like that.
Huh?
Now, will you pull the mattress and sheets off your bed and bring them out here, please?
Are you going to sleep in front of her door?
Do as I say.
All right.
I'll help you.
I don't understand. Why do you want to sleep out here?
Norm. Everything just the way I want it. The mattress against Judy's door.
But you can't sleep on it that way, half up against the door.
I didn't say I was going to sleep on it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Mrs. Canning, we'll see if you can figure out how to beat this angle.
What do you mean?
What would happen if I were to put a match to this mattress and bedding?
Oh, no!
This whole floor would be in flames in 5 minutes. With both doors locked. Judy wouldn't have much of a chance, would she?
Oh,
Still think Arnie Bishop is licked, Mrs. Canning?
no.
You're right about one thing, Mrs. Canning. I am in a corner. With this bum arm, I've got no chance of running if the police come. So if they do, and if I'm cornered, I'll set a match to this mattress and fight them off till the whole house is just a bunch of rubble with Judy in it. You understand me thoroughly, Mrs. Canning.
Yes.
So it's up to you to see that the police don't come. You're going to lie for me, Mrs. Canning, and you're going to cheat for me, and you're going to kill for me if necessary, because I always have a match ready. Now, do you still feel like trying any tricks?
I'll do whatever you say.
More like it. Now, the first thing you're to do, go downstairs and run that car into the garage. Get it out of the way. But don't touch your husband. Don't even look in the back of the car. I'll be watching, understand?
Yes.
Glad we understand each other at last. Let's go. I'll be standing right here in the driveway, so don't try any tricks.
I won't.
Remember, I'm watching.
Harry. Harry, dear, can you hear me? Harry? Harry? Oh, he's still unconscious. There's blood on his head.
Mrs. Canning.
Yes, I'm coming.
You did take a look at him, didn't you?
No.
All right.
No.
All right, come inside. Beautiful night, isn't it?
It'll be morning soon.
What time is it?
Almost 6. The milkman should be here soon.
Oh? Well, here's where you start lying for me. After you, madam. Now, I'm going to sit right here in this chair with my hand in my pocket. And in my hand's the gun. Understand?
Yes. That's the milkman.
You'll tell him I'm your cousin, just visiting here for a few days.
He'll wonder why you're up so early.
Let him wonder. Go on, answer.
Good morning, Mrs. Canning. I'm the new milkman on the route. Hope I didn't wake you up.
Come in, please.
Has 2 bottles of milk you wanted this morning and a bottle of cream.
Yes, you can put them on the table.
All right.
Oh, this is my cousin. He's visiting us for a few days.
Oh, how are you?
Hello?
Do you have my bill?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket. Here.
Hey,
That's right, Bishop. It's a gun. Sit still and take your hand out of your pocket very carefully.
Okay. You win. But how come a milkman with a gun?
I borrowed this coat from the regular milkman. I'm Sergeant Wright, State Police.
What?
Kevin.
State Police? How did you know I was here?
Mrs. Canning told us.
She? Well, how? I didn't let her out of my sight.
She broadcast it to us.
Broadcast?
Yes. Over this set, Mr. Bishop. Remember the speech I made you? You didn't know what had come over me. I was really talking to the state police over the short wave. Don't you remember I told you that this was a sending and receiving set, that my husband built it? And when I turned off the short wave signals, I turned the switch to sending. And then I just hoped my message would get through.
I didn't think you were smart enough. And I thought I had you scared stiff. You look like the kind who would scare easy.
Oh, I am, Mr. Bishop, I am. But I warned you. This was a time when I couldn't afford to be scared.
Which all goes to prove that a determined man can always get what he goes after. You remember Bishop tried to get free board and lodging from Ethel Canning. He finally got it, all right, but not exactly where he wanted it. You know, as a matter of fact, Bishop was the type of man who should never have gone in for murder. Oh, too many risks. He should have specialized in arson. That's always a surefire undertaking.
That was your host, Raymond Edward Johnson, closing the door on Inner Sanctum, tonight's performance from the Mystery Playhouse. It's late, Creep, so good night. Sleep tight.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
No, I don't want to die.
John!
Get away!
John!
Get away!
John, wake up!
Huh? Oh. Where is he?
Where's who?
That man.
Oh, you've been having a nightmare, John.
Huh? Oh, good heavens, Clara. It was awful. I dreamed there was a man in this room, and he stood right over me. And he said I was going to die. I was going to be murdered within 48 hours.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you tonight the strange story, Death Comes at Midnight. John Prentice is a manufacturer, a very busy man who needs his rest. But John had a frightful dream. The dream was not brought on by a guilty conscience, but John's life has been above reproach. He loves his wife Clara and their grown daughter Eva. He has done no wrong to any man. Why, then, this awful dream with its prophecy of death? Now, the following evening, the Prentices are planning to attend a lecture, and Dwight Cooper, Eva's fiancé, is going with them. The wife and daughter are in the living room awaiting his arrival.
Oh, there's Dwight now, Mother. I'll go to the door.
Oh, wait a minute, Eva. You'd better make sure who it is before you open the door.
Oh, Mother, you still worrying about that dream Daddy had last night?
Well, I can't help being nervous about it.
Well, of course it's Dwight. We're expecting him, aren't we? I'm going to let him in. Well, enter, my lord.
Hello, darling. How come you're answering the door yourself? Maid's night out?
We haven't got a maid. She went to work in a war plant.
Well, good for her.
We're going to do without a maid for the duration.
That's the spirit. Good evening, Miss Prentice.
Good evening, Dwight.
Now, you see, Mother, it wasn't a big bad wolf after all.
Not this time. But we'd better be careful, Eva.
Well, what's this about a big bad wolf?
Seems that Mother believes in dreams, Dwight. And last night Dad had one that was really a honey.
Oh, I don't believe in dreams.
Oh, Daddy.
Yeah?
Dwight's here, so hurry up.
I'll be there in just a minute.
Talk about a woman taking her time dressing.
Well, what about this dream?
You tell him, Mother.
Well, I don't believe that all dreams have a meaning. But this one John had was a prophecy, and I'm concerned about it.
Yes?
He kept hearing a man's voice telling him over and over that he was going to be murdered within 48 hours.
Murdered?
Can you imagine such a thing?
Oh, well, I wouldn't be alarmed, Mrs. Prentice. According to psychologists, a dream has no possible relation to the future. They say a dream comes from experiences of the past that have been registered in the subconscious mind.
Well, if John's been murdered in the past, I haven't heard about it.
Oh, now, wait. I didn't mean it quite as literally as all that.
Well, Mother's been counting the hours, Dwight. Let's see, the dream came at midnight last night. That means Dad's hour of doom is midnight tomorrow, if he isn't murdered sooner.
Maybe we'd better not risk taking him to the lecture.
Oh, I wish you two wouldn't joke about it. I don't think it's any joking matter.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello? Mr. Prentice there?
He's busy right now. Could I take a message?
Yeah. Tell him he better come to the phone, whether he's busy or not, if he wants to save his life.
What?
This is a matter of life and death.
Oh, well, hold the line a minute. Of all the amazing things, there's a man on the phone who sounds like a gangster. He wants to talk to Daddy about saving Daddy's life. His life?
Maybe I'd better talk to him.
Oh, no. No, get John on the phone. Call him, Eva.
Oh, Daddy, you want it on the phone. It's important.
All right, I'm coming.
Oh, don't tell me that dream didn't mean anything.
Now, Mother, don't get excited.
Well, just what did this fellow say?
Well, Oh, here's Daddy.
Yeah, hello, Dwight.
Good evening, Miss Prentice.
Daddy, wait. I don't know who that man is, but he's terribly hard-boiled, and he said I'd better get you to the phone if you want to save your life.
What's this?
Oh, John,
I'll see what it's all about. Hello? Mr. Prentice? Yes? You don't know me, but you better pay attention to what I'm telling you, see? A certain man here in town, a wealthy guy, has offered me a nice piece of dough to put you out of the way.
What?
But I want to be reasonable, see? So I'll consider... Hey, are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Well, if you want to hike the ante a little bit, say to $3,000, I'll call off my deal with this guy. What's more, I'll give you his name.
I see.
Now, $3,000's a small matter to you, so...
Wait a minute. Suppose you come here to the house and we'll talk it over.
And do I sound like a chump? You're coming to see me, and you're bringing the dough.
Oh, no, I'm not. You think I'm going to walk into a trap?
You mean you're turning down my proposition?
I certainly am.
All right, mister. You asked for it. You'll be a goner by midnight tomorrow.
All right? So listen. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Midnight tomorrow. Now, not only in a dream, but in actual fact, John has been told that he will not live beyond that hour. John phones the police, and a few minutes later, Captain Arnold arrives at the house.
Mr. Prentice, can you think of anyone who'd like to have you put out of the way for any reason at all?
No. No, Captain, I really can't.
Now, you've been in business a good many years. How about your business rivals?
Well, of course, I've made a certain amount of enemies, of course, but I don't think any of them would go so far as to hire somebody to kill me.
You never can tell. Suppose you name some of your enemies.
Oh, no, I'm afraid, Captain, I couldn't do that.
Well, see here, why not?
Well, frankly, because I might be causing an innocent person a lot of embarrassment.
Oh, well, what of it? We've got to get to the bottom of this some way. Have you had a quarrel with anyone recently?
No, I haven't.
Think carefully now.
Well, yes, come to think of it, I did have a rather heated argument with a man the other day in my office. Oh, but I'm sure...
Well, then, who was he?
I'd rather not say.
Was he a wealthy man?
Yes.
Then tell me his name.
Oh, no, Captain, I'd rather not. You'd go to his house and question him, and I don't want...
How can the police help you if you won't help yourself?
Well, this is none of my business, Mr. Prentice, but if I were you...
No, Dwight, there's no use arguing. Got my own ideas on the subject.
Well, that's that, I guess. We'll have to conduct our investigation without your help, Mr. Prentice.
Oh, by the way, Captain, I'd feel a lot safer if you'd send an officer out to watch the house tonight.
Well, I brought a man with me. He's out in the car. I'll leave him here.
Oh, that'll be fine.
I'll leave the car, too, in case he needs it. Well, we'll do what we can, Mr. Prentice. Let us know the developments.
Oh, of course, and I want to thank you, Captain.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Captain.
So John is unwilling to give the name of the man with whom he quarreled. Is it really because he's concerned about the possible embarrassment of an innocent person? Tonight, the house will be well guarded, and as an added protection, Dwight has agreed to stay in the Prentice home. John, feeling quite safe, has gone to bed and fallen into a sound sleep. Then, at exactly midnight...
Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die.
John.
No, don't throw me off the bridge. No.
Wake up, John.
No.
Wake up, John.
What?
John, you're in your room. Nothing's happening to you.
Oh.
You've been shouting your head off.
Mother, what is it?
Your father's had another nightmare.
I thought that was it.
Yes, Evelyn. It was terrible.
What kind of a dream was it? Like the other one?
Oh, it was worse. Now I know how I'm going to die and when.
Oh, you're not going to die.
I'm afraid of.
What did you dream, John?
He took me in a car to the old river bridge on Tower Street.
Who took you?
I don't know. I never saw him before. He tied my hands behind me with a rope, and when we got to the bridge, he dragged me out of the car and threw me into the river.
Oh, my heavens.
Now, Mother.
Just as we came to the bridge, I saw an illuminated clock. The hands were pointing to 12. That's when I'm going to die.
Oh, Daddy.
What time is it now?
Well, it's after 12.
Oh. Then it's tomorrow at midnight, just like that man said.
Daddy, don't talk like that. This dream doesn't mean anything.
What about my other dream? It meant something.
No, it didn't. That phone call didn't have a thing to do with your dream. It was just a coincidence. Things will look different to you in the morning.
Eva.
Yes?
Would you mind sending Dwight in here?
But he's asleep, Daddy.
I know, but please send him in. I want to talk to him.
Well, all right.
Sit down, Dwight.
They told me about the dream, Mr. Prentice, but I wouldn't let it bother me if I were you.
I can't help being bothered. The dream was so vivid, Dwight, and it fits in so perfectly with what's happening in real life.
Yes, I'll admit that's rather strange.
The reason I sent for you, well, if anything should happen to me, I want you to sort of take charge of things for Clara and Eva.
How do you mean?
I've made a will that takes care of my property, but there's my life insurance. It amounts to $100,000, and the money will have to be invested.
I see. Who's the insurance payable to?
Clara, but of course she knows nothing about investments. You advise her, will you, Dwight? I've got faith in your judgment.
Yes. I'll be glad to help in any way I can.
Come to think of it, I owe a payment on that policy right now. But the grace period isn't up for a couple of days yet. I'll make the payment if I'm still alive.
Oh, I have an idea you'll be alive, all right. But as you say, if anything should happen, I'll be glad to advise Mrs. Prentice.
Oh, I knew you would, Dwight. And thanks.
Next morning, John announces that he will stay at home all day. Clara, upset by the events of the night before, remains in her room. But John is feeling much better. He views things differently with the coming of a new day. He will not yield to this feeling of inevitable doom. He will fight the situation.
Hello?
Mr. Prentice?
Oh, it's you again. Dwight, get on that extension in the library.
Just thought I'd call and ask if you've changed your mind.
No, I have not. What's more, I defy you to even lay a hand on me. I'm being protected by the police.
Well, ain't that fine? So you won't come across, huh?
No, I won't.
Look, Prentice, the water in that river's awful cold.
What? What did you say? Hello? Dwight, did you hear that?
What's the matter, Daddy?
Heard every word. Sounded like he meant business.
Something wrong?
That man, he phoned me again. I don't know what to think.
Well, what did he say?
He wanted to know if I changed my mind, and when I told him I hadn't, he told me the water in the river would be awfully cold.
What?
How did he know about my dream? How did he know?
Yeah, it's the most uncanny thing I ever heard of.
What's the answer to all this?
Daddy, he didn't know about your dream. It's just the other way around.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm afraid Mother's right. Your dreams are foretelling the future, Daddy. They're warning you of what's going to happen.
And now John's spirits are crushed again. For if the dream told the truth, then his fate is sealed in spite of anything he can do. Dwight, however, is not ready to give up. He is annoyed with Eva for admitting her belief in the dream.
Darling, for your father's sake, you shouldn't have said what you did, even though you believe it yourself.
Oh, I know, Dwight. Perhaps I shouldn't. I said it before I thought. But there must be something to those dreams.
Yes, I know. You got me guessing. But look, let's try to do something.
Do what?
I've been thinking about this quarrel your father had. He won't tell us the man's name, but maybe we can find out.
How?
Through your father's secretary. The quarrel took place in his office, you know.
Oh, yes. Miss Edwards might know about it.
Well, shall we get down and see her?
But look, let's not tell her what we want the information for. The less we say about this situation, the better.
We'll give her some other reason.
Yes.
Get your coat and hat on, honey. We'll get out of my car.
Miss Edwards, this is Mr. Cooper, my fiancé.
How do you do?
Miss Edwards?
We'd like to ask you a few questions if you can spare us a few moments.
Why, yes, of course.
My father isn't feeling very well today, and that's why he didn't come down. You see, we've learned that he's rather upset about a heated argument he had recently with some wealthy man here at the office.
Argument?
Daddy won't talk about it. He hasn't even mentioned the man's name, but it's quite necessary that we find out all we can about it. If you'll tell us who the man was, we'll treat the matter in confidence.
But, I don't know of any fuss your father had, Miss Prentice. He's quite an even-tempered man.
Yes? Are you sure you don't remember?
Very well. There was an argument. I couldn't hear what was being said. They were in your father's private office, but I did hear your father talking quite angrily with Mr. Reeves.
Who's he?
Milton Reeves. He's been in several big deals with Mr. Prentice.
Oh.
Couldn't you hear anything that was being said?
No, just their loud voices. Mr. Reeves was angry, too, but I really couldn't make out what they said.
No? Well, at any rate, we've got something to go on, Eva.
Yes. I think we'd better have a talk with Mr. Reeves. Thank you, Miss Edwards.
You won't tell Mr. Prentice that I said anything, will you? Or Mr. Reeves either?
Oh, no. You can depend on that.
I'm Dwight Cooper, Mr. Reeves. And this is Miss Prentice.
How do you do, Miss Prentice? John Prentice's daughter, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, what is it, Mr. Cooper? I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm going away on a trip this afternoon.
I'll be very brief. We've heard that you and Mr. Prentice had some sort of a disagreement with each other a few days ago.
Yes? Who told you that?
Mr. Prentice is quite ill, Mr. Reeves, and we think it's a result of that quarrel. If we could find out something about it, we might be able to straighten him out.
Well, John knows all about it.
He won't talk about it, Mr. Reeves.
He won't, eh? Well, John shouldn't let a thing like that get him down. Business is business, you know. He wanted me to renew a loan, and I refused to do it.
So that was it.
In his particular business, well, I don't know what the future will be with all this rationing and priorities.
Had you promised to renew the loan?
Well, as a matter of fact, I had. But I changed my mind, which is my privilege. John wanted me to wait a few days. Said he was trying to borrow some money from the State Mutual. But I didn't think it was good business to wait, so I called the loan.
Oh, I see. I imagine that made him pretty angry.
Did it? You'll pardon me, Miss Prentice, for talking so frankly about your father, but really, I never heard a man get so abusive in my life. Why, he actually threatened me.
Yes?
He acted like a schoolboy. Said he'd get revenge.
Do you think he will get revenge?
Oh, no, I...
Oh, yes. You're afraid of him, aren't you? You'd like to arrange things so he couldn't possibly get revenge, wouldn't you, Mr. Reeves?
Did you threaten him?
Say, what are you getting at?
I think you know what we're getting at.
I do not. Now, see here. I've told you all I'm going to tell you, so now I'll ask you both to leave.
Surely. You've told us quite enough, Mr. Reeves.
Dwight, hadn't we better go to the police station and tell Captain Arnold?
No, darling, not yet. But I'm sure Reeves is the one who's hired that thug to kill your father.
So am I.
He said he was going on a trip. He wants to be out of the way when it happens, so he won't be suspected.
Of course. Then why shouldn't we have him arrested?
I'd like to get more evidence first. I want to find out more about that loan. Who do you think could tell me?
Well, Mr. McAdams ought to be able to tell you. He's the treasurer of Daddy's firm.
All right, I'll go see him. Look, honey, suppose you take a taxi and go on home. See how things are getting along.
Oh, Dwight,
Please, honey, I may have to do some running around. Look, don't tell your father about this.
Oh, no. All right, Dwight. But don't be gone too long.
I won't tell him.
But Dwight has been gone much too long to suit Eva. It is now 11:30 at night. Eva and her mother have become increasingly nervous as the clock ticks off the seconds, bringing the time closer and closer to midnight, John's last moment on Earth.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Dwight, where have you been? We've been worried to death.
Well, one thing led to another. McAdams had gone out in the country, but I finally caught up with him.
Have you told the police about Mr. Reeves?
No, I haven't. Where's Mr. Prentice?
In the library. He's in a terrible state of mind, Dwight. He's got the door locked. He told the policeman to stand outside his window. Listen. Someone at the door. Oh, my heavens. Oh, why didn't that policeman Now, don't stop? get panicky.
I'll see who it is.
Open the wicket.
It's a messenger boy.
It might be a trick.
It looks all right.
Telegram for Mr. Prentice.
All right, I'll take it.
Sign here.
There you are. Here.
Oh, thanks, mister.
I wonder who'd be...
Mrs. Prentice, have I your permission to open this message? For certain reasons, I'd like to see who it's from.
Why, yes, Dwight. Go ahead. What is it, Dwight?
It's important. Very important. I've got to show it to your father right away. Mr. Prentice, open up. It's Dwight. Mr. Prentice.
It's all right, Daddy. Unlock the door. Dwight's got a telegram for you.
Why doesn't he answer? I'll go outside and look through the window. The officer's out there. Come on. Where is that officer, Eva? I don't see him.
I don't know, Dwight. Daddy told him to stay right here by the window.
Eva, look. The window's wide open.
Why?
What's that?
Oh, my heavens. There's the policeman on the ground. Something's happened to him. He's hurt.
Officer! Officer! He's coming around. What happened?
I seen a car drive up in the alley.
Oh.
A light-colored sedan. And just as I started to investigate, somebody slugs me in the back of the head. That's all I remember.
And they've got him. They've got Daddy.
Darling, I'm going after that sedan.
How do you know where it went?
I'll find it. I'll drive to the Tower Street Bridge.
I'm going with you.
No, you stay here, Eva.
And why does Dwight think he'll find the light-colored sedan at the Tower Street Bridge? Is it because Mr. Prentice saw that bridge in his dream? Or is there another reason? A reason known only to Dwight? But Eva can't wait, and so a moment later, another car speeds toward the bridge. The policeman's car. The officer is at the wheel, and Eva and Clara are by his side.
Oh, officer, can't you go faster?
I'm driving as fast as I can, Miss Prentice. Say, I'd better put in a radio call to headquarters and have them send a squad car to the other side of that bridge. No telling what we'll run into there.
There's the bridge right ahead, officer. And there's the clock.
What clock?
The one Daddy saw in his dream. And look, it's midnight.
I don't know nothing about the dream, Miss Prentice. All
I see
know...
a car out on the bridge. You see it?
That's the baby. That's the one I saw at the house.
Where's Dwight's car? Dwight's car isn't there.
He must have got lost. Say, we'd better watch our step. The squad car ain't come to the other end yet.
Oh, hurry, officer.
Now, don't you get out of the car. You stay here. I'll see what's going on.
Yes, but hurry.
All right, Miss Prentice. You and your mother can come here.
Is Daddy there?
There ain't a soul here. The car's deserted.
There'll be two ladies. He's already done it.
Who's done what?
Oh, can't you remember anything I told you about Daddy's dream? I'm talking about that man. He's thrown Daddy in the water.
Oh.
Is there something we can do? Oh, it couldn't have happened very long ago.
If your father's been thrown in the river, Miss Prentice, he's a goner, but now nobody could swim in that current.
Oh, poor Daddy.
What I can't figure out is why the guy left the car here.
Oh, poor John.
Hey, look. There's some rope in the back of the car. And a knife.
He tied Daddy's hands.
Hey, here comes the squad car now. They're coming in from the other end of the bridge.
Oh, officer, who's this car registered to?
Wait a minute. Well, by golly, there's no registration slip in it.
I know who it belongs to. Milton Reeves.
I'll take the number and we'll check on it later.
What's up, Jack?
It looks like there's some dirty work been going on here.
Yeah? Well,
Maybe this guy knows something about it.
Quit shoving me, will you?
Where'd you pick him up?
He was running away from the bridge.
Oh, he was, huh? All right, buddy. What do you know about this sedan?
Not a thing. I wasn't on the bridge.
Now, that's him. That's the man who threatened Daddy over the phone. I can tell by his voice.
Well, now we're getting someplace. All right, you. Give. Where's Mr. Prentice?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You threw him into the river, didn't you?
No.
You're a liar. Come on, talk.
I don't know nothing.
We'll get you to talk at headquarters.
A few minutes later, the river's being dragged for Prentice's body. But what has become of Dwight? He hasn't been seen since he drove away toward the bridge. The two heartbroken women return home to wait for the sad news. They step into the house, and Mrs. Prentice breaks into a sob.
Oh, come, Mother. You must try to get hold of yourself. We must try to be brave.
Oh, I know, dear. I know. What has become of Dwight?
Oh, I don't know what on earth could have happened to him.
Eva, darling.
Dwight, what are you doing there in the library? We thought you'd run out on us.
Well, I haven't been here long.
Oh, Dwight, it's terrible. I never dreamed such a thing was going to happen.
No, just be patient, darling, and I'll tell you everything. I told you I finally saw McAdams.
Yes?
Well, the story about the loan was a lot worse than we thought. I found that Reeves had a grudge against your father. So he planned to ruin him and get everything he had. And he did just that, by refusing to renew and calling the loan. He did it deliberately. He worked in a backhanded manner and wrecked the business. He held the paper on everything your father owned.
Father's broke.
Yes. Reeves broke your father. Absolutely penniless. Reeves has the business, this house, everything. He pulled it so fast that your father hadn't a chance to get on his feet. When I found that out, I suspected the truth, but I wasn't sure till I got to that bridge.
The truth? When you did go to the bridge?
I did. And I got there just in time to prevent the tragedy. I pulled your father into my car by force, turned around on the bridge, and came back here.
What do you say?
He isn't dead.
No, he's here, in the library.
Oh, Kevin.
John.
No, just a minute, please. I'll bring him in. Come in, Miss Prentice.
Oh, Father, thank heaven you're safe.
John, what happened?
I know how you feel, Mr. Prentice, but you'd better tell him.
Yes, Dwight, I will. You see, my dears, I just couldn't bear the thought of my wife and daughter suffering poverty. The only thing I had left was that insurance policy, and it would have lapsed in another day. I had to think fast.
John, you don't
If
mean...
I'd commit suicide while the policy was in effect, you'd get $100,000. But I wanted to spare you the disgrace of a suicide, so I decided to kill myself and make it appear as though I'd been murdered. Then, as I developed the plan, I got an inspiration. Why not hang the murder on Reeves, the man who had deliberately ruined me? That would be my revenge. Well, now you know the whole story. Now you understand the nightmares.
But the telephone call.
I hired the man to make the calls and steal Reeves's car and drive me to the bridge and then give me the motor, as though it had stalled. All so that my murder could be traced directly to Reeves, who really had a motive to kill me.
What motive?
Well, my secretary knew all about it. When I discovered it was Reeves who was back of my failure, I threatened to divulge something I knew about him. He flew into a rage. The secretary heard him, and that was just what I wanted. But I knew I couldn't raise the money quickly enough, and my insurance policy was up tomorrow at noon. Well, that's the story. And it's all a miserable mess.
Yes, John, it's all a very, very sad situation. Oh, but wait a minute. What about that telegram the boy delivered earlier? Where does that fit in? Was that part of your plan, John?
Telegram? What telegram? Let me see it, Dwight. Why, it's from the State Mutual. They've granted the loan I requested.
Yes, John, they've granted the loan. Now you can straighten things out. Now you can get back on your feet again. But think, John, what a sad tale this would have been if you'd followed through with your plan and Dwight hadn't caught you on the bridge at midnight.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's Whistler story was written by Herbert Connor, directed by J. Donald Wilson, and came to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Frederick March and Florence Eldridge in The Outsider with Douglas Montgomery.
Lux presents Hollywood. This program, made possible because of your friendship for our products, tonight brings you Frederick March, Florence Eldridge, Douglas Montgomery, Donald Crisp, and Marcel Corday in the stage and screen success, The Outsider. Also behind the footlights of our theater here on Hollywood Boulevard are two special guests, Miss Ann Dawkins, who tells us how motion pictures are edited, and Milton H. Berry, who, like the central figure of our play, is devoting his life to an amazing treatment for cripples. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. And now, here is our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The banks in recent years have had their ups and downs, but they suffered their severest loss when Frederick March became an actor. A surgeon removed Fred's appendix and his desire for banking at the same time. Up to then, he'd sat behind a desk at the National City Bank of New York. But during his convalescence, he realized that he'd rather be behind the footlights. Even before then, Fred had longings for the theater. Of all the laurels he accumulated at the University of Wisconsin, where he was honor student, manager of the football team, and class president, none meant as much to Fred as the University Vaudeville Cup, which he won for putting on the best variety act. He met and married Florence Eldridge while they were playing together in stock. Then, as tonight, they were co-starred. Lovers of the legitimate theater will be delighted to learn that this fall, Frederick March and Florence Eldridge will leave their Beverly Hills home for a while and return to the New York stage. Mrs. March entrains for the East a week from tonight, and she can blame me for holding her husband here. At the moment, Fred is up to his nautical boot tops, starring for me as Jean Lafitte in The Buccaneer. Tonight, however, he sheathes his cutlass, turns his back on the swamps of Louisiana, and becomes Anton Ragazzi in Dorothy Brandon's melodrama, The Outsider. His lovely wife is heard as Lalage Sturdy. Our all-star supporting cast features Douglas Montgomery as Basil, Donald Crisp as Dr. Sturdy, and Marcel Corday as Madame Clost. Curtain time. Our stars enter. The footlights flash on, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Frederick March and Florence Eldridge in The Outsider. A dimly lighted room in a small house in London. A heavily shaded desk lamp throws deep shadows on the whitewashed walls. Behind the desk sits Anton Ragazzi. He's leaning back in his chair, his eyes closed, waiting. Somewhere, a clock strikes 3. And from the shadows on the other side of the room comes a low moan. A woman lies there, strapped to a table. Fastened to her legs are a series of weights, which slowly but surely are stretching her crippled bones back to normal. The table, like a modern instrument of torture, gleams brightly in the darkened room. She moans again, and Ragazzi comes softly to her side.
Here. What's the matter?
My legs, they hurt tonight. They feel as if they're being torn from my body. Oh.
Stop it. You wish to walk again, do you not?
Yes.
You must bear the pain. You must grit your teeth and clench your hands and say over and over to yourself, I have faith in Anton Ragazzi.
I have faith. I have. But it's been so long now. So many days and weeks.
And months, yes. The rack works slowly. Very slowly. It will soon be over.
How soon?
Tonight, I hope.
Tonight?
Tomorrow morning, Madame Klost, you will take your first step.
I'll walk again.
Quiet. You must rest. Hysterical patients are bad patients. You must take no chances. Hello? Trafalgar 6840, please. Hello? St. Martha's Hospital? I would like to leave a message for Dr. James Sturdy. Tell him his patient, Madame Klost, whom he discharged as a hopeless cripple, has been cured. Tell him the rack, which he said was useless, has straightened her hips so that tomorrow she will be able to walk. Tell him if he will call his staff of physicians together at 10 o'clock, I will be pleased to give a demonstration. This is Anton Ragazzi speaking. No, not Dr. Ragazzi. Just Anton.
Gentlemen, please. Dr. Sturdy, it's my opinion we should recognize this Ragazzi. If he has a machine, a rack as he calls it, that will cure a lateral curvature, I'd like to know about it.
So would I.
You'll have your opportunity, Dr. Ladd. He's coming here at 10. But I may tell you frankly, I shall not be here. I have no faith in this man.
Nor have I. He has no degree. He has no medical background. He's obviously a charlatan.
I believe he has cured cripples. His facts prove it.
Lad, I think you mistake the issue. We are all deeply interested in giving our patients the best treatment possible. But we cannot expose our patients to the risks of a cure which has not been tested and proved by competent physicians and surgeons.
That's not medicine. That's intolerance.
Do you really believe I'm intolerant? Perhaps I ought to tell you why.
That's hardly necessary, Dr. Sturdy.
I'm intolerant because I've learned the mischief that quacks can do in the person of my own daughter, my own child. You know her, some of you?
Oh, yes, of course.
You know that she's beautiful, talented.
Yes.
You also know that from her hips down she is a hopeless and helpless cripple. She wasn't born that way. There was some slight dislocation, but I never knew it. Her mother died when she was born, and I refused to look at my child. I sent her away to some people in the country. Then I left England. The people never wrote. I didn't know until 3 years later that my child still couldn't walk. She crawled, dragging one little foot. They were having her treated by a local bone setter, an unlicensed physician.
That's a terrible thing, Sturdy, a terrible thing.
I think I knew I was a father then for the first time. But before I could reach her, the child's hip had been so twisted and torn that nothing could be done. Nothing ever will be done because of my neglect.
Sturdy, I think we hardly realize she is a cripple.
She has such charm.
Spirit.
And her gift.
Yes, her music. She has her music.
Father, have you quite forgotten me?
Oh, Lally, dear.
Oh, good morning, Miss Sturdy.
How are you today,
May I come in? Or are you saying dreadful things I mustn't hear?
Of course not.
Come in, dear.
May I help?
Thank you, no. I can manage a short walk. How are you, Dr. Ladd? Dr. Tully?
Come and sit down, Larry.
Oh, no, I can't really. I only came to pick up Father. He promised he wouldn't be late because I've got a big rehearsal this morning.
At Albert Hall?
My new song cycle, Moorland Love Song. You know the lyrics?
Basil Owens, aren't they?
Yes.
Yes.
We've been collaborating. He writes beautiful things.
They'll go well to your music.
You conduct yourself.
No, I can't, Dr. Ladd. You see, the thing takes nearly half an hour, and I can't stand that long without my stick. But I think this new conductor they have can give me what I want.
I've heard he's quite good.
But he isn't me. Now, just think how you'd feel if you had to watch another surgeon performing your pet operation.
Yes.
Oh, well, I should be used to it. Come along, darling. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, Miss Sturdy.
Goodbye, Lally.
Goodbye, Miss Sturdy.
You see? You see the way she has to drag herself? I will not meet this man who in his presumptuous ignorance may do to another man's daughter what has been done to mine. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Well, lad.
Sturdy is the finest chief of staff this hospital ever had. It's our duty to stand by him.
Is reception room B, the nurse said?
Yes. I'm nervous, Dr. Ragazzi.
Don't be a fool. You walked this morning, you walk again now. This is it. Good morning.
Oh, come in, Mr. Ragazzi. I'm Dr. Ladd.
Dr. Ladd, how do you do?
This is Dr. Tolley, Dr. Israel, Dr. Mann, Dr. Wycherley, and Dr. Husman.
Good morning. Good morning. And this is my patient, Madame Klost. But, where is the great Dr. Sturdy? I came here to catch the big fish, not the small fry.
Dr. Sturdy has just left.
He will not meet me, eh? Why not?
Mr. Ragazzi, I think we'd better tell you in confidence. He's had a very painful tragedy in his family. His only daughter is a cripple.
He cannot cure her?
No.
He is a doctor. And he has a daughter he cannot cure. That puts him in a stupid situation.
An intensely painful one.
He does not like it, eh? Mm-hmm. He would like it still less if I were to cure her.
I've heard you claim to cure almost anything.
Not claim, Doctor. I have proved it. Madame Kloss, as you know, was one of your patients here. She was incurable. You admitted it, all of you. Now watch. Madame Kloss, will you walk across the room, please?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Come. No hesitation. Walk.
I'm sorry. Is this all right?
There. You see, Doctor? Hardly any limp. What little there is, I shall fix on my rack.
Dr. Ladd.
Yes, orderly?
This table...
You don't touch it. Let go.
Sorry, sir.
I took the liberty of having my rack sent over. For your approval, of course, gentlemen. There. Now examine it, please. Notice how light it is, and yet how strong.
The workmanship is beautiful.
Yes, that's because I made it with my own hands. The wheel that turns the pulleys is worked by electricity. You cannot see the turning it because it pulls only the 1,000th part of an inch an hour. That is gentle, eh?
Yes, it's ingenious. I'd like Dr. Sturdy to have seen this.
He would not have looked at it because the rack has succeeded where he has failed.
Oh, that's not the point, Mr. Ragazzi. Dr. Sturdy has no objection to your machine. It is more, I think, a matter of your qualifications to use it.
What does that mean?
You have no degree.
Oh, I see. You want me to have letters after my name, eh? That satisfies you and satisfies the public. All right, then give them to me.
Are you suggesting that we should recommend the Royal College of Surgeons to confer an honorary degree on you?
And why not?
Have you ever served an internship or studied anatomy except from a book?
Yes.
Where, may I ask?
Where, may you ask? In America. In the stockyards at Chicago. The slaughterhouse.
Good God. Then are we to understand that you began as a butcher?
A butcher? No. I began as apprentice to my uncle. He made apparatus for doctors. They came to us and asked us to make instruments that were mechanical impossibilities. So I said to my uncle, release me for 1 year. I'll go and cut up carcasses to find out how the joints fit in the sockets, what holds them and what makes them bend. And then we will make the finest instruments in all the world.
Well, it's unheard of.
You're shocked, eh?
Mr. Ragazzi, we appreciate your energy, your enterprise, and your courage. And we realize that you cannot be and should not be content to be merely a mechanic working under surgeons. Then why not do the theoretical work also? Qualify.
What? Spend 4 years like a little boy studying books and writing answers to examination papers? You think I'd leave my work all that time? Leave crippled people waiting to be cured? Children? So I can learn Greek and Latin names for English bones? Oh, no.
Then understand. If you won't qualify, you must undertake no case without a surgeon.
You forbid me to take cases without you.
That is our rule.
To prevent unemployment among surgeons, eh?
To protect the public from unqualified practitioners. There's no back door to the Royal College of Surgeons, and no lift. Those who wish to enter must climb by the front door steps.
Or remain outside.
I will not stay outside. However much you bar me out, I will come in. I'll break down bars and bolts. I'll blow a hole in the back wall to make a door for me. I'll set the world on fire to burn your college down. Keep me out when they have let you in. Oh, no. No, gentlemen. No! Bring the rack in here.
Yes, sir.
Let it stay at home where it belongs, where it will do some good, not in the hands of fools.
There's a charge on that.
Here. Now get out.
Right. Right.
I'm sorry things went the way they did.
You
Did?
You are sorry. Eh? Did you support me? Did you defend me? Did you turn on them like a fury when I was attacked? Or did you sit there mum as a mouse?
I walked for them.
Yes, you walked for them. You did what Sturdy's own daughter could not. You... Yes.
What is it?
You walked for them. Now you must walk again today for her. For Miss Sturdy.
But I don't...
I want her to see you.
But I don't know her.
What does that matter? You go to her house, you hear? Tell her your history.
But if she won't see me...
You must make her see you. If you don't, you still have treatments to be given, for which you cannot pay.
You mean you take away the rack?
Yes, unless you make her promise to see me. Tell her the doctors will not let her see me because they are afraid. Ha! Afraid that I will cure her. Tell her the truth, that I am an outsider, a nobody. But I do cure people.
And that's what he said, Miss Sturdy. If you don't see him, I'll be crippled again. Please, Miss Sturdy. Here is the paper he gave me. You can see for yourself.
To Madame Anna Kloss. I, Anton Ragazzi, guarantee to give you further necessary treatments on my special apparatus, the extension rack. If you will persuade Miss Lalage Sturdy... Why, this is horrible. Basil, help me up, please.
Of course, dear. But hadn't you better stay where you are?
I've never heard of such a thing in my life. Is this man human?
He will sign it if you will let him come here. Only to see him. He asks nothing more. Please, Miss Sturdy, do this for me. You don't know what it is to be a cripple.
I don't.
No, you are rich. You need never go when you're tired. You lie in bed on couches. You are carried by your servants. What does it matter? What does it hurt you to be lame? But me...
Please don't cry. I know how it must be for you. I'll see him.
Oh, thank you. May I tell him now?
Yes, tell him.
God bless you, Miss Sturdy.
Basil, you stay.
Of course, Lally. Here, sit down. He doesn't seem to be the sort of person you ought to see alone.
The arrogance. The insolent arrogance. He's only got to see me, and I'll be persuaded to let him treat me.
But, Lally, if he could cure you. You know, he does cure people. I've read about him. You'd be a woman, Lally. Not a spirit in a prison.
Basil, don't. Don't make me hope. Father says I mustn't.
Sorry?
You've been wonderful, Basil, all these years. You don't know what it's meant to have someone outside my family who didn't treat me as a cripple. You've never done that.
I've never thought of you as one.
Haven't you, Basil?
But if he could do something, anything, are you going to tell him your father says there's no hope?
I'm not going to tell him anything, or even let him see me walk. I'll just listen quietly to what he has to say, and then tell him that he's had his pound of flesh, but that he shan't touch one single bone.
That's all?
That's all, Basil.
In just a moment, Frederick March and Florence Eldridge continue in The Outsider. Meanwhile, we go to a suite in a popular hotel here on Hollywood Boulevard. A young married couple is there, hurrying to change for the evening.
Oh, Jim, I can't hurry. My dress isn't back from pressing. And now I have a run in my stockings.
Another run? Oh, why do you buy such cheap stockings?
Cheap? I'd hate to tell you what I paid for these.
All right, so they're not cheap. But I don't see why you have to get a run in them every time you turn around. Come in.
It's the lady's dress, Mr. Page.
Oh, swell, Mary. Come on in. Say, maybe you can answer this. You've been a maid around here a long time. Do all women always get runs in their stockings?
Well, I don't think they get runs so often when they wash their stockings in Lux. You mean those flakes? Yes, ma'am. That's the way I always do. It's just like it says in those Lux ads you see. Rubbing stockings with cake soap is hard on the threads. And some soaps have alkali in them, and that's bad, too. But not in Lux Flakes.
You seem to know a lot about it, Mary.
But does it really work? Oh, yes, ma'am. From my experience, it does. My stockings keep nice and springy. And most of the ladies that come to the hotel here think that's so, too. At least they always tell me to be sure I wash their stockings in Lux.
Well, maybe you're right. I'd certainly be glad to find a way to cut down on stocking run.
Okay, that settles the whole business. Here, Mary, get Mrs. Page a box of Lux and keep the change. And make it a large box, too. Come on now, dear, please snap into that dress.
We hear now from our producer, Mr. DeMille.
The Outsider continues, starring Frederick March and Florence Eldridge, with Douglas Montgomery, Donald Crisp, and Marcel Corday. It's 1 hour later. The large sturdy lies on her couch in the sitting room, waiting for Ragazzi. Basil hovers about nervously, arranging the pillows. Suddenly, the door is flung open, and Anton Ragazzi, unannounced, stands smiling in the doorway.
How do you do? I am Anton Ragazzi.
Do you usually enter a room without knocking?
Only when I am in a hurry. Your pardon, please.
I am Lalage Sturdy.
Miss Sturdy.
This is Mr. Basil Owen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I understand that you will sign this paper if I agree to give you an interview.
Certainly.
Then you shall have one. Now, please sign.
Of course. You must not look at me like that. I am not such a villain.
But you would have tortured that poor woman.
You think I'd take away the rack from her and spoil my best advertisement? But I had to make her think I would.
Do you call that honest?
Perhaps not. But that should reassure you.
To know that you're not honest?
Certainly. If I were not genius, I should have to be.
Oh, I say.
All is forgiven to celebrities.
Basil, this man is impossible.
Don't get up, dear.
Yes. Let her walk. I want to watch. Ah, yes.
What are you doing? You're looking at me like a doctor. I won't have it. Basil.
No. It's all right. I have seen you walk. And when you are not thinking, that is good, eh?
Lally, don't mind.
I do mind.
Mr. Owen, take her to the sofa. I will not look.
Here, Lally. Are you comfortable?
Yes, thank you.
You are recovered from the shock?
Mr. Ragazzi.
Not quite, eh? Then I will sit down and assume a bedside manner to reassure you. Now, put out your tongue and say 99. Oh, yes. Yes, you have the croup.
Oh, why do I laugh?
Because I make you. I make you let me in. I make you walk. I make you laugh. And...
Can you make her well?
Basil.
Does she want to be well?
Of course she does.
She did not say so. No, I will not cure her. She shall stay a cripple. That will please her father, eh?
That's a lie. Mr. Ragazzi, I didn't mean to see you.
I know you did not.
But as we've got so far...
Ah, we have got so far, have we?
You'd better see the X-ray photos of me. Then you'll know. And then you'll leave.
Will I?
Shall I ring for them, Lally?
Yes, please. Oh, no. Ask Miss Cross to give them to you.
I'll be back right away.
Very handsome young man, eh?
Yes.
You love him, eh? You want to marry him?
No.
Oh, yes. But you would not curse him with a crippled wife, eh? Some other woman gets him, eh? That's not nice for you. And even if you were married to him, he would go to golf and dance with other women, eh? That's all the young ones think of nowadays, you know, dance. And they hold each other pretty close, too. Makes them think of marriage, eh?
You beast.
Yes. A man is a beast. He's a dog. A dancing dog. What a pity you are a beauty. It's no good. Must be a fine torture lying here knowing what a good time you would have if you were not a cripple, eh? Men would go mad for you. Throw themselves at your feet. You don't want that now, eh? But if I cure you...
Get away from me. What are you? A temptation of the devil? Or an answer to my prayer?
Half and half. I am not all bad.
Here they are. The X-rays.
Aha, let me see. Quick, the X-ray. Aha.
Well?
Tell me.
Miss Sturdy, now I know I can cure you.
You're sure?
I'm positive.
Lally.
Basil, don't look at me like that as though you saw me with new eyes. You mustn't.
I must. Oh, Lally, see yourself as he can make you. Will it hurt? Will there be much pain?
Yes.
How long?
For 1 year.
Lying down?
Strapped on my rack so that you cannot move. 12 months. And then I shall say, rise up and walk.
Oh.
No more limping, no more lurching, no more crutches, no more boots like clumping hoofs. But you shall dance in Cinderella slippers with your prince.
With me, Lally.
Oh, Basil, don't. I can't believe it. Oh, I can't till Father says it's true.
He will say it is not true.
What?
He will believe it is not. But which will you believe? Me or him?
I don't know. I don't know.
This can't be true. Did you believe this man yesterday when he said he could cure you?
I like to hear it, Father. It was so new that it was beautiful.
Lalage, nothing can be done.
Father, he's coming here this morning. I've asked Basil to bring him.
I won't see him. He can't touch you without my permission.
He can, Father, if he has mine.
Lally, you don't mean this?
I do.
Then let me tell you this. For the sake of my patients who trust me, my reputation, if you choose to put yourself in the hands of an unqualified practitioner, you will have to leave this house and me.
I've got my mother's money and my own. I'll leave today.
Lally, has this man hypnotized you?
Perhaps. He stirred up all my senses and played on them because he knew.
What, Lally?
Oh, Father, don't you know? Basil, I want him.
And why not? But he isn't worthy of you if he doesn't know that you've got qualities of mind and soul and...
Souls don't count with men in marriage. If you were a lame woman, you'd soon find that out.
You don't know what you're saying.
All the things that all my life I haven't said. Could you have ever fallen in love with Mother if she had been lame? Could you?
Don't ask me that.
I won't, because I know. I've known it ever since I read a sentence in a book. Men are more physically particular than women. And it struck me like a blow that was true. Father Basil can't love me like this, even though he wants to. And I can't blame him. Because I know that if I were a man, I wouldn't want to marry me. I should want a woman beautifully perfect. The sort of woman Basil wants. Oh, Father, I could make him marry me for pity if I played on his chivalry. But I can't stoop to conquer.
Lally, why are you so proud?
Because my life has been one long, unending humiliation that's crucified my soul. And this man comes and tells me he can take the nails out, lift me from the cross.
He can do nothing for you, Lally. He doesn't understand enough of surgery to know he can't. There's nothing known to...
But there's the unknown. Always.
Oh, Lally, he's here.
Bring him in, Basil.
Thank you. Good morning, Miss Sturdy.
You know my father?
I have had that pleasure.
Mr. Agatsy, I want you to tell my father what you told me.
It won't be necessary. I know what he told you.
And I know what you told her. That I am a liar, a fake, a cheat.
Yes.
And does she believe you? Does she? I can see she does not. She believes me.
Lally, tell this man to leave. Do you hear?
I can't, Father.
Then do you believe him?
And I believe in God. A God who does things. A God who gives people the power to do them. I'm going to believe.
Oh,
I'm going to.
Lally.
Father, darling, you're absolutely right. I couldn't stay here.
You're going to leave me? Suppose he makes you worse.
Then I shall know I never can be better. Never marry.
You can be better. Can be well. Listen, I have a house where I've had another patient. Rooms that are vacant now, with a balcony that overlooks Regent's Park. Where you shall be all day, all night long, in the open air.
And I'll come to see you, Lally, always, every day.
Oh, Basil.
That means you'll go?
Of course she will.
Lally.
Father, please understand. I must. I want life.
And I can give it to her. The right leg is fastened.
Yes, sir.
Now the left. There. So. You are comfortable, Miss Sturdy?
Yes, thank you.
There will be pain. You must try to accustom yourself to it. Turn on the switch. Now you feel the pull? Hmm? You feel it?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
increase on the right. You understand, Madame Clost?
Yes, sir.
The rack is doing well, Miss Sturdy. I have been gradually strengthening the pull.
I could tell. The night seems so much longer now.
4 months, 5 months. You must count by the months. It will not seem so long.
3 months. 4 months. 5 months. But every day has 24 hours.
Madame Clost.
Yes, sir.
Morphine.
Oh, Mr. Ragazzi.
Why did you telephone for me? Is she in much pain?
She says no, but she's so restless.
She must not be. She must lie absolutely still. I've told her that.
She's been very sad all day.
Why? Why is she sad? What is that Mr. Basil Owen around here for?
Well, he hasn't been here for a few days. Almost a week.
Why not?
He called. He's been very busy.
Busy? That fool. Doesn't he know everything depends on him? Why is she suffering like this if not for him, eh? Call his house. Tell him I want him here tonight.
Yes, sir. I've wheeled Miss Sturdy onto the balcony. He wants us to watch for him.
I'll see her there.
Yes, sir.
Is that you, Anton?
Anton himself.
I thought I heard you inside.
You recognize my voice, eh?
I recognized your language. Who is the fool?
Some friend of Madame Clost. A man called Richardson. He lives in Putney.
Why did you come tonight?
Oh, because I passed here on my way back from the palace. I was dining with the king. It is agreed, no lies, eh? No. I came because Madame Clost phoned me. She said you were restless. So when I met your Mr. Basil Owen downstairs, I told him he must not come up to excite you.
Then he did come?
Of course he did. He told you that he would.
No, he only said he might.
And so you wondered if he would, hmm? And when a woman wonders if a man will come, she wonders if he loves her. Now you know, eh?
Yes.
He sends you all his love and 1,000 kisses.
All his love?
All. And says, good night, sleep well, and dream of him.
You mustn't think he's been neglecting me. He's come every time he could. It's been dreadful for him all these months.
Dreadful? To watch your spirit conquer your pain?
To see me suffer. He can't stand suffering. A woman should always be beautiful.
Should she? You think that is the only thing that matters to a man?
You're talking like my father. And when I asked him if he could have fallen in love with a cripple,
Yes?
he wouldn't answer me.
Then let me answer for him. I tell you, it is possible. I tell you...
What?
Nothing. You make yourself well for Mr. Basil. You make yourself beautiful and strong. It will be safer.
But he wants me. He does want me. Oh, not as much as I want him, perhaps. Because I'm selfish, Anton. But I'm so weak and so tired. I couldn't hold on if I didn't know. If I weren't sure.
You will hold on. He will help you. And I will help you. I will not leave you now until you go to sleep. You go to sleep, Lally, and dream until your dreams come true. You go to sleep because they will come true. He will sit beside you because he loves you. And as the months pass, he will be there always. And then a time will come, not long, when the crocuses begin to push out of the earth like flames. And you, too, shall rise. How he will love you then. If you will go to sleep now. To sleep. To sleep. Because he loves you. He loves you. He loves you. What?
Mr. Owen is here, in the living room.
Stay with her. If she wakes in pain, give her morphine again. She must sleep tonight. Oh, hello. Good evening, Mr. Owen.
What's the matter? Why'd you call me?
The matter is, I shall throw up the case.
What?
Yes, throw it up.
But...
Because I will not fail.
But I thought you couldn't fail now. Well, you've succeeded. Done everything you wanted to. You said so yourself.
I have done, but nature has not. You must lie here in perfect stillness 6 months more, till all that I have broken sets binds together. 6 months. Where have you been all week?
I've been busy. And I've needed some relaxation. I've called her.
You think that's enough? She lies there day after day waiting for you to come, and by heaven you will come. If I have to go out and find you and drag you through the street...
Take your hands off me. Lally and I understand each other. She knows.
She is so weak she cannot know. She only feels. Feels that you have another woman whirling in your arms. I tell you, I have exhausted all her strength. Yes, I've worn it to so fine a thread that if one tear falls on it, it is broken. I would as soon that she should bleed as cry.
I didn't know. I didn't think. Has it really done her any harm?
Well, I have not let it. I have told her lovely lies. Got her off to sleep by making love to her. For you.
She's asleep? Good.
Good. Good. That another man should play the lover to her? What have you in your veins? Red ink and lukewarm water?
We can do without that. I stuck it out for 6 months. You think it was easy? I've gone through hell. I never knew it'd be like this. I never dreamed that... And I can't stand suffering. I never could.
The water in your blood isn't even lukewarm. Can't stand suffering. And yet you say you love her. You do say that.
Of course I do.
Yes. Then you will come tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock and tell her so. You hear?
Yes.
But you will say it with conviction, strongly. For if you do not, if you fail me, if you make me fail, I will smash every bone within your body into splinters. So you shall be a cripple that no one can cure, not even Ragazzi. Now you can go and relax.
Mr. Ragazzi.
Well, how is she?
She woke up twice. I had to give her the morphine, but it doesn't seem to put her off. She's half under and half awake. She keeps calling for Mr. Owen.
I'll see her. You wait outside.
Yes, sir.
Basil. Basil. Basil, where are you? Basil. Is that you? Is it you, Basil?
Yes.
I knew you'd come. I tried to stay awake.
You must sleep now.
Stay near me, Basil. I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Afraid if you go, I won't get well. Always a cripple. Always.
No. You will get well. You will be well and strong soon. And I will always love you. It makes no difference, Lally, darling. You must believe that. It makes no difference. No matter what happens, I love you.
Basil. Basil.
You must sleep now. Good night.
Aren't you going to kiss me, Basil?
Yes. Good night, Lally. Good night, darling.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Frederick March and Florence Eldridge resume the events of our play shortly. Tonight, our inside glimpse of Hollywood centers on film cutting.
Film editors are to motion pictures what city editors are to newspapers. As the DeMille film editor, Miss Ann Borkins has helped me make pictures for 25 years. And hers are the only hands, apart from my own, to which I've entrusted a film cutter's shears. Having gone through more than 1 million feet of film, Ann is now well equipped to answer the question that is probably first in your minds. What does a film editor do?
Well, C.B., I'd say we cut out of a finished picture everything that is not essential to the most effective telling of the story. It's a great deal like putting a jigsaw puzzle together, because the last scenes of a picture may be filmed first for production economy, and the first scenes filmed last. You get an idea of how much cutting is required when you stop to think that if all the film photographed for Souls at Sea, for example, were shown, it would take 36 hours to run the picture. The average picture, when cut, runs about 90 minutes.
I suppose you editors wonder why we directors don't save you a lot of trouble by shooting only what's good.
No, we know that each scene has to be shot from many different angles. Otherwise, the set might have to be rebuilt at great expense if certain close-ups and angles were overlooked. Frequently, some of the best scenes and touches in a picture are the result of gambling a few extra feet of film. There are some things, however, that we can always depend upon to photograph the same, like scenery, properties, or costumes. I can remember the trouble we had years ago when costumes lost their sparkle or faded a little as the months of shooting went by. Complete new wardrobes often had to be made. We've eliminated that great waste today, or I should say the people behind this program have largely eliminated it with Lux Flakes. Lux is the official wardrobe care at Paramount because it keeps costumes looking glamorously fresh for the camera. It's a very rare case when I have to cut a strip of film because of costumes.
Now, the contributions of the film editors are not only visual, they also work miracles with sound.
And one of our tricks is what we call pinching. That consists of taking the soundtrack of a speech that is delivered too slowly and speeding it up by removing the silent portions between the words. We've also developed another science called dubbing. In Mr. DeMille's picture, The Crusades, 2 armies of knights in armor rode madly across a field and crashed together while riding at full tilt. We made separate soundtracks of thundering hoofs, clashing armor, shouting men, and the rain of blows on shields. Then we fused them all together. The result was that we had a realistic battle scene filled with many different sounds, and yet each sound remained distinct, like the instruments of a symphony. That, roughly, is what the film editor does to make a picture more exciting. If you don't mind, Chief, I'll cut right here.
Thanks, Annie. Once again, Frederick March and Florence Eldridge in The Outsider. Six months have dragged wearily by, months of torture and endless waiting. But at last the rack has completed its work. It's the day of the final test when Lalage Sturdy is to walk for the hospital staff. Ragazzi, excited at the prospect of his triumph, lifts her carefully from the table and carries her to a chair.
There. Now sit up. No. Don't try to stand. Just sit.
I could stand. I know it.
But not yet. We must wait for our friend, for the physicians and surgeons who forbade me to practice because I knew no medicine. They shall see. Madam Clost.
Yes?
Where is that Mr. Basil Owen? Has he called?
Not yet.
And you call him. Tell him he should be here.
Perhaps he's ill.
Tell him to come if he's dying. If not, I'll go and bring him dead.
Yes, sir.
You mustn't go, Anton. You must be here when the doctors come. I won't have your triumph spoiled.
I have no triumph if you have not yours.
What do you mean?
When first you walk, you want to go to Basil Owen,
I want him to be here.
I also.
Why?
Because for you and for him, I have made something straight again.
Yeah. I've never even thanked you, Anton.
Oh, I want no thanks. I shall have glory.
Is that all you care about?
Yes.
It's strange. You've done everything for me. And yet I must have felt it wasn't for me. Because I'll remember what he did when I've forgotten.
He?
Basil.
Oh.
I was afraid for a while in the beginning. I thought he was weakening. And then one night he came to me, after you'd put me to sleep. And I knew then that he was mine. All mine. He told me it made no difference. That was love, Anton. Real love. For the first time.
Yes. Yes, it was. And so because of that love, when you take your first step,
I shall go to him.
11:30. Why in heaven's name don't they come?
Basil, sit down. You're walking around like a caged tiger.
I can't help it. I'm nervous.
I'm not. Look, see my hand?
I don't see how you can be so calm.
Because I have faith, Basil. In myself, in Anton, in you.
You're so sure.
Yes. It's hard to explain, but I am sure. Perhaps it's because I have so little to lose. Because even if I should fail, I could still be happy.
Happy? Lally, how can you say that?
You said it for me. Remember? It makes no difference, darling. I love you. No matter what happens, I love you.
Lally, I don't know what you mean.
Well, that night you came to me when I was alone.
I don't know what you mean, Lally.
Basil, you are nervous. You haven't forgotten.
Forgotten what? Lally, darling, you must have been dreaming.
Oh, I see. If you're afraid, Basil.
No, of course not. But, well, I never said that, Lally. I didn't.
You don't have to be so apologetic. I never meant to hold you to it. It was only that it gave me strength all those months. Just to think you did love me enough not to care about.
Oh, Lally, please, please.
And that's why you're nervous. You're afraid I'll fail. You're afraid you'll be burdened all your life with a cripple. Well, you needn't worry. You won't be.
Lally, listen. You're going to be all right. I just know you are. But, oh, God, Lally, don't make me say it.
No, don't. Because I couldn't bear to listen. If only you'd waited, Basil. If only you'd given me the chance, if I did fail, to let you go. But the fear was in your eyes when you walked in this room.
Lally, if I've hurt you...
You have. Well, not because I've lost you. I should have known it was too beautiful. But because just this once, I hoped, believed, that someone loved me just as I was.
Lally. Lally, darling.
Here, gentlemen, here. Our laboratory, where we will perform the great experiment. Lally, you're all right? Lally?
Yes.
Now, gentlemen, you have seen the X-ray plates. You have seen how the bones have been stretched. Now you shall see the final proof. Miss Sturdy has still not taken her first step. We have been waiting for you. Now, Mr. Owen, will you stand over there, please? No. In front of her chair, about 10 steps away. There. Now, Miss Sturdy, take my hand. Now, stand up slowly. So. Now, weight evenly on both legs. So. Now, let go of my hand. So. Now, walk over to Mr. Owen.
I've forgotten how to.
Nonsense. No. Look, right foot, left foot. Think. What's the matter? Here, walk. I tell you, walk. Mr. Owen, call her. Hold out your arms to her. Call her to you.
Lally. Come to me.
I can't. I can't.
Catch her. Pick her up. Get her on the couch.
Stand back. All of you, stand back. Lally, are you all right?
It feels so good to lie down again.
They're gone. All of them.
Yes. All of them.
How do you feel?
I feel nothing.
Why don't you cry? Why don't you scream and bring down curses on my head?
That wouldn't help. It isn't your fault. You tried. And I failed you.
12 months of torture. 12 months. And you don't hate me.
No, Anton.
Come in.
Dr. Sturdy is here.
Father!
Lally.
Oh, Father!
Lally, my darling, don't cry. Don't cry, darling.
You know.
They just told me.
That Ragazzi has failed. Yes. I have sent it to the papers myself.
Mr. Ragazzi, it was not necessary.
You think I cannot take my medicine? That I am finished? Oh, no. No, you can tell your doctor friends with notebooks that I'll begin again tonight. I've found out the doctors know something that I do not. So I shall become a doctor myself. Yes, to find the way to cure Lally.
What if you have found it?
Father.
What did you say?
Mr. Ragazzi, you have taught me how to cure my daughter.
How to cure her?
I've seen your x-rays. I know now what we can do.
Father, don't say it just to make me feel.
It's true, Lally. You'll walk again. You will.
Oh, God.
Lally.
Then it has not all been wasted?
It's just beginning. She'll owe it all to you, Mr. Ragazzi.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I would like to feel I did something.
I'm going to take her home now. I'll have the car brought around.
Anton.
I leave you alone.
No, please. I hate to leave here, somehow.
It will be better. You will be happy again. He will return to you.
Basil?
Yes. He will come back when he knows.
Do you think I want him as he is?
He is, as he was, always.
I never loved him then. I loved someone else.
Who, Lally?
A man who spoke to me in a dream. A man who came to me that night. Who held me in his arms. Held me to him, soul and body. That man never would have left me. But there is no man like that.
There is. Oh, Lally, darling, I love you. It makes no difference. No matter what happens, I love you.
Wait. Oh, wait. That night, was it a dream?
No. It was the truth. Goodbye, Lally.
Don't go. Don't go, Anton. You were there. It was you that night.
Yes.
Oh, Anton.
Don't stand up.
Anton, hold out your arms for me. Call me to you. Call me, Anton.
Are you really walking?
Yes. To you. To you. Walking to you, Anton.
Our play ends, but not our stars' performances. A little later, we'll hear again from Frederick March and Florence Eldridge. Each week, we try to bring you as guests someone of particular interest. Tonight, we've been unusually successful. Standing beside me now is a man whose life work parallels that of Anton Ragazzi to a startling degree. Befriended 38 years ago by a cripple, he resolved to devote himself to the help of other such unfortunates. Never having been to school, he was not equipped to enter a medical college, and so developed his own methods. Though not a physician, he is founder and head of the Milton H. Berry Institute for Paralysis Correctment, located near Hollywood. Its directors include the famous author Rupert Hughes and Fred Stone, the noted actor. Through our play, we learned of a man who dared to aid the hopeless when all usual efforts failed. Such a man is our guest, Milton H. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and permit me to state that I am not a doctor. I'm a teacher. My institute is a school, not a hospital. Those who come to me are not looked upon as patients. They are pupils.
From my friend Rupert Hughes, I've learned some amazing things concerning your work. Of little children who've come to you helplessly crippled. Of men and women whose spines have been broken in automobile accidents, brought back to health and normal activity. Of Mary Blackford, the Hollywood actress, who was paralyzed from the neck down, but now can lift her hands above her head and walk several hundred feet. How, Mr. Berry, are these things brought about?
One must thoroughly understand the action of muscles of live bodies, the laws that govern the mechanics of locomotion, and be able to apply them to the individual case. Before you can train the mind to concentrate with sufficient force to re-educate impaired muscles, the physical energies of the body must be developed.
Well, at some time in your career, Mr. Berry, something must have happened, some case must have arisen that made you feel you had discovered a successful method for re-educating damaged muscles. What was that case?
Yes, it did happen. Many years ago in Des Moines, Iowa. It concerned a young woman completely paralyzed from the waist down. A dozen doctors gave me their diagnosis of her case and told me I was crazy to think she would ever walk again. I did not blame them in the least. What did matter was the fact that 4 months later, several thousand people gathered in front of a Des Moines hospital and saw that woman walk unaided. Since then, I have helped over 2,000 infantile paralysis cases and 400 victims of other types of paralysis.
It's not that I doubt what you've told us, Mr. Berry, but assuming that it is true, why aren't your methods practiced everywhere?
Remember, Mr. DeMille, I have been but one lone man practicing this method until I taught it to my son, Milton Jr., and Mr. Marion French. Our foundation, which is strictly non-profit, was formed for the purpose of establishing a larger school to teach this method to qualified young men and women who in turn can go to centers of population and do just as we've been doing at the Berry Institute. Until the plans of the foundation are complete, I am limited to 100 cases at one time. In behalf of those 100 children and young adults now under my care, let me thank you and the Lux Radio Theater for the splendid entertainment you bring them every Monday night.
We've been happy to have you here, Mr. Berry. Very happy. To Mr. and Mrs. Frederick March, I owe a debt of gratitude. To Miss Eldridge for helping me interest her husband in the role of Jean Lafitte, and to Fred for the superb characterization he's giving Lafitte in The Buccaneer.
With such great material, C.B., it's pretty hard to miss. Like most people, I only knew Lafitte as a pirate, not as an American hero.
You know, it was a revelation to me to find out that unless he'd plunged in with men and ammunition to help Andrew Jackson and his catted army at the Battle of New Orleans, all of America west of the Mississippi might now be part of Canada.
One of Lafitte's most exciting exploits, and amusing, occurred when Governor Claiborne offered a reward of $500 for him, dead or alive. Lafitte was so indignant at the small amount, he rode around New Orleans posting offers of $10,000 for the governor, dead or alive.
Yeah, that Buccaneer was the only pirate in history who saved a nation. There never has been a more mysterious figure. No one really knows where he came from or where he went after his career in America was over. He was a resourceful, brilliant, and romantic man with all the color of a fiction hero. The Buccaneer is the answer to an actor's prayer. You remember the old saying in the theater, C.B.? Fat parts make fat actors.
Well, speaking of the theater, what about this play the Marches are going to do?
It's called The Christian Hero, Mr. DeMille. It's based on the life of Sir Richard and Lady Steele.
You mean the Sir Richard who, with Joseph Addison, wrote The Spectator and The Tatler?
That's right. John Cromwell is going to direct, and we hope to open on Broadway around Christmas time. Playing here tonight has certainly given us the itch to get back to the stage. I hope it'll be as much fun.
We'll miss you both in Hollywood. But my wish is that the play will have a record-breaking run. To both of you, a great success.
Thank you,
Thank
Stevie.
you.
Good night. When Edna Ferber wrote Cimarron, she enriched modern literature and the screen with one of the most compelling stories ever dedicated to the romantic West. Our adaptation of that story awaits you next Monday night. Had we personally asked each one of you, whom, above all others, would you choose for the spirited role of Yancey Cravat, I feel certain your decision would be identical with our own. So we bring you Clark Gable. Starring with Mr. Gable, Virginia Bruce, and a special guest, Miss Edna Ferber. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable and Virginia Bruce in Cimarron. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
We wish to call your attention this week to the Silk Parade, a brilliant feature in your local stores. It offers a colorful pageant of rich displays and timely hints on the latest fall fashions. Good silks are amazingly durable, and most of them are safe in water alone. which means that you can trust them to gentle Lux Flakes. So you are being thrifty as well as fashionable when you wear silks in this season of elegance. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Juvenile Bureau. A series of crimes suddenly starts among teenage children in your city. Robberies, burglaries, bodily assault. There doesn't seem to be any reason for it. The crime wave grows. Your job? Stop it. In Fatima, the difference is quality.
That's right. Fatimas are different. They're extra mild.
Yet king-size Fatima costs no more than the cigarette you're now smoking.
And because of its quality, more smokers are now insisting on Fatima than ever before.
You see, Fatima contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos, superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
So compare Fatima yourself today. You'll find Fatima gives you all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Remember, the cost of Fatima is the same as the cigarette you're now smoking.
But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Next time, buy Fatima. Best of all king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, April 10th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of Juvenile Bureau. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Stein. My name's Friday. It was 10:27 p.m. when I got to 1335 Georgia Street, second floor, the squad room.
Joe, that you?
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah, half a minute.
All right.
Let me get my coat on here.
Did you leave a note for McNamara?
Yeah, all set.
All right, let's hurry, huh?
Yeah. Same neighborhood we had the trouble Monday night?
Uh-huh. Sounds like the same gang, too.
These kids are sure moving fast.
Go ahead.
Yeah. What is it this time?
Movie theater on West Fremont, small neighborhood house.
Oh,
They had a crowd of 15 to 20 kids in there tonight. Mixed group, boys and girls. For no reason at all, they started to tear the place up.
They do much damage?
Well, I don't know. We can see when we get there. He told me on the phone the theater manager tried to quiet the kids down. Half a dozen boys piled all over him. One of them pulled a knife. They tore up a couple of seats up in the balcony, moved out into the lobby, smashed mirrors and lamps. They beat up one of the ushers.
Lousy little punks.
Where'd you park the car?
Straight back. I'd give a right arm to know how this thing got started. We've never had much trouble from the kids in that neighborhood out there, not till this last month. Seem to be going crazy.
Well, it's not getting any better. Burglaries, car thefts, wrecking property.
Somebody's going to come out on the short end if it keeps up. It's got to happen.
Maybe it already has. When they were ripping up that theater lobby tonight, one kid got hurt.
What happened?
It's a 14-year-old boy. In the mix-up, he got shoved through a display case, plate glass.
Cut up pretty bad?
His eyes. They're not sure he'll see again. In police work, the standard law of cause and effect works like it does for everything else. When a crime's committed, there's a cause behind it. There's a reason for it. And when a group of normally well-behaved kids in an average residential neighborhood start running wild, there's got to be a reason for that, too. A month before, a rash of auto thefts, petty stealing, and public disturbances had broken out suddenly in the particular neighborhood. All of the incidents were traced directly to the teenagers in the area. Why the kids had suddenly decided to run wild, we didn't know, but the amount and the nature of the violations kept getting more serious. Juveniles who'd previously been picked up for petty thefts and placed on probation were now committing burglaries. Auto thefts in the area had jumped 20%. Misconduct and drunk charges against the teenagers, girls and boys alike, increased by the week. We had a fair idea what the root of all the trouble was, but so far we hadn't been able to trace it. 10:45 p.m. We got to the neighborhood movie theater on West Fremont and we went inside. The lobby was a shambles. 2 large mirrors had been shattered, lamps and sofas overturned and broken. The lobby candy counter had been wrecked completely. The glass showcases were caved in. The popcorn machine was smashed. The soft drink cooler turned on its side. The last showing of the feature picture was still going on. We interviewed the theater manager in the lobby, Mr. Clyde Barton.
They got real foul-mouthed. 1 or 2 of the girls, too. Some of the language I wouldn't even use at a stag party. I got so mad I grabbed 2 of the noisy ones by the neck and told them to get out. That's when it broke loose.
Well, what exactly happened?
The whole crowd of them jumped out of their seats and piled on me. I fell back down against the stairs and I started swinging. I'll tell you the truth, Sergeant, I was scared. I didn't know what to make of them. They seemed like a pack of animals, wild. I happened to hit this one kid and I saw him pull out a knife and come at me. Didn't take me too long to get out of there. Kids or not, when a bunch of them like that come after you, you run.
Yes, sir. You called for the police as soon as all this happened?
You bet I did. Just as soon as I could get out into the lobby and into my office. I locked the door. I could hear them tearing the place up outside. Just look at that. Smashed up everything in sight. I have to have something like this happen. Look at this candy stand.
Yes, sir. Well, how about some of the kids you recognized in that crowd, Mr. Barton?
Oh, say, the last show's ready to break. Folks are going to be coming out. You want to step back here into my office? We can talk there and be out of the way.
That'll be fine, son.
And here we are. Pull up a chair for yourself, officers.
Yeah, thank you.
I just got the feeling there's something radically wrong going on with those kids.
This is the first time you've ever had any trouble of any real size, is that right?
Yeah. Well, once in a while the kids fool around in the show talking loud, you know, but nothing like this. You ought to see Fred, my usher, and the way they messed him up. Brutal. And that little 14-year-old they shoved through the glass showcase. Gonna be a real mess if he doesn't pull through.
I was going to ask you, sir, about the kids in that crowd you recognized. You happen to know any of their names?
Sure thing. I made a list of them while you were on the way over here. We got a half dozen, a little more. That's another thing I can't understand.
Yeah, what's that, sir?
When these kids start running wild, no matter what they do, they don't seem to care if they're recognized or not. You'd think if they wanted to raise the devil, they'd go over to some other neighborhood, some place where people didn't know them. They just don't seem to care.
Yes, sir. We've had the same report from a couple of other business people in the neighborhood here. Mr. Barton, you probably have a pretty fair opportunity to watch the kids around here from time to time. I mean, running the theater here and everything.
I sure do. Most of them are in here once a week anyway. Some of the kids I've known since they were in knee pants.
Well, have you any idea at all what's behind all this trouble? I mean, any real indication?
Maybe I'm just the suspicious kind, but I've got an idea, all right. Here, I'll get that list of names for you at the same time. There they are. 7 names in all. Every one of those kids was in that gang tonight. I can give you a hand tracking down their addresses.
Oh, thank you.
Something else. Here's what I was talking about.
What's this, sir?
In that scramble in the lobby tonight, this little box fell out of one of the kids' pockets. One of the ushers picked it up, brought it in to me. Have a look inside.
Ben?
I don't know too much about it, Sergeant, but I got a hunch. I don't think I made a mistake.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No, sir, no mistake. It's marijuana. We finished interviewing the theater manager, Clyde Barton, and then we talked to the usher, Donald Masters, who recovered the small box containing the marijuana from the floor of the lobby. He told us he recognized the young fellow who dropped the box, but he wasn't sure. He said the boy's name was Harold Everson, one of the names which appeared on the list which the theater manager, Mr. Barton, had given us. Half an hour later, Ben and I located the Everson boy's home. It was a 2-story frame colonial-style house in a better-than-average section of the area. The boy's father answered the door, a Harold Everson Sr. We told him what we wanted.
A little late to be making routine calls, don't you think? People have to get their sleep. Why can't you let it wait until morning?
It's not a routine call, Mr. Everson. I'd like to see your son, if he's home.
Harry? What do you have to see him about?
Well, do you have any idea where your boy spent his time tonight, sir?
He said he was going down to the gym, play a little basketball, and he was going to the library. It's a school night. He had studying to do.
I think maybe you ought to keep a little closer check on your son, sir. That's not the way we get it.
What are you getting at? I trust my boy. He said he was going to the gym and then to the library. He's got no reason to lie about it.
They had a minor riot at the neighborhood movie down on West Fremont tonight. A gang of high school kids ran wild and wrecked the place.
What's that got to do with Harry?
A couple of people recognized him among the gang of kids. They said he did his share of wrecking along with the rest of them.
Couldn't be. It's a lie. Harry didn't go to the show tonight. He told me when he got home. He even had his books with him. He spent the night at the library.
I'd like to have you take a look at this, Mr. Everson.
Huh?
This box here. Would you recognize this at all?
Yeah. Same kind of box my stomach pills come in. Got a little acid condition in my stomach. I take these pills for it. What's all this have to do with Harry?
I'm going to open the box for you, Mr. Everson.
I don't get it. What is this stuff?
Someone saw your son drop the box in the lobby of the theater tonight. The box contains marijuana.
It's stupid. It couldn't be right. I haven't got that kind of a boy. I know it isn't right.
Do you mind if we talk to your son? Maybe he can explain it for us.
Just a minute. I'll get him down here.
All right, sir.
Have a chair if you want.
Thank you.
Sure a nice place, huh, Joe?
Yeah, beautiful furniture, isn't it?
There's nothing like period furniture. Never goes out of date. Be just as much in style 10 years from now as it is today.
Mm-hmm. We better be sure and tag by Georgia Street Hospital on the way back and see how that kid's doing. You know, the one that was hurt at the show.
Oh, yeah.
This is my boy, Harry, officers.
Hello, Harry.
Hello. How are you, son?
Harry just told me, officers, he doesn't know what this is all about. He was at the library, like I said.
Well, sure, I was there till they closed. Somebody made a mistake. I wasn't at the show tonight.
Harry, do you know Mr. Barton, the man who runs the theater?
Yeah, I know him. Why?
Well, he swears you were there tonight. So does one of the ushers.
Who?
A boy by the name of Donald Masters. He says he knows you pretty well.
I don't know any Donald Masters.
You go to the same high school together, son. You're in the same class.
I told you I don't know any Donald Masters.
What about this, Harry?
Huh?
This box here. You recognize this?
No.
What's the matter, son?
What is it, Harry? What's wrong with you?
Nothing. I don't know whose it is. It's not mine.
Was lost in the lobby of the theater tonight. Masters says he saw you drop it.
He's lying. I hate the kid's guts anyway. He's lying.
Thought you said you didn't know him, son.
What's wrong with you? What are you shaking for? What kind of a story are you trying to tell?
I didn't mean it, Dad. The kid got the stuff for me. I didn't mean to get it. I didn't mean to, Dad.
It's beginning to look like I'm the dummy of the family. Huh?
Take it easy, Mr. Everson.
Harry, you're a liar.
The kid got the stuff for me. That is the truth. I didn't buy it.
You want him downtown, officer?
Afraid so, Mr. Everson. I'd like to have you come down with him.
Get your clothes on. Go back to your room and get your clothes on.
Okay, Dad.
Hard to believe. My son using marijuana. I can't tell you how I feel.
I'm afraid there's going to be more folks feeling the same way before this is cleaned up.
It'd be different if Harry didn't have a chance, but good home, good training. The boys had the best I could give him.
Yes, sir.
Wife and I, we never thought we had a worry in the world as far as Harry was concerned.
Yes, sir. Maybe that's why it happened. Before we left the Everson house, we checked the boy's room and came up with another small box full of marijuana, which he'd hidden back in his closet. Besides Everson and his son, Harry, more than a half a dozen other teenagers who'd had a part in the theater brawl were rounded up and taken downtown along with their fathers for interrogation. By the time we finished our questioning and the teenagers had finished talking, we had most of the story pieced together. A story that had the parents so amazed that half of them thought the youngsters were making it up. The pattern was familiar enough for us to know that they were telling the truth. Almost 2 months before, word had gone around among the teenagers in the neighborhood that marijuana, along with various stimulating drugs, was to be had easily and in quantity for anybody who wanted them. Word was passed around that it was the new thing to do, the smart thing to do if you wanted to keep up with the crowd. In questioning the Everson boy, we found that he seemed to know more about the history and operations of the narcotics campaign in the neighborhood than the other boys did.
I know one of the guys who first showed up with the stuff. Name's Johnny Demring. He's about my age, 17. I used to know him pretty well.
How do you mean he was the first to show up with this stuff, Harry? What kind of stuff?
Marijuana. Some of the other things, yellow jackets, goofballs. More of the kids go for them than they do for marijuana.
Do the youngsters know what these goofballs are made of, son? Do they know what they are?
Well, it's dope, I guess. Narcotics. The kids get a big kick out of them. I guess that's all they care.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Johnny Demring, does he sell the stuff around the neighborhood, Harry?
Yeah, he was the first one. He's got a couple of other kids selling for him now. A couple of them are girls. They sell a lot for him. Johnny makes pretty good money.
Yeah, I guess he does. Where does he get the stuff from, do you know?
No, I wouldn't know that. Someplace downtown. Johnny knows a guy. He's never told anybody where he goes to meet the guy. Nobody ever goes with him.
Was Johnny at the show with you tonight?
No, he doesn't hang around with the kids much anymore. He's getting a little big time, I think. He's got his own car and a good-looking girlfriend downtown. Says he's going to quit school next month.
Mm-hmm. Where does Johnny live, son? Can you tell us?
I don't know the address right off. I can check it in the phone book for you.
How about the kids Johnny gets to sell the stuff? Can you give us their names?
Yeah, okay. I think I can remember who they are. You going to bring Johnny in and talk to him?
That's the idea, yeah.
I don't know if you're going to find him right away. He probably heard about the trouble tonight, and Johnny's a pretty smart guy. I don't think you'll find him very easy.
I think we'll find him.
Nobody knows much about him. He never talks about what he's doing. Never tells anybody anything. Pretty smart guy.
He told you. How smart was that? Complete statements were taken from each of the youngsters we brought in for questioning, and then in practically all cases they were released into the custody of their parents pending action by the juvenile court. With the information we had at hand, it took us the better part of 4 days to round up everybody involved in the narcotics distribution system which had been set up among the teenagers in the neighborhood by 17-year-old Johnny Demring. As for the Demring boy himself, he couldn't be found. We checked with his family, his relatives, his friends, all his known associates. We got out a warrant for him. Then we checked the car that he owned through DMV. We got out a warrant for that. No sign of the boy. Narcotics detail gave us a hand and got their informants busy trying to track down the source of the dope for which the Demring boy had been the only neighborhood distributor. We knew it went far beyond him. It reached to the same vicious men who make their money off the hopeless adult drug addict. The same vicious men who today are trying to build a new market for their wares among the young people of this country. Tuesday, April 29th, 2:30 p.m.
I'll get him.
Right.
Juvenile Bureau, Romero. Oh, yeah, Brady. Yeah, huh? That's right. What's his name? Yeah, okay, right away. Right, go ahead. Brady from Narcotics. They figured they got our man.
The Demring boy?
No, the guy who pushed the stuff to Demring. Mm-hmm. His name's Jocko Harris. They found him in the county hospital this morning.
Yeah.
Somebody got a hold of him 2 nights ago and gave him a good working over. If we're lucky, we'll make it.
What do you mean?
He's not supposed to last out the day.
2:35 p.m. Ben and I left the office and went immediately to the county hospital where we were allowed to briefly interview the narcotics suspect, Jocko Harris. He was in a critical condition with a fracture of the skull. He gave us a statement in the form of a dying declaration. He admitted being the contact man for 17-year-old Johnny Demring, and he admitted also that he had kept the boy supplied with enough narcotics to keep the neighborhood teenage demand for the stuff fully satisfied.
Seemed like a good kid. Never thought he'd turn.
What do you mean, Jocko? How'd he turn?
Why do you think I'm here?
You mean he's the one who worked you over?
Yeah.
Where is he, Jocko? Do you know?
No.
Do you know where he's staying? Do you have any idea at all?
No. Stole all my stuff. Every ounce.
What was it, heroin?
Yeah. Listen.
Yeah?
Get him. Fast. He's got enough junk to start a war.
You're in a cruiser car of a Metropolitan Police Department. You receive a routine radio call.
All units, attention all units. Pick up and hold for investigation the following vehicle. 1948 Ford, 2-door sedan, black, white sidewall tires.
There are many cars that fit this description. You listen for more facts.
This car will have extensive damage to right front end. License number 9 Robert 9 707. In the 7 column, 9 Robert 9 707. KMA 367.
Now you can pin it down to one. It's the same with cigarettes. There are many king-size brands to choose from, but when you know all the facts, you'll make your choice Fatima.
Here are those facts. Fatimas are the same in length and circumference as any other king-size cigarette. 85 millimeters long, 1 1/64 inches around.
And Fatima filters the smoke exactly the same long distance.
But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Fatima gives you extra mildness, a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
You get all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes. Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking. Next time, buy Fatima.
Wednesday, April 30th, 9 a.m. The hunt for 17-year-old Johnny Demring was intensified. To our knowledge, because of the information we'd gained from narcotics peddler Jocko Harris, the teenage youngster had a large store of high-grade heroin, which we knew, because of his inexperience, he was unaccustomed to dealing with. In his hands, the narcotics immediately became a lethal weapon. We knew that Johnny Demring had only one market to deal in, only one type of customer he was acquainted with, the teenager. In previous transactions, we knew that the youngsters received only a low-grade type of narcotic, highly diluted. We knew that if Demring succeeded in dispensing the highly concentrated store that he had on hand, and the juvenile customers he served tried it on themselves, it would very likely result in death. 3 p.m. Wednesday. Despite all our efforts, Johnny Demring and the store of high-grade narcotics which he'd hijacked from Jocko Harris were still missing. Wednesday, 12 noon. We began rechecking every one of the possible sources that might lead us to the suspect. One of them was the boy's mother, Mrs. Frances Demring. We talked to her at work. She was employed as a multigraph operator in the mailing department of a large downtown department store.
Not since the last time you talked to me, Sergeant. I haven't heard a word from my boy. Nothing at all. Have you heard anything?
Well, yes, ma'am, in a way. We've got an idea he's still somewhere in the city. That's why we figured we'd come back and talk to you again.
Have you been in touch with your relatives in town recently, Miss Demring? I mean, those that Johnny might possibly contact?
Yes, well, there's just my sister and my mother.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess it just wasn't to be right from the start. Johnny's father ran away, you know. Tried my best after that. Never seemed to be enough. Suppose there's no getting away from it. A boy needs a father. You can try all you want. They still need a father, some kind of discipline.
Mm-hmm. How about the relatives you have out of town, Miss Demring? Any word from them at all about Johnny?
No, Sergeant, nothing. Would you excuse me, please? This run here's finished. I have to get it off the machine.
Sure, go right ahead.
Yes, a terrible thing, Johnny getting mixed up in all this. Seems no matter how you try, it's never enough. Never enough.
Do you have any idea at all where Johnny would most likely go in town if he didn't want to be seen, Mrs. Demring?
Where'd he go? No, I wouldn't know that, Sergeant. First place, Johnny's never really been in trouble before.
Well, how about Johnny's school friends, ma'am? Would there be any one of them he might possibly contact in a jam?
None that I haven't told you about before, I don't think. Evelyn. She's the only one I suppose Johnny'd go to if he needed help, if he was in trouble.
That's his girlfriend at the high school, isn't it, Evelyn Maxwell?
Yes, that's right. Sweet girl.
How about a girlfriend Johnny was supposed to have downtown somewhere, Mrs. Demring? Would you know anything about her?
Nothing really, no. Her name was Betty, I think.
You have no idea where she lived downtown?
No, I don't, Sergeant.
Well, all right, ma'am. Thank you very much. Appreciate it if you'd notify us if you hear anything about your son at all.
All right, Sergeant, thank you. Tomorrow's Johnny's birthday, you know, I meant to tell you. Always expect Johnny home on his birthday. Seems no matter where he is, how he's tied up with his school or sports or something, Johnny always makes it home for his birthday.
I see.
I wonder how it'll be tomorrow. He's never missed once. Not once.
Well, if he shows up, I guess you can count on one thing, ma'am.
What's that?
He's going to have to miss next year. 2 p.m. Ben and I picked up a glass of milk and a hot dog for lunch, and then we continued making a check of Johnny Demring's closest friends. Next in line after his mother was Demring's high school girlfriend, Evelyn Maxford. We located her at her home, a tall, attractive brunette, nicely dressed and well-mannered. She seemed unusually nervous as we interviewed her.
I haven't heard a word, Sergeant. I know tomorrow's his birthday. The mother's expecting him home. I know he won't come, though. Sure of that.
How are you sure, miss?
Well, I just know that's all.
I'd like to ask you again.
Yes?
Are you sure you haven't heard from Johnny Demring recently in the past 2 days or so?
No, that's what I told you. Don't you believe me?
Do you know why we're so anxious to locate Johnny, Miss Maxford?
Well, I think so. It's about the narcotics business. You say Johnny had a hand in it. He was selling those things to the kids. I still don't believe it myself.
It's a lot more than that, the way it stands now, Miss Maxford.
What do you mean?
Well,
When he was at school, Johnny was kept supplied with narcotics by a man named Jocko Harris. He's what we call a pusher, kind of an in-between supply man in the narcotics trade. Well, 2 nights ago, Johnny caught up with this Harris. He beat him up badly enough to send him to the hospital with a fractured skull. And then Johnny stole every bit of narcotics that Harris had in his room, some of the strongest stuff you can buy on the market. That's why we want Johnny, Miss Maxford.
I don't think I understand. What does it mean?
It means that most of the teenage kids Johnny's been supplying stuff to have been getting fairly weak grades in narcotics. If you get some of this stuff to them and the kids start taking it, it might prove too strong for them. If they take too much of it, it could kill them outright. Now, you see what we're up against. We've got to find that boy. We've got to find him soon.
Couldn't you talk to his mother? Maybe she could tell you something.
Well, we already have, miss. She couldn't tell us anything. That's why we halfway depended on you.
Why do they have to put it in my lap? Why does it have to be me? I liked Johnny for a while. I don't know what to think now.
Well, have you heard from him, Miss Maxford? Now, there's no reason to be afraid. You'd probably feel a lot worse if something happened to one of the high school kids, wouldn't you? Miss Maxford?
I got a call from him yesterday, Johnny. He wouldn't tell me where he was. I asked him, but he wouldn't tell me.
What else did he say?
He knows everybody's looking for him. He doesn't know about the stuff that he stole, though. I'm sure of that. He doesn't know what it could do.
Did he make any dates with you? Did he want to see you?
Yes, he wants to see me. He wants me to meet him tonight.
Where?
Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Yes? I don't know. I don't really. What? 7 o'clock, all right. Yes, I'll meet you then. All right, goodbye. That was Johnny just then. He wanted to make sure I was going to meet him tonight.
When?
7 o'clock tonight, right near Westlake Park.
Which side, miss?
The west side, Sergeant. I hope to God it's not true.
What's that?
The narcotics he stole from that man. You said they were powerful?
Yes, we did.
Johnny's been taking them for 2 days.
6:45 p.m. Together with 2 other men from Juvenile Bureau, Hurst and Ty, we drove near the appointed spot along the lake in Westlake Park where Evelyn Maxford's meeting with the teenage suspect, Johnny Demring, was to take place. We staked out at a reasonable distance, and Miss Maxford went ahead to the meeting spot. As far as we could see, there was no sign of Demring. Somebody on the opposite side of the lake was playing a phonograph. The music came over faintly across the water. We watched the Maxford girl cross the long stretch of grass down to the lake. She approached the shore. We saw her stop and look down. Joe, let's go. Come on.
Yeah.
We ran all the way as fast as we could get there. When we got close enough, we found out the reason for the scream. He was lying face up on the ground near the edge of a small clump of trees close to the water. He was a good-looking boy, dark hair, good build. Took only one look, and you knew right away he was too young to be dead. You could argue for a week, but you wouldn't change it. He was dead. The girl stood over him, her face in her hands, crying.
No marks on the body, Joe. None at all.
Well, that must be it, huh? An overdose?
That's the way it looks to me. We better get her out of here, hadn't we?
Yeah. Miss Maxford? Come on, Miss Maxford.
Yes, Sergeant. It's all right. It's all right now.
We'll have one of the other men drive you home. We can take care of whatever has to be done here.
He was a good boy, Sergeant. He was smart. How'd he ever get started in such a thing? How could he ever make such a mistake?
Well, he's got the best excuse in the world, miss.
Yes.
He was 17.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On May 2nd, a coroner's inquest was held at the county morgue, Hall of Justice, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that inquest.
And now here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, it makes us very happy to know that so many of you have switched to king-size Fatimas. Now, this actual sales report I have here shows that in state after state, more people are smoking Fatimas every day. In the first state, Fatima sales are up 97%. The next state sales up 114%. Still another state, 117%. And still another, 69%. Well, those are just a few. Now, in my opinion, that can mean only one thing, that thousands and thousands of smokers, coast to coast, agree with what we've been saying. Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. If you haven't smoked them yet, remember this. Fatimas cost no more than the cigarettes you've been smoking. Fatima gives you all the advantages of extra length, plus Fatima quality, which no other king-size cigarette has. So tomorrow, buy Fatima.
At the inquest, the coroner's jury ruled that 17-year-old John Andrew Demering had administered himself an overdose of narcotics and thus had taken his own life. All others involved in the juvenile narcotics ring, a total of 8 persons, were tried and convicted under the State Narcotics Act. They received sentences as prescribed by law and are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Stay tuned for Counter Spy, next on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Calling all cars. A copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 102. All cars watch closely the operator of Nail's Cronin. Police detaining narcotics. That's all. Rosenquist. When this call goes out over the air to hundreds of radio patrol cars, it's often a matter of life and death. Police cars haven't a second to wait. When that throttle is thrust to the floor, the police car must leap instantly to top speed and tear to the street, siren sweeping. 1 second may mean a life saved. That's why the most efficient police departments of the West refuse to use ordinary gasolines in police cars and emergency engines. Tests have proved that gasolines made by ordinary refining processes can't start fast enough, can't develop enough speed and power. There's a reason why more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other brand. And that reason is the exclusive patented refining process known as cracking. Rio Grande puts gasoline through the newly developed Sinclair cracking process to separate the slow burning from the fast firing elements. What a difference it makes. In scores of tests before police officials, Rio Grande cracked gasoline has proved to be so much faster in starting, so much speedier, so much more powerful, that it has been awarded the contract to power all emergency cars operated by Los Angeles, Oakland, Berkeley, Marysville, San Diego counties, Maricopa County, Arizona, and many other cities and counties. On tonight's program, you will hear a graphic demonstration of the efficiency of our police. Rio Grande cracked gasoline has contributed greatly to this efficiency. For more police and emergency cars use Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively, wherever it is sold, than any other brand. And they use exactly the same gasoline you get when you patronize your Rio Grande independent dealer. Try a tankful tomorrow. And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Good evening, friends. You have often heard me refer to Los Angeles as the bright spot of America's crime map. The phrase is mine. The statistics which inspired it may be obtained by anyone interested in the work of this police department. During the era of lawlessness, now happily coming to a close, we enjoyed a minimum of large-scale crime as compared to other cities in this nation. This is not meant to imply, however, that we did not have our racketeers and so-called big shots. Many were the hoodlums who tried to muscle themselves into power. But as quickly as they began operations, we began breaking them down. It wasn't always easy. One of the most difficult men we had to break was a one-time petty pickpocket who muscled into the dope racket and made himself a big shot. His name makes no difference. He has paid his debt to society, so for the purpose of our story, we will call him Nails Cronin. It was in 1927. One day, Chief Davis summoned Detective Lieutenant Seeger into his office. Good morning, Chief. Come in, Seeger. Sit down. Seeger, you've had a lot of narcotic experience, haven't you?
Yes, sir. I was up north with the State Enforcement Bureau for several years.
Mm-hmm. You know who Nails Cronin is, Seeger?
Sure, everybody knows who he is. Big shot dope peddler. Fence. Got ambitions to be a West Coast Capone.
That's right. They're saying around town that I can't get it.
Well, there's a pretty slick customer. None of the boys have ever been able to hang anything on him yet. He lets the mules that work for him take the rap.
Yes, I know. He's the hardest sort of individual with whom to deal. But I don't think they're right when they say we can't get it. Do you?
No, sir.
I knew you'd agree with me. Very well, Seeger. I'm going to make you captain of the combined robbery and narcotics squad. And I'm going to give you one big job. Get Cronin.
Yes, sir. It may take me a year, but I'll get him.
Slowly, the police spin their web. A dozen detectives shadow a dozen dope peddlers, make arrest after arrest, but never can they put the finger on Nails Cronin. Then one day, as Detective Lieutenant Edwards, one of Seeger's men, is entering police headquarters, a man approaches him.
Hi, Edwards. Yes, what is it? Cronin wants to talk to you. What about? How should I know? He saw me to tell you he wants to talk to you.
Well, I don't want to talk to him.
Be a smart guy, Edwards. It'll only take a minute. He's sitting right over there on his car.
Well, okay.
Hello, Edward.
Hello, Nails. It's been years since the day you tried to pinch me for possession of liquor. I'll never forget your face when you found that bottle in the back of my car was full of cleaning fluid. Yeah, that was very funny. Yes, I understand Jim Davis has put his bloodhounds on my trail again. Yeah? Don't tell me you don't know anything about it. You work for Seeger, don't you? Yeah. You don't make much money, do you, Edward? I don't need to tell you what a copper's salary is. How'd you like an extra $200 a month? For what? Telling me what Seeger's plans are. No, thanks. Being a little foolish, Edward. I ought to arrest you for bribery, Cronin. Well, but you won't, guy. You haven't any witnesses. You here, just dumb and blind, ain't you, Steve?
Sure, yeah. Me no take anything.
Well, how about it, Edward? I told you no. And you'd better move that car of yours. You're parked in the yellow. I can run you in for that, you know. No, you can't. The loading zone. I just got to pick up my friend Stu here. So long, Captain. So he offered you a bribe, huh? That's just fine. What do you mean? He's worried. You must be getting pretty close to him.
Sure, we're getting close to him, Captain. I'll tell you that Mr. and Mrs. Howard I've been killing are cheap mules. I'm sure of it.
Well, it's worth a try. Have you booked that Mexican peddler you just brought in, Chitwood?
No, he's still outside.
Okay, bring him in.
Right. Come in, Pedro.
Pedro, we've got plenty on you to send you to the big house for a nice long stay.
Oh, please, Senor Capitan, not to arrest Pedro. Pedro, one good citizen and taxpayer. Pedro, not a bad man.
Here's the 2 ounces of narcotics we found on you. You can't deny that?
Oh, no, but you see, this is the very first time I do anything like this. You let me go, huh? I never do it again.
I think maybe we can arrange something like that.
Oh, gracias, Senor Capitan, gracias.
On one condition.
Si, senor?
That you do a little favor for us.
Oh, si, senor. Of course, anything I can do.
You know a man and his wife by the name of Howard? Mr. and Mrs. Sandy Howard?
Sandy Howard? Oh, gee, I know him.
I want you to buy 3 ounces of morphine from them.
You want me to... Oh, I do not understand. Oh, it is a trap, huh? So you can arrest me all over again. Oh, but I don't understand that. I'm arrested already.
No, I don't want to arrest you all over again, Pedro. I'm after bigger fish than you. I want to arrest Sandy Howard and his wife.
Oh, I see. And for buying 3 ounces from them, you will let me go free?
I think we can arrange it if you promise not to peddle any more junk.
Oh, see, I promise. On your word, Ole Gonzalez.
We'll give you a chance. Now, here's what you do. You call Sandy Howard and make a date with him to make the buy. You'll have 2 officers hidden in the rumble seat of your car. After you've given Howard and his wife the marked money...
Where do I get the marked money?
Don't worry, we'll provide that. And after they've given you the morphine, you clap your hands together and say, now I can make myself a little dinero.
I clap my hands together like this and say, now I can make myself a little dinero.
That's right. And that'll be the signal for the 2 men in the rumble seat to make the arrest.
Oh, it is very simple. I'm glad for to do it simple, my big friend.
Pedro makes a date to meet the Howards at Beaudry and First Street. Around the corner, Captain Seeger spots 6 police cars with plain clothing at the wheel. Pedro, with 2 officers hidden in the rumble seat of his car, drives up to the corner. A moment later, Mr. and Mrs. Howard arrive in their car. Howard saunters over to Pedro, and to Seeger, watching from the opposite corner, there appears to be an argument.
Something's going on, Captain. Pedro's getting out of his car.
Do you suppose that Mexican's double-crossing us?
I don't know, but he's getting in the hard car. I'm swinging around. Oh, be gone.
What?
On the whole thing. As Mrs. Howard giving us a bird. She's thumbing her nose at us.
Follow them. Don't let them get out of sight.
Okay, Captain.
Now, wait a minute. There's no use following them.
Why not?
They're wise. If we tail them, they'll just give us a runaround. Might as well go back to the corner and hope that Pedro's on the level and bring them back here somehow.
That's the funniest thing I ever hear. I did not know the wolf was on my tail, Senor Howard.
Yeah. But he won't get very far in this game. He doesn't wise up to things like that.
Sure. We never take a chance. They wouldn't have got a thing on us if they had stopped us.
Why? What do you mean? They didn't bring you more things?
Not with us. You think we're nuts?
Where do you take me, then?
Not far. Down this next block here.
All right. Let's have the dough, Pedro.
Yeah, but where's the morphine?
It's stashed in that hedge. Hand us over the door and go pick it up for yourself.
Well, okay. But it's a very fine business.
It's a very safe business if you do it this way.
Where do you say the traffic is?
Right there in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Pedro. We got the money, you got the junk. Call us up when you need some more.
Now, wait a minute, Senor Howard.
What's the matter?
You're not going to leave me way out here on Sunset Boulevard, are you?
Sure, why not?
But my car is all the way over on Beaudry. I cannot walk so far. It's too hot.
We might as well take him back, Sandy.
Okay, hop in, Pedro. Well, there you are, Pedro. Right alongside your own car. How's that for service?
Bueno, gracias, senora. I'm very much pleased to have this stuff. Very much. Now I can make myself a little dinero.
Yeah, Pedro.
Hey,
You want
Sandy,
to
look. There's a couple of cops in that rumble seat. Get going.
Hey, stop. Out. Hey, take out. Follow them. We can't move our feet and hands to the face. Okay, fellas.
Tires now, Captain. I'll try. Almost. You hit the gas tank. There goes again. That did it. He won't go far in that flat. Force him over to the curb. Okay, pull over.
What's the first, officer?
Plenty. You're under arrest for violation of the State Poison
Yeah,
Act.
you'll have a hard time proving that.
Not with that marked money Pedro gave you.
Oh, had to stoop to using a stool pigeon, huh, Copper?
Listen, I'll use anything to get Nails Cronin, and the sooner you realize that, the easier your life will be for the next few years.
In the jail are trapped Mr. and Mrs. Sandy Howard, while Captain Figure, striving to smoke out Nails Cronin, has the district attorney set their bail at $100,000 each. Buzzing are the efforts of Cronin's attorneys to lower the bail. Loud are the wailings of Mr. and Mrs. Howard. But silent rejoinder to pandemonium, they remain in jail. Finally, after a month in the Bastille, the Howards are separately interviewed. Of the two, Mrs. Howard seems the most pliable.
Well, Mrs. Howard, how about it? Ready to give us the lowdown on Nails Cronin?
Listen, Flatfoot, I ain't talking. I told you that 30 days ago. It still goes.
You still deny you're one of Nails Cronin's mules, huh?
I never heard of Nails Cronin, and the only mules I know anything about would be bed slippers to you.
It'd be sort of nice to slip into those mules of yours and wrap yourself in your filmiest negligee after a month in jail, wouldn't it, Mrs. Howard?
What are you driving at?
Just this. We know all about you and your husband. We know you're running dope for Nails Cronin. We know that Cronin's attorneys have been trying to reduce your bail. That, my dear Mrs. Howard, is the reason we placed it so high. Now, after a month in jail, you ought to realize that even if he is a big shot, Cronin can't raise $200,000 to spring you and your husband. Either he can't or he doesn't think you're worth it.
Oh, is that so? Well, how do you know that I'm important?
Now, Mrs. Howard, don't let me forget that I think you're a lady.
What do you want?
Certainly not you and your husband. We want Nails Cronin, and you're going to help us get
You're
him.
barking up the wrong tree.
All right, I know that story, and I'm tired of it. I said you're going to help us get him.
Okay. For a price.
Which is?
Sandy's freedom.
All right, Mrs. Howard. We'll go further than that. We'll do our best to get the district attorney to drop charges against not only your husband, but yourself. If you'll play ball with us until we get Cronin.
It's a deal.
With one more stipulation.
What's that?
That neither you nor your husband go back to the narcotic racket.
Okay. That's a deal, too.
And if you do, he'll fix you up with a nice long-term lease on a Marine View apartment at San Quentin.
So Captain Seeger and the district attorney arranged to reduce the bail on Mrs. Howard so that Cronin's attorneys can meet the figure. Immediately upon her release, Mrs. Howard is taken to the detective's office.
Well, Captain, here I am. Practically a free woman again.
That's fine, Mrs. Howard.
Now what do I have to do to spring Sandy?
Well, let's see. We've got to make this sound legitimate. I'll tell you. You call Cronin and tell him you want to buy 100 ounces of morphine so you can raise the dough for Sandy's release.
Okay. Hand me the phone. You know, Cap, I never thought much of cops before I met you.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Why, now I almost got myself believing you're human beings. Hello, Nails? Yeah, this is Birdie. I just got out. And say, Nails, thanks a million for springing me. Gosh, I don't know what to say. Yeah, that Poggy ain't no boudoir. But say, how about Sandy? Oh, I know you ain't got $100,000, but I ain't got a husband neither. Listen, here's the dope. I can unload a lot of stuff. My customers' tongues are hanging out. Yeah, say about 100 ounces. What? $4,000? Well, ain't that a little steep? Okay, I got to get that guy of mine out of jail no matter what. Yeah, okay, Nails. In an hour.
Well?
He fell for it. I'm to go to the top of Angel's Flight in an hour from now, get a cab there, and go to the corner of 4th and Alvarado. There'll be a car there waiting for me. It'll take me to him, only
what?
Oh, he wants me to bring the cash with me. $4,000.
$4,000? You haven't got that much money available for purchases.
Well, that's the deal. Cash on the line.
Well, all right. I got a friend who can raise it. I'll sign my personal note for it.
Your personal note?
Sure. You don't know how anxious I am to get that bird.
With grave misgivings, Captain Seeger followed Mrs. Howard and took $4,000 in marked money from Angel's Flight to the corner of 4th and Alvarado, where Mrs. Howard transfers from the cab to a yellow coupe driven by a Negro chauffeur, which takes her to the corner of Highland Avenue and Sunset Boulevard, where she again changes cars to enter the armored limousine of Nails Cronin, which immediately starts up Highland for Mulholland Drive. Here, for fear of being detected by the wily Cronin, Seeger is forced to abandon the case and return to his office. There, where for the next several hours he nail-bitingly awaits a telephone call from Mrs. Howard. Finally it comes. Who's that, Susan?
This is Bertie Howard, Cap.
Where are you?
Down on the beach at the Tango Canyon.
What happened?
He had the stuff stashed down here in the canyon. I turned over the dozer and picked up the merchandise.
Are you alone?
Yeah, he left me. He's gone to his house on South.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Well, he's either there or at his service station on Beverly.
Okay, Bertie. We'll get on him right away. Want a car to pick you up?
No, thanks. I've still got bus fare.
While Figure leads one detachment of men to Cronin's house, another detail of detectives speed to Cronin's gasoline station to watch out for him. At the house, Figure runs into an unforeseen difficulty. Hey, Joe, you and a couple of the boys beat around to the back of the house. Those dogs are better than a siren. Don't let anyone make a getaway. We can't go into the street. The town will turn to pieces. A couple of slugs over there. Hey, wait a minute. Somebody's opening the door. Quiet down these dogs and let us in. You heard me. Quiet down these dogs. Now listen, Curly, I like dogs, but I hate to have to shoot such nice animals as these. But if you don't quiet them down, I'm going to let them have it. Officers of the law.
Oh, y'all different. Quiet, you. Quiet, you. Shut up, you hound dog. Get back under that porch. John, quiet. Now, what you all guys run what?
Where's Nails?
Nails? What you talking about? We ain't got no nails.
You know what I mean. Nails Cronin.
You ain't at home.
Well, we're coming in.
I don't know whether I'll let you do that.
No, well, you think about it while we look the joint over. Come on, boys. Knowing that he must present his case in court, Captain Seeger, failing to find any evidence beyond a .45 caliber gun with the serial numbers filed off, has his men make careful scale drawings of the interior of the house. When this work is completed, a strange discovery is made.
Hey, Cap, look here.
What?
I've been making the measurements in the living room, and Bob's been making them in the dining room. But they don't jive with the outside measurements of the house.
What are you talking about?
Well, look, Cap. There's a 3-foot difference between the living room and the dining room.
Well, won't be done.
Don't seem to be any other place to make up for the difference.
Might be a hidden closet.
But the way the house is built, I don't see how it could be. Look, between the two rooms is a bookcase.
Let's see. This is a stucco wall. We'll see how solid it is. Now, this is as hollow as your head, Bob. See if you can find an opening, some sort of secret panel slides or something.
Yeah, like you Phillips Oppenheim stories, huh?
Yeah, sure. Real detective stuff. And hey, you better bring in that axe in the car.
Yeah. Perhaps this is all solid paneling and bookcases.
No secret spring, huh?
No. There's a lot of funny books, though. They Bruce Cameron by some Italian. Ever hear of that book, Cap?
Oh, sure. We better pass that one by.
Yeah, and here's Don Blanding's poetry. Hey, I know that one, Cap. Well, that guy can really write poetry. You know, he's almost as good as Eddie Jess. You know that one of his about the vagabond house?
Boy, that's beautiful. Yeah, just like a mail order catalog.
Huh? Yeah, I don't get it.
Here's the rest, Cap. Oh, fine. Now, let's make it that bookcase. Somewhere around Don Blanding, will you?
Sure. Hey, don't do that. Let's get him, Cap. Just the near tunnel.
That's fine. Throw it away. Give him a hand, Bob.
Okay. The same, though. They ruined that book of poetry.
Well, let's forget literature for a minute.
Hey, look, for the love of Mike, look at those 5-gallon cans of alcohol.
Sight for sore eyes. Now, at last, we've got something on Mr. Nail's story.
There must be 50 pounds in there. And look at the package of not cutting.
I don't care about that. See if you can find my $4 grand.
Oh, there's a great box. And I need you out. Boy, Nails was good talk.
Well, open it up, quick.
There's a lot of dough in there.
Let's see it. Boy, what a relief.
What do you mean, Cap?
Here's my $4 grand, all marked and tucked away. This is all we need on Mr. Cronin, boys. The case is closed. What we want now is Mr. Cronin himself. Let's go.
Let's go.
To his service station. Leaving Cronin's house under guard of 2 detectives and placing the Negro maid under arrest, Siegel and his men drive to Cronin's service station. Approaching the brilliantly lit corner, they drive up behind the police car, which has been detailed to search the place. Captain Siegel talks with his men.
How about it, Sipwood?
He's in there. Been in there for an hour and a half. We had our eye on him all the time.
Good. Come on.
How'd you make out at the house?
Well, we've got plenty on this bird now.
Hey, there he is. Sitting behind the desk in there.
Come on. Well, if it ain't the law.
They're on your arrest, Cronin.
You guys quit wasting my time and yours. You know you can't get anything on me.
We've got plenty on you now, Cronin.
Well, what's the charge?
Violation of State Poison Act.
Why don't you get a new job?
We mean business, Cronin. We're taking you in.
Keep your bracelets in your pocket. I'll go along. I'll be out of here. All right, they'll get to Central. Harry, Chief. Call him out, please. Tell him to meet you at Central.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of good that'll do, Cronin.
That's what you think.
Captain Sugar escorts the Oregon Cronin into the squad room at Central and presents him with the facts. Now, Cronin, listen carefully.
I can hand the mouthpiece. I won't say a word.
You don't have to. And we ain't letting you talk to your mouthpiece, are we, boys?
Hey, this is unconstitutional.
Well, that's fine when you talk about constitutionality.
You can't make me talk.
Now, listen, Cronin, will you be quiet for a minute? So far, you've done all the talking. Now, listen. Just this. No one's asking you to talk. We're just asking you to listen.
I see. Better get a bedtime story, huh? Time don't pay. The policeman's your friend and all that bunker.
You'd be a lot better off if you'd listened to him before. Now, pipe down and get this. You're through. We got enough on you to send you up for a neat little stretch.
Oh,
Yeah. I haven't got any tricks up my sleeve. Now, here's the lowdown. You sold 100 ounces of morphine to Mrs. Howard today. She paid you with my money. Money I marked myself. We just raided your house and recovered that money. And you know what we found when we found the money. 55-gallon cans with alcohol and $10,000 worth of narcotics. Well, how about it, Nails? Think your mouthpiece will do you any good now? If you can talk a jury out of that evidence?
Captain.
Yeah?
Can I talk to you privately?
Sure. Come on into my office. You'll pardon us, won't you, boys? Sit down, Nails. Cigar?
Yeah. Thanks.
Light?
Thanks, Captain.
Now, what's on your mind?
Let's go, Captain. You really got the goods on me?
Enough to give you a maximum sentence.
Sort of. Sort of.
Sort of.
Let's go, Captain. Here's the key. Key to my safe deposit box. $50,000 in that box. In cash. Now, you take the key. Help yourself to 20 grand.
I can't let you go now.
I know it. But all I ask is this. You take 20 grand and forget some of the evidence you got against me. No, I better get some kind of a rap. You can make it easy on me, Captain.
How do you know I won't take the whole 50 grand?
Because you're an honest man, Captain Figure.
Boys, Cronin just offered me a $20,000 bribe to go easy on him. Here's the key to his safe deposit box.
I guess that's what yours is, Cronin. Come on. Wait a minute, Captain.
You're right, Cronin. I'm an honest man, and I'm not taking any bribes. That, my dear Cronin, is part of the job of being an honest man.
Captain Figure. Don't let me out, Captain. Don't let me get out. Don't let me stop on the street.
I'll take him to the cell, Sergeant. Well, boys, there goes the man they said Jim Davis couldn't get. There goes the big shot of the Los Angeles racket. There goes a big crybaby.
Yeah. He reminds me of that guy in the gangster picture, Cap. He could fish it out, but he couldn't take it.
Yes, Leo Cronin could dish it out, but he couldn't take it. He took plenty, though, when he went to court. And when he found the evidence Captain Figure piled against him, he welched again and pled guilty to selling morphine to Mrs. Howard. Judge Doran sentenced him to San Quentin for a maximum of 6 years. 5 years later, he was out, and 6 months after his release, he was picked up for picking his pocket at a picnic in Sycamore Grove. Nails Cronin, self-styled big shot, had found his level, a cheap, petty crook. We taught him that time that crime doesn't pay. Thank you, Chief Davis. True Detective Mysteries, which are broadcast over this program, also appear in story form in the Calling All Cars News. You get this unique publication free of charge every month wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. And in this month's issue of the news, you will find illustrations and descriptions of 9 free gifts, which make up the complete junior detective outfit for boys and girls. You can help your young friends get these junior police outfits, if you will, by just driving to a Rio Grande cracked gasoline pump next time you fill up. It costs you no more than ordinary gasoline. But when this super-refined tetra-ethyl-treated fuel reaches your carburetor, you'll get the thrill of faster starting, lightning acceleration, greater power, and police car performance. Buffalo Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Translation broadcast 102. Male 29 custody. That's all. Rose and Subject interpreting good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Fiery horse with speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. The masked rider of the plains did more than anyone else to bring law and order to the western United States. He fought crime and criminals relentlessly, but he was always willing to give the man who wanted to go straight a second chance. His reputation for fair dealing was only equaled by his reputation for courage. Now let us return to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading to Millvale! Someone's waiting for us there! Hi-yo, Silver!
Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings
two old Civil War veterans, wandered the western trails, hoping to make their fortunes. They were hungry and disheartened when they appeared at the Lazy End Ranch House, and the foreman, young Steve Manners, made them welcome. Jane Colfax, whose father owned the ranch, led Bolivar and Hacksaw to the cookhouse. Soon a huge plate of flapjacks was placed on the table. The veterans attacked, and now, with the enemy annihilated, we see them leaning back in their chairs. Steve says,
"Had enough, fellas?"
"Friend, I'm plumb full to bustin'."
"And I declare I ain't met up with such elegant cooking and such real manners since me and Hacksaw was riding the Virginia Valley with dashing Jeb Stewart."
Thank you, Bolivar.
"Miss, I ain't got Bolivar's language, but him and me sure got the same sentiments."
I'm glad you like the food. And you're welcome to stay on until you find something to do.
That's what I was just telling them.
Gosh, this is like dying and going to heaven.
I'll have to see about the dishes now.
And I'd better be getting saddled. I'll be in at noon, though, Jane.
All right, Steve.
There goes one of the sweetest little ladies I ever seen.
She ain't to be beat. I'm hoping that one of these days we'll be getting hitched.
Me and Bolivar sure wish you luck. You treated us real white.
I'll take my dishes out to the kitchen. I'd like another word with Jane.
I reckon you would.
Say, who that just stopped outside?
Huh?
You can see him through the window.
Well, I don't know. He's
Steve, you look like you seen a ghost.
What made you drop your dishes?
I was just clumsy, I reckon.
It didn't look that way to me. It looked like the sight of that fellow was...
You'll have to excuse me, friends. There's something I have to see to.
Hey, wait!
You fellas just make yourselves to home. I'm right busy now.
Well, I'll be darned.
Hacksaw, if I ever seen a fellow scared afore, Steve was sure him.
I can't figure it out. It seemed like just as soon as I pointed to that fellow that rode up, Steve went all to pieces.
To pieces? He flew out of here like he was shot from a scattergun.
What do you suppose got into him, Bolivar?
I don't know, but I aim to find out.
But I don't...
Look. Steve and that fella act as though maybe they've met up before.
Mean-looking gent, ain't he?
And now they're coming into the ranch house.
I should wonder if Steve's in some kind of trouble.
Come on, Hacksaw.
Huh?
Get up out of that chair, doggone you. If Steve's in trouble after treating us so white, it's up to us to do something about it, ain't it?
But what can we do?
I don't know. But first we've got to find out what the trouble is. Come on.
But if Steve wanted us along to ask us...
We don't need no invitation. There's an open window over there, ain't they? Close the door behind you.
You mean we should just listen in without saying nothing?
Look here, Hacksaw. If you see a fella drowning, you don't wait for him to send you a note asking you to save him, do you? Well, from the look on Steve's face, I'd say he was in a worse fix than drowning. And I'm going to do something about it.
Well,
Keep your voice down. There's the window just ahead.
You don't act real glad to see me, Steve.
Why in blazes did you have to come here, Morgan?
I reckon a fella can start in the cattle business where he's a mind to, can he?
You in the cattle business. Rustling cattle's more your style.
So you ain't forgot the old days, eh, Steve?
I'll forget 'em if you let me.
Remember the time we stole almost 1,000 head from the bar box outfit up Montana way?
Blast you. I've gone straight since then. Why can't you let me alone? Besides, I was just a wild kid then. I turned outlaw because I thought it was something smart. But I soon learned different.
Got a right nice job here, ain't you?
What's that to you?
And I hear you've been keeping company with the boss's girl. You figuring on getting married?
Get to the point. You ain't here just to tell what you've heard.
Well, like I say, I'm going to be a real rancher. I just bought the old Kramer place on the other side of town.
The Kramer place? There ain't no stock on that range.
There ain't, for a fact.
And where'd you get the cash to stock it? You been holding up stages?
That's where you come in, Steve.
Huh?
You're going to see to it that I get enough cattle to set me up.
I ain't got no cash, no cattle either.
But your boss has.
You mean you want me...
I mean you're going to see that I get 1,000 head of old man Colfax's cows.
Now,
hold on. I ain't through talking yet.
I'd just see you in blazes first. And even if I was willing, you wouldn't get away with it. You're forgetting the cows that belong to this ranch are all wearing the Lazy End brand.
I ain't forgetting nothing. I got a brand already registered.
Yeah?
The Box Z.
But you can't...
All I have to do when you deliver them cows is to have my boys work 'em over with a running iron. It won't be no trick at all to change a Lazy N into a Box Z.
You rotten polecat. Get out of here.
You'll do as I say, or your fine friends are going to hear all about your being an outlaw.
I ain't wanted by the law. There's nobody here would believe anything against me.
No? But maybe they'd believe this letter if they was to see it. And you needn't get ready to grab it. This is just a copy. I got the real one where you ain't liable to get your hands on it.
That's a letter I read when I was in Montana.
And it says enough to prove anything I want it to.
I'd like to break your neck.
I reckon you would. But you ain't gonna. You're gonna see that I get them cows.
I won't.
Suit yourself. If you don't want to lose your job and your girl both, you'll do like I say.
But if Sam Colfax come back and found 1,000 head missing, I'd lose my job anyhow.
Is it your fault if rustlers stole them?
1,000 head?
It's that or the letter?
I've got to have time to think it over. I don't know just what to do.
I'll give you a week.
But
a week. And in the meantime, I think I'll use the time to get acquainted with that girl you've been sparking. I hear she's right pretty.
You dirty skunk.
Well, I'll be dog blasted. Did you hear what that fella's trying to make Steve do?
And him a friend of ours.
I wish there was some way we could help him.
You come along with me.
But what are you
Come on. You and me are making a trip.
A trip?
We're going to find the masked man.
But what for?
Hold still there, General Sherman. Hacksaw, maybe we can't help Steve any, but the masked fellow and Tonto sure can.
By golly, I never thought of that.
I got a darn good notion where they are. We'll tell them the whole thing.
That's a good idea,
And
Bolivar.
Hacksaw, what that masked fellow'll do to that slick outlaw be aplenty. Come on,
Get up
General
there.
Sherman. Get up there. Get up.
The two old soldiers rode as swiftly as their ancient horses would carry them. Bolivar, unfortunately, had no more than a vague idea where the Lone Ranger might be found. And for several days they found no trace of him.
Tonto ain't in this town, Hacksaw.
Well, we'll just have to go on looking.
And the time's getting less all the while.
Oh, Steve.
But we'll find them fellas yet. Get up, General
Get up
Sherman.
there.
Get up.
Get
Get
up
on.
there.
Get up. Bartender, have you seen anything of a redskin by the name of Tonto around here?
Ain't seen no Injuns at all.
2 days left.
Hurry, Bolivar. We still got more traveling to do. What town's this, Bolivar?
Milldale.
I'm just about ready to give up.
So am I, Hacksaw. But I recollect Tonto saying something about there being outlaws down this way.
Well, if we... Hey, look at that horse in front of the cafe.
That's the paint horse Tonto got from old Thundercloud.
And ain't that Tonto back in the shadows?
Howling Tomcats. Hey, Tonto, Tonto!
Oh,
there. Whoa.
I ain't been so glad to see anybody since the time old Jeb Stewart pinned all them medals on my chest.
Tonto, feel plenty good see you.
Tonto, you're a sight for sore eyes.
What you do here?
We've been looking for you. Where's your masked pard?
Him in camp.
We gotta see him right away.
Tonto, take you there.
There ain't no time to waste, Tonto. We gotta move awful fast.
Here, paint horse.
Gosh, I just about give up all hope.
What matter?
Everything's the matter, Tonto. Come on, we'll tell you about it while we're riding.
Get him up.
Get him on, Sherman. Get him on. Come on, boy.
As the days passed, Morgan Hanley spent more and more of his time at the Lazy N. We see him now on the afternoon before the final day set for Steve's decision, speaking with Jane Colfax. They are on the porch of the ranch house.
Miss Jane, I can't see no reason why you and me can't be good friends.
I prefer to choose my friends myself.
Meaning you ain't got no time for me?
You can take it any way you want to.
It's Steve, eh?
I don't see why I have to explain myself. If you'll excuse me, I'm going inside.
Just a second.
Yes?
I got some things to say. And the first is you and Steve ain't gonna get hitched up.
Let me by.
Staying where you are. I could tell you plenty about Steve. If you don't act more friendly, I'll get him in so much trouble he'll never get out.
Let me by, Steve.
You stubborn little fool.
Steve! Steve!
Keep your mouth shut.
Oh,
What's the trouble, Jane?
You stay out of this, Steve.
Make this fella leave me be.
Morgan, I told you what would happen if you didn't quit pestering Jane here.
You'd better mind your talk.
Stand away from her.
I won't, I tell you.
This will teach you.
You hit me.
I should tear you apart.
I'll fix you. I'll get that letter
You
out.
show that letter, and your chances of getting what you want are done for.
Blast you.
I got till tomorrow. Now get out of here.
I'll go. And I'll wait till tomorrow. But if you don't give me your answer then...
Yeah?
Then I'll see to it you run right out of this county.
Go on, get!
And if you think I don't mean it, just try and stall for more time.
Steve, what is it? What holds that man got on?
I can't tell you, honey.
Don't you think I can be trusted?
Jane, don't ask me about it, please.
I won't, Steve, but I just want you to know this. Whatever it is, whatever you've done, I'll still love you.
Jane! Hey, wait!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. When Bolivar Bates and Hacksaw Hastings stopped at the Lazy N Ranch, they discovered that its young foreman, Steve Manners, had written an incriminating letter several years before. The letter was held by an outlaw, Morgan Hanley, who threatened Steve with exposure unless he stole 1,000 head of his employer's cattle. Bolivar and Hacksaw set out to find the Lone Ranger. Hanley gave Steve 1 week to decide whether or not to obey his orders. On the 6th day, the two men quarreled, and that evening Morgan went to the cafe in town. Now, as our second act opens, we see Bolivar and Hacksaw as they approach the door of the cafe.
Think Morgan's inside, Bolivar?
I'll push back the door and see.
There he is.
He's standing right at the end of the bar.
You go and talk to him.
Come on in.
Gosh, every time I see that fella, he looks meaner than the last time.
There ain't nothing to be afeard of. If he gets tough, we'll just give him that steely look of ours.
Yeah.
Howdy, friend. Your name Morgan?
Huh? How'd you fellas know my name?
Shucks, we know a heap more than that about you. Don't we, Hacksaw?
That we do.
Yeah?
But maybe we hadn't ought to talk where anybody can hear us.
Say, what are you two old goats getting at?
What's that you called us?
Careful there, mister.
Get the blazes away from here. I ain't got the time or the mind to do any talking with a couple of tramps like you fellas.
Why, conson, you're hide-eye. Well, come along, Hacksaw. I reckon he ain't interested in now knowing about that letter of Steve's he's got.
What's that?
Yeah, Bolivar. I figured maybe he was the kind of fella we could do business with.
Just hold on. What's that you said about a letter?
You willing to talk?
We can't do no talking here. We'll go over to that table there in the corner.
Sounds like he's changed his tune, Bolivar.
Yeah.
Come on. I don't know what your game is, but by golly, I'm going to find out.
Me and my partner just had a notion you could use some help.
And get the cattle you want without half so much trouble.
Sit down.
Sure.
Now, talk and talk fast. How come you know about that letter?
Steve told us.
Why?
You better tell him the rest of it, Bolivar, before he gets the wrong ID.
I reckon I had. He looks mad enough to bust.
The rest of what?
Well, it's like this. Steve told us, on account of we had a letter mighty like yours.
And we had the same notion you had.
Only we went there looking for cash, because we wouldn't know what to do with cows if he give them to us.
How'd you get hold of any such letter?
You see that Indian sitting at that table all alone?
Yeah?
He's got a friend, a masked fella.
An outlaw, huh?
Well, some fellas call him that.
Go on. Keep talking.
He knew Steve when he was an outlaw, just like you did. And he had a letter to prove it.
Well, I'll be...
So when we done him a favor once, he give us the letter.
And you fellas are trying to get cash from Steve for it?
That was the notion we had. We went to him, and when we told him about it, he was fit to be tied. So then we got the idea you and us could work together.
How do you figure that?
Steve put up quite a fuss when you asked him for that 1,000 head, didn't he?
And what if he did?
We was thinking maybe you went about it the wrong way. What you want to do is to ask for just a little at first to get him used to the idea how easy it is to steal.
Yeah?
And then when he's give you maybe 50 head or so of cattle, come on back with that letter we got and ask for the 1,000.
Say, maybe you fellas ain't as dumb as you look.
Shucks, we just look that way a purpose. If folks savvied how downright slick we was, they'd be afeard of us.
That they would, mister.
But how do I know you're telling the truth?
Steve wouldn't have told us about the letter you got, less'n we knew something too, would he?
Maybe not.
And besides, we'll show you the letter.
The Injun can tell you where we got it.
And what do you fellas want out of this?
We ain't asking for much. We can't get cash from Steve, so you can take cattle and pay us when you've sold it.
Yeah.
Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to check that Injun's story with yours. Then I'm going to have a look at that letter. And if you've been talking straight, maybe we can do business.
Morgan talked to Tonto, and then agreed to the plan outlined by Bolivar and Hacksaw. The next morning, he rode to the Lazy Inn, dismounted, and rapped on the ranch house door.
That was a slick scheme, all right, that them two old coots thought up. But if they think they're going to get their share after we're done, they got a mighty big surprise coming. What in blazes is keeping Steve? So there you are.
I've been looking for you. Come on in.
You made up your mind yet?
Yep.
Well?
I ain't giving you nothing.
You ain't?
I'll tell you why. I can't let no 1,000 head go. If I did, the boss would show us devil savvy something was wrong.
But you've got
and
to...
besides, there was 2 other fellas here with a letter I wrote. If I pay you off, well, I gotta pay them too.
Why, I ain't asking for no 1,000 head.
Huh?
No, I changed my mind. Give me 50 and the letter's yours.
That's something different.
What's more, I'll give you my word them 2 fellas won't ask you for nothing.
You mean that?
I know them 2 old coots, and I ain't letting them interfere with my game.
And you'll give me the letter you got just for 50 head?
That's what I said, ain't it?
50 head wouldn't be hard to cover up.
Of course it wouldn't. And that's a heap better than having me show folks that letter.
But I don't know.
I ain't giving you no more time.
Are you sure those fellas won't trouble me?
You just leave them to me.
And I'll do it.
I thought you'd have some sense. I'll send some of my boys around just as soon as it gets dark to collect them cows.
I'll be waiting for 'em.
Good. I'll be seeing you later.
Yeah.
Hacksaw and Bolivar won't come around with that second letter. But I ain't said that I wouldn't. Just wait till Steve sees it's me that's got it instead of them. Get up there. Come on, get up there. Get up, boy.
That evening, Morgan, Hacksaw, and Bolivar sat astride their horses, watching the approach of a small herd of cattle. The men hazing the cattle along turned them toward the corrals of the old Kramer place that Morgan had purchased. The outlaw looked at his two companions and chuckled.
Well, there they are. 50 head of cattle for nothing.
Told you it'd work, didn't we?
You give Steve that letter you had?
Yep, and I give him my word you fellas wouldn't trouble him none. But I never promised I wouldn't.
Morgan's near as smooth a customer as us, ain't he, Hacksaw?
But it took us to show him what to do.
But shucks, you can't expect everybody to have our brains.
You gonna talk to Steve tonight, Morgan?
Uh-huh. I don't want to give him the chance to do any thinking.
Them was Jeb Stewart's tactics. Keep the enemy on the run without letting them get collected.
What's tactics, Bolivar?
Why, it's the... Oh, don't show your ignorance, Hacksaw.
Now that Steve's seen how easy it is to give me the cows he did, he ain't going to put up so near so much fuss when I ask for more.
You'd better be getting along.
I'm going right now. Hey, fellas, start branding them cows. Take your running irons and fix them up to look like Box Z stuff.
We'll get right at it, boys.
Get up there, come on. Get up there. Get up there.
Well, there he goes to see Steve.
Yep. We'll give him a head start. And then I reckon we'll tag along after to see the fireworks.
Morgan, with the second letter in his pocket, rode swiftly to the Lazy Inn. There he found Steve standing in front of the house.
What you come back for, Morgan?
We still got more business, Steve.
Look here. What are you up to now?
I just wanted to show you this other letter.
So what are you trying...
And for this one, I'm asking 1,000 head of cattle like before. Now, don't start using your language too free. It'll be just the worse for you.
You said this other letter would never be used.
You must have misheard me, Steve. I'm downright sorry if you got me wrong. But all I said was that Bolivar and Hacksaw wouldn't come around with it.
I should have known better than to believe anything you say.
But all you gotta do is give me the cows I want, and then our business is done for good.
We better step over closer to the corner of the house. I wouldn't want to be seen talking to you.
Yeah.
This'll do all right.
Now, what about it? You gonna give me that 1,000 head, or do I have to show folks his letter? I guess you recollect what it says, all right.
I oughta. I wrote it, didn't I?
I knew that as soon as I seen it.
You mean I ain't got no choice at all? You won't settle it some other way?
I told you my terms.
This is blackmail.
Sure it is. And what are you gonna do about it?
I don't know. But I ain't gonna let you get away.
Who's coming?
One of them's riding a paint horse.
Paint horse. Hold down. Hacksaw and Bolivar. What in blazes are you doing here?
You'll find out soon enough, mister.
Tonto want hang lawman.
You're looking for the sheriff?
The sheriff? Say, what's up? Why would the redskin come here for the sheriff?
Because I was just standing around the corner of the house to hear what you had to say.
And we heard everything.
Did you hear enough, Sheriff?
I sure did. You're going to jail, Morgan.
Steve, you blasted fool.
Yeah?
I'll show him the letter. Sheriff, Steve's a crook, and I can prove it by this letter here.
That letter don't interest me none.
But Steve wrote it. You ain't denying it, are you, Steve?
No.
Morgan, I know what's in that letter already. I oughta. I was with him yesterday when the masked fella told Steve what to write.
The masked man?
Yep, it was his idea. He had Steve write the letter, then rub it in some dirt so it wouldn't look too recent.
And you fell for it, Morgan.
I was tricked.
You tricked plenty.
But Steve's a crook. I had a letter he wrote back in Montana.
I don't know anything about that. I ain't seen it. He must have torn it up. Then there ain't nothing I can do about it.
Tonto, tell him what happened back to his place.
Deputy, get other fella. They rounded up the whole bunch? Not right. We see him change brand. And that's another charge against you, Morgan. I was tipped off that maybe you had your fellas changing the brand on some lazy N cows, and then they caught you at it. I got them from Steve. Is that right, Steve?
He's got to prove it.
But you gave them to me. Looks like you can't, Morgan. Well, you're coming along with me.
Steve, I told you to listen to what that masked fella said, didn't I?
If it wasn't for him and you fellas, I don't know what I'd have done.
Well, you treated us white, so we done the best we could for you.
And, Jane, you ain't holding none of this against me, are you?
Of course not, Steve. I understand more about this than you think.
Thank heaven for that.
Watch out for Morgan!
You ain't gonna get me!
Head him off! He's running for his horse!
You look. Masked friend catch him. Got him now.
By golly, our masked friend was just waiting for him to make a break.
Stay where you are, Morgan. This time I got you covered.
It looks as though if it weren't for the masked man, he'd have got away anyhow.
We owe him a lot, Steve.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the gold country around 5 corners. Around Silver! Hello!
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
How does a radio network go about covering a national political convention? It could be simple. Just place a microphone on the rostrum and listen to the speeches. Well, that's one way, but it wouldn't bring you the real excitement and atmosphere of a convention. It wouldn't bring you anything of the behind-the-scenes plans and deals that are so much a part of the political game. These are the reasons why NBC sent more than 300 expert newsmen and technicians to Chicago to cover the Democratic Convention beginning Monday, July 21st. There's an NBC man for every 4 delegates. With NBC, you'll interview the delegates, hear the candidates' informal speeches and off-guard moments, and the myriad political technicalities will be made crystal clear by America's greatest newsmen. Yes, for complete, careful, concise coverage of the Democratic National Convention, make your headquarters the NBC Radio Network. You will find that their years of leadership in radio news reporting means continued leadership in the coverage of the Democratic Convention. Now, Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Finger Man.
It is just before noon on a sweltering day in August 1943. In the county jail at Dover, Texas, 9 men are eating lunch at a table on the runway just outside their cells. Among the prisoners are Leon Desser and Carl Foley, serving 1-year sentences for unlawful possession of firearms.
It's hot.
Yeah. Give me the bread, Foley, huh?
Lousy stew when it's hot weather. Makes my stomach sick just looking at it.
How about the bread?
I can feel the heat coming through that tin roof. They got no right putting a tin roof on this place.
Hey, you're going to give
Will
me
you quit crying?
Well, I only wanted...
Here.
Well, you didn't have to do that, Foley.
Heat's bad enough without you crying in my ear.
They'll be bringing that horn kid back from the courthouse any minute. After he hears you throwing food around, he'll slap you into solitary.
Yeah, well, let him try.
Oh, you talk big.
Yes, sir.
Hmm?
We're going to bust out of here.
You crazy? We already done 6 months. Another 6 and they'll let us out.
I ain't spending another day in his hot box. We're busting out.
Foley, look. Just 6 more months. It ain't long. Then we start knocking over stores again, and they won't be looking for us.
You're chicken, Desser. I don't know why I ever picked you for a partner in the first place.
You know why? You like the way I open safes. Ain't that it, Foley?
You're chicken. Look, I said we're busting out.
Okay. How do you figure to do it?
All these guys have got to be with us. Otherwise, it won't work. Hey, you guys. Listen. Desser and me is busting out of here. You with us?
How you going to work it, Foley?
Now, listen. It won't be tough. Deputy will be bringing that horn kid back. We'll hear him when he unlocks the outer door. Minute he opens the door into this runway, we jump him and get his keys.
Yeah, that don't sound so easy.
Shut up. You guys in?
Yeah.
All right. Now, let's keep talking like we always do so as we don't tip our hands.
Where are we going to go when we get out?
First thing we got to do is get out.
Yeah, well, if he yells for
Will
the
you
sheriff...
shut up? Time the sheriff gets upstairs, we'll be out.
And if we ain't?
Sheriff don't want his deputy killed, does he?
He's coming.
Okay, you guys, now get ready. Don't jump till I give the word. Keep talking.
You got a match there? Here, I got a light.
All right. Get in there.
Yeah, Foley?
I'll bring you some food in a few minutes.
Now!
Hey, what's going on?
Don't let him close that door.
You can't do this.
He's getting away.
Help! Come on.
He's going to throw them keys outside.
Grab him!
Oh, give me them keys.
Hey, you ain't gonna get him.
Hold on to him, Desser.
No, you don't. He threw them out.
You dirty cop! Save!
Prisoners holding the deputy inside their cell block began to riot. Unable to cope with the situation alone, the sheriff requested assistance from all law enforcement officers in the vicinity. First to arrive on the scene was Texas Ranger Jace Pearson. As he pulled up in front of the jail, he found the sheriff outside, his rifle trained on the broken bars of a second-story window.
Sure glad you got here, Jace. Don't know how much longer I could have managed alone.
And we'll have some more help in 10 or 15 minutes. A couple of highway patrol units are on the way.
You can see where they busted out two of the bars in that window. Must have tore up one of the bunks to do it.
Uh-huh. That rope they've let down looks like it was made out of mattress ticket.
One of them started down just before you got here. Jumped back when I bounced a bullet off the side of the building.
Just a matter of time before they'd try to use your deputy as a shield for a getaway.
Yeah, and that's what worries me. If it hadn't been for Joe being up there, I'd have gone in.
Yeah, it's just well you didn't try it alone. Anybody covering the side windows?
Well, I deputized a few townspeople. Don't know how much good they'll be in a pinch.
You tried to talk to the prisoners yet?
Yeah, but I can't get any sense out of them.
Mind if I try?
I wish you would.
Hey, you men up there. I can't talk to all of you. Pick one to speak for you.
There, you see, that's all I could get. I sure hope they haven't done anything to Joe.
Boys want me to talk for them.
And listen. Go back to your cells, all of you.
The dirty no
Don't
good.
forget us, Ranger. We know you won't do nothing while we got the deputy up here. You listen to what we got to say.
What have you got to say?
We're coming out, and we ain't going to be shot at.
I wouldn't try it if I were you. You'll never make it.
We'll take that chance.
That's Foley, Jace. Him and his partner, Desser, are real bad apples.
Yeah.
Hey, Ranger, we want your gun. Yeah, we want your gun. Tie him that rope we've got out the window. Then get back across the street and keep your hands up.
Jace, I hate to say it, but if we want to save Joe, I reckon we ought to do what they tell us.
That's something we won't do, no matter what happens.
All right, come on, Ranger. Quit stalling us. You want something to happen to the deputy.
How do we know he's all right?
He's all right.
We want to hear him tell us.
He can't. We got him tied up and gagged.
Now take the gag out of his mouth. We want to hear him talk before we do anything else.
Wait a minute.
Poor old Joe. Reckon he feels pretty bad about letting himself get tricked the way he did.
Yeah.
Deputy's ready to talk now.
Speak to him, Sheriff.
You all right, Joe?
Yeah, I'm all right, Sheriff. What you better do what they want?
That's not Joe.
You positive?
I've known Joe for 15 years. I could tell his voice any place. I'm afraid they've already done something to him.
Get one of the townspeople to take over here, Sheriff. We're going up there.
Ted? Yo. Take over here, will you? Plug the first one shows his head outside those bars.
All right, Sheriff, I'll take care of it.
All right, Jace, I'm ready.
Who else is up there beside Foley and Desser?
Yeah, most of them are pretty tough boys. 5 of them waiting trial for armed robbery. Desser and Foley are serving a term for carrying guns.
Yeah, I heard that was all you could get on them.
It don't seem like anybody's been too successful.
I know. We got a list of 61 knob-knocking jobs we think Desser and Foley pulled. But so far, we've only been able to pin one offense on them.
Yeah, and that was 8 years ago, wasn't it?
They did 3 years at Huntsville then. You got your set of keys with you, Sheriff?
Mine and Joe's. They must have rushed him before he could get out, but he did manage to throw the keys through the bars.
You didn't talk to him before you came outside?
No, as soon as I got close to the cell block, they started yelling they'd kill Joe if he come any closer.
Hey, Foley, the sheriff's coming. He's got the ranger with him.
Okay. Thought we told you to try nothing funny, Ranger.
Where's the deputy?
He's in here. You better keep away if you don't want something to happen to him.
Jace, there's just a chance Joe might still be alive. If we go in there,
Foley, I'll give you 10 seconds to bring the deputy out here where we can see him. Otherwise, we're coming in.
Keep out of here, Ranger. I'm warning you.
You're back from this door, all of you. Open it up, Sheriff.
They sure have made a wreck of this place.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now get back into your cells. Come on, move.
Now be careful, Jace.
I said get back into those cells. And don't get any funny ideas, Desser.
Now, what's a gun? I wasn't going to try that. Now, honest, Ranger.
Now, all of you get moving. Keep moving. You, Foley, pick up your feet.
Yeah, I'm picking it up.
Now, get in your cells, all of you. All right, Sheriff. Lock him up.
Okay, Jace. All right, keep back there, Ciccone.
Pretty tough, ain't you, Ranger, huh? Bet you wouldn't try coming up here without them guns.
Where's the deputy?
Why don't you look for him?
We've had just about enough smart talk out of you, Foley.
You ain't even begun hearing from me.
Well, that does it, Jace.
Yeah. Now, we gotta find out what... Over here, Sheriff.
What?
Between the bench and the table.
It's Joe. Hey, we better get a doctor.
No use, Sheriff. He's dead. The deputy had been stabbed to death. After a short search, we found the murder weapon, a blood-stained fork. While we waited for the justice of the peace to authorize removal of the body, I took the fork downstairs and checked it for fingerprints. It had been wiped clean. And I went back to the runway in front of the cells.
Any luck, Jace?
No. Have you talked to him?
Not yet. I've been waiting for you.
All right, men. One of you killed the deputy. Now I want to know who it was.
Don't you wish you knew, Copper?
Shut up, Foley.
Are you ready to talk? How about you?
I don't know nothing, Ranger.
You, Foley?
You're wasting your time. Nobody's going to tell you nothing.
Desser?
Me? I didn't do it.
Well, who did?
I didn't see nothing.
Maybe the deputy fell. Maybe it was an accident.
You keep your mouth shut, Foley.
There you
Okay. Then every one of you is going to be booked for murder.
Hey,
All right. We'll give you one last chance. We'll talk to you individually. Maybe one of you will change your mind.
He's trying to make stool pigeons out of us. We ain't going to let him do that, are we, boys?
No, right.
Well, it's up to you. Unless somebody talks, all of you take the rap. All right, Foley. You're first.
Don't worry, boys. You ain't going to get nothing out of me. And you won't get nothing out of the rest of you, will he?
Take him downstairs, Sheriff. Come on, Foley.
I'm getting tired, Ranger. When are you going to take me back up to my cell?
When I'm through talking to you. Who killed the deputy?
Takes a long time for you to catch on to something, don't it? I got nothing to say.
Did you see him killed?
How do I know? Things happen pretty fast up there. Reckon he got in somebody's way.
Whose idea was it to break out of jail?
We all got the idea at the same time. It's hot up there. Can't expect men to stay in a place like that when there's a chance of getting out.
I got Desser out here, Jace, whenever you're ready.
You can bring him in now, Sheriff.
Come on, Desser.
Don't push me,
Come
Sheriff.
on.
You didn't tell him nothing, did you, Foley?
You think I'm nuts?
That's enough talk. Come on, Foley. Let's go back upstairs.
See, you keep your mouth shut, Desser.
I told you to pipe down.
Sit down, Desser.
Yeah, thanks, Ranger. But I got nothing to say. Nothing at all.
The sheriff tells me you served 6 months of your term.
Yeah, 6 months.
Only 6 more to go, then you could have been out.
It wasn't my idea to bust out of here, Ranger, honestly.
Whose idea was it?
Well, even if I didn't deserve getting put in here, I wasn't even thinking of busting out.
Who planned the break?
I don't know. Seems like the deputy opened the block door and things started happening. I don't know whose idea it was.
Did you see the deputy get killed?
No, not me. When all the fighting started, I run back into my cell. I don't like fighting. Ranger, you gotta believe me. I turned over a new leaf. I'm going straight.
It's a shame you won't have a chance to prove it.
Why not?
You heard what I said upstairs. If we don't find out who killed the deputy, you all take the rap.
Well, what happens if maybe somebody talks?
Then only the guilty person goes on trial for murder.
I ain't saying I seen anything, Ranger. But suppose I did. And suppose I told you what I seen. You think maybe I wouldn't have to serve my other 6 months?
That's something that's not up to me.
Oh, it ain't fair to send a guy like me up with the rest of them. I didn't have nothing to do with him.
What do you know about it, Desser?
If a man was to tell what he's seen, them fellas upstairs, they'd kill him. If they knew, would they have to know?
Sooner or later, you'd have to testify at the trial.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to be a trial yet.
What do you know, Desser?
I don't want to take no murder rap, Ranger. I'm going straight. I just want to get out.
And chances are you never will if you don't tell what you know.
Yeah. Well, suppose I wasn't in my cell when a deputy got stabbed.
I didn't think you were.
Suppose I was to talk them fellas upstairs, they'd kill me.
Sheriff could arrange a separate cell for you.
You sure about that, Ranger?
Uh-huh.
And none of them couldn't get near me?
That's right. Who was it, Desser?
Now, you gotta protect me, Ranger. You gotta.
We'll see that you're safe. Who killed the deputy?
The guy I used to work with, Carl Foley.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
Only a madman or a fool would intentionally set fire to one of our forests or woodlands. Yet 90% of our forest fires are started by people. Most of these man-caused fires are due to plain carelessness. A campfire left smoldering, a lighted match thrown from a car window, a cigarette not extinguished. In less troubled times, the waste due to forest fires would be tragic. In these dangerous times, it can be disastrous. Forest fires destroy natural resources we need to keep our country strong. They impede the production and transportation of critical defense supplies, interfere with military training, and may destroy military installations. Join in the fight against carelessness. Crush out cigarettes, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two after using. Drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. Find out the law before using a fire. One moment of carelessness can destroy national beauty and wealth that can never be replaced. Forest fires are a shameful waste because they can be prevented. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. And now back to the Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Finger Man.
We called in 2 townspeople as witnesses and took Leon Desser's statement naming Foley as the killer. But we knew Desser's word alone wouldn't be enough for a conviction. We began questioning the other prisoners. No one would admit he'd seen anything. The last one to be brought in was a boy in his early 20s.
This is Johnny Horn, Jace. He was the one Joe was bringing back from the courthouse when the break started.
Sit down, Johnny.
Yes, sir.
Did you lose something?
No, sir. I was just looking for a cigarette. I must have left them in the cell.
Oh, I reckon I got a pack somewhere in this drawer. Yeah. Here, take one, Johnny.
Oh, thanks.
Got a match?
Yeah.
I guess you know why you're down here.
Ranger, I didn't kill the deputy. I swear I didn't.
We know you didn't.
Johnny's up for 2 months, Jace. First offense.
I didn't mean to take those tires, Sheriff. It was, with just Elaine and the kid hadn't been out for a ride for so long. I didn't have the money to... Oh, what's the use? I did wrong. I got what I deserved.
We're not talking about what you did before, Johnny. What we want to find out is who killed the deputy, and we think you can help us.
No, sir. I don't believe I can.
You're not being fair to yourself, son, nor to your wife and little boy. There's no reason why you should have to go up on a murder charge.
I'm not going to talk, Sheriff. That's all there is to it.
Why don't you want to talk?
Ranger, don't ask me any more questions, please.
You're afraid something would happen to you if you told us who the killer is, aren't you?
Sure, I'm afraid. When the sheriff took me out of the cell just now, I could feel them staring at me, all of them. I knew what they were thinking. I know what they'll do to me if I open my mouth.
I can promise you, Johnny, nothing's going to happen to you.
Well, that's easy for you to say, but I know those men. I've been listening to them talk. They'd kill me.
They'd never have to see you again, Johnny.
I'm scared, Ranger. I'm scared.
What would you say if I told you one of the other men has already talked?
I'd say you were trying some kind of trick.
Oh, now, Johnny.
One of them has talked, Johnny.
Which one?
I'm afraid we can't tell you that, but we have a statement right here.
Well, then why do you want me to talk? You've got what you need.
One witness wouldn't clinch our case. We need at least 2.
Well, then you better find somebody else.
Listen to this, Johnny. When the deputy came in with Horn, we run at him and kept him from closing the block door. He busts away from us and run to the outside door. Is that the way it happened?
Yeah.
I'll read a little further. Foley and some of the others run after the deputy and caught him at the outer door, but he threw his keys through the bars and we couldn't get out. Then he started hollering for the sheriff. Foley tried to shut him up, but he kept hollering. Then Foley stuck the fork in his back 2 or 3 times. We seen he was dead. Now, does that sound like we're using a trick on you, Johnny?
No, sir.
Is that statement right?
Ranger.
Was it Foley?
Yeah. Foley killed him.
Take care of Johnny, Sheriff. We're booking Foley for murder. 2 months later, Carl Foley was brought to trial for murder. On the testimony of Desser and Johnny Horn, he was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. Charges of riot and attempted prison break were brought against all the other prisoners except Desser and Horn. Desser requested that he be released immediately from jail because he'd turned state's witness. The court denied his request, and it was not until February that Desser was discharged from the county jail. On a rainy night 3 weeks later, I was returning from a case. About 2 a.m., I received a radio call.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Is Unit 10 near town of White Bluff in Dover County?
Unit 10, 3 miles south of White Bluff.
Town watchman has been overcome by armed burglar. Safe in store at 309 Monroe Street. Believe route. Watchman tied up in store at address just mentioned. Sheriff has been notified and is en route to White Bluff.
10-4. Unit 10 will proceed to scene at once. You're okay now.
I just about give up hope anybody was coming.
Let me get this rope off here.
Yeah.
Where's the person who put in the call?
I did it myself. Worked the gag out of my mouth, then I rolled over to the phone and nudged the receiver off the hook with my head.
There we are.
Yeah. Much obliged, Ranger. Now, if you just help me get up. Thank you.
You look like you taken a pretty bad bump on the head. Want me to get you a doctor?
No, I'll be all right. Just a little stiff from being tied up.
You better sit down over here a while.
Yeah, I believe I will.
Where's the safe?
Over in that corner.
Yes. You got it all right. Knob's knocked off.
I was afraid of that. He conked me on the head. When I woke up, I was tied up and gagged.
Did you get a look at the man?
Not at first. He come up behind me, jabbed a gun in my back, and grabbed my... that you, Sheriff?
Oh, geez. I saw the ranger car outside, but I didn't know it was you.
I just got here a few minutes ago.
Well, you look like you've had a little going over, Harry.
I'll be all right.
Did you see the fellow who did it?
We were just talking about that. You said you didn't see his face at first.
No, sir, not till he took my keys and started opening the door to this place. Then I got a good look at him over my shoulder. Little fella he was. I was kind of surprised he had so much strength.
Did you notice if he blinked his eyes every now and then?
Yeah. How'd you know, Ranger?
I got an idea it could be an old friend of ours.
You mean Leon Desser?
Uh-huh. The way he blinks his eyes, jumping the watchman from behind. Couldn't be anybody else.
All that talk about going straight. Should have known he didn't mean a word of it.
Sounds like he's not doing so well without his partner, Foley. This is the first time anybody actually got a look at him on a job. Where were you when he first jumped you? In front of this store?
No, I was 3 or 4 doors up. I seen a car parked in front of the feed store. Only car on the street, so I went to take a look. I was shining my light on it when I felt a gun in my back. It must have been hiding in one of the doorways.
Was the car a light-colored sedan?
Yeah, I believe it was.
The car's still outside. I saw it when I pulled up.
So did I.
Maybe Desser's still around one of the stores. Let's have a look, Sheriff.
You want me to give you a hand, Ranger?
Oh, thanks. You better just sit here and rest a while.
Say, if that's the car he used, he might have just left it and taken off after the robbery.
Doubt if he'd do that on a night like this.
Sure is rotten weather. Car's still there, Chase.
Yeah, we'll check the other stores on this street. Desser's been known to hit 3 or 4 at a time.
Say, Jace, that drugstore across the street, the door's open.
Yeah. Watch yourself walking in.
Uh-huh. I don't see the light switch. Maybe he...
Never mind the lights. Back door's open. Come on.
There's no doubt about his going out this way. You can see his muddy tracks plain as anything. Right out into the alley.
Just a second, Sheriff.
What?
Yeah. You went up here to the right.
There's not a thing up here but a garage.
And the field beyond it.
Yeah, he could have taken off across the field for those hills. If he did, we'll have a rough time finding him out there on a night like this.
Hold it, Sheriff.
What?
The track stop here.
It's pretty close to the garage. Reckon we'd better check inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a sign of him.
This dirt floor makes it hard to tell if he was in here at all.
What do you want to do now, Jace? Put out an APB?
Yeah, and I'll take my horse and...
Wait a minute. What's the matter? The wrong side ladder going up to the loft. Fresh mud. Yeah. Cover me. I'm going up. Now be careful, Jace.
Desser? Desser?
You ain't gonna get me! Give me that gun! No! Come on!
Are we gonna take me?
Come on, now, none of that.
You all right, Jace?
Yeah.
Climb down the ladder, Desser.
You're gonna put me in a pen. You ain't good.
Can't think of a better place. Get moving. Leon Desser was brought to trial in the district court at Dover, Texas. Under terms of the Habitual Criminal Act, he was sentenced to life imprisonment at Huntsville. The sheriff requested that I assist him in delivering Desser to the penitentiary. It was about 11 o'clock on a warm morning in May when we approached the Huntsville wall.
Well, just a couple of more minutes and we'll be there.
Yeah,
You sure they're gonna keep me here at the main wall, Ranger?
that's what we were told.
That's good.
You sure changed your tune. A week ago, you squealed like a stuck hog every time anybody mentioned the pen.
That was last week.
What's happened since then?
I found out a few things.
Like what?
Like Foley ain't at the main wall. They got him over at the retrieve farm.
What makes you so sure of that?
You cops think you can keep me from finding things out, huh? I got ways of knowing.
You have, huh?
Sure. And as long as Foley ain't where I am gonna be, I ain't got nothing to worry about.
Come on, Desser.
Okay.
Sheriff, you want to take our guns over at the guard tower? I'll start ahead with Desser.
Sure, Jace. Well, sounds like Desser's already got a welcoming committee. Up there, looking out through the bars.
I've got lots of friends here. They'd be glad to see me.
Let's go, Desser.
You know, Ranger, you was pretty lucky catching me like you did. But I ain't feeling too bad about it. I wouldn't be surprised if I was a trustee inside a year.
I wouldn't bet on it.
And you'd be missing a sure thing. You just watch.
This way, Desser.
You telling me? You go right around the corner here to the left past the commissary.
I know the way.
I'm gonna be working in that commissary one of these days. They can't treat a smart guy like me like some ordinary con, you know.
Got it all figured out, haven't you?
I always figure everything out.
What's the matter?
That guy buying a pack of cigarettes in there. That's Foley, ain't it?
I believe it is.
He lied to me. He ain't at retrieve. He's right here.
Come on, Desser.
No, I ain't going. He'll kill me.
He won't get through those bars. Come on. We have to go to the warden's office.
Ranger, he sees me. He sees me, Ranger. Look.
Well, if it ain't Desser. I heard you was coming down. Couldn't wait till I seen you.
No.
Keep moving, Desser.
No, take me out of here. Take me out.
I got big plans for you, Desser. Big plans.
He's gonna kill me.
You won't be anywhere near him. They're going to isolate you in another wing.
Yeah, well, it ain't gonna help.
You'll be safe enough.
Yeah, but he'll be in this building, figuring out how he can get me. If he's trying to get me all the time I'm here.
If you'd have meant what you said about going straight, you wouldn't be here at all. Come on.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
The 1952 Republican National Convention has adjourned for the final time. The selection of their candidates for president and vice president is completed. But the political story is only half over. Monday, July 21st, the Democratic Party will begin its national convention in Chicago's amphitheater. And, as during the past week, NBC will be on hand in Chicago beginning next Monday to bring you a minute-by-minute account of convention activities. NBC's 300 correspondents, commentators, and technicians mean that there will be one NBC man for every 4 delegates. Again representing NBC will be such famous names as H.V. Kaltenborn, Ben Grauer, Earl Godwin, W.W. Chaplin, and a dozen more. Again next week, NBC will broadcast more political headlines, more incisive campaign commentary, more human interest stories, more behind-the-scenes features than any other network. For complete, careful, round-the-clock news coverage, attend the Democratic Convention on NBC. Now the conclusion of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Leon Desser was confined in an isolated wing of Huntsville Penitentiary. Throughout the years, he has been carefully guarded. As an additional precautionary measure, Carl Foley was transferred to the retrieve unit of the penitentiary system.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. McCrae is currently seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Hy Averback, Bob Sweeney, Paul Frees, Parley Bear, and Bert Holland. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Tales of the Texas Rangers is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Hal Gibney speaking.
Wednesdays here, the best of Groucho on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.